Wow. Hey, much love and respect. Pura vida, mi gente. Yeah. It's been a while. It's been a while. Off. It's been a while. Shout out to everybody tuned in. Thank you for making the time to be here. Appreciate you guys. This is going to be a very long one. It is not just one day. We're going to go back into the hijack of hijacks, as I call him, the hijack of hijacks. What is the origin of all these false doctrines? There seems to be an origin and a pattern here. When you look back at history and see the origin of a lot of these occultist, esoteric, religious institutions, throughout time, secret societies, secret religious teachings, Hermetics, Hermetica, the hijack. Yeah, so we're doing this live. First I just want to make a little introduction. All right, guys, look, there's not an easy way to explain all this because you guys are going to see how it goes into everything that we know, and a lot of so-called knowledge that a lot of people go by too, not knowing the origin of a lot of these things, what it means, so I wanted to get back to the research with Thoth and everything, the whole energy and vibration, not just like the Egyptian deity and oh, we're talking about Thoth, not really, but it's deeper than that. It's really deeper than that. And I know that a lot of you know about my Thoth videos, the old ones, and you guys have an idea already. But we're gonna go, we're gonna do a deep dive back into it because I want to get back into. I never did part 3, never did part 4, never did part 5. It got too deep. It was in a time when, literally 7-8 years ago, when I was just kind of like, going on the channel, and it got so deep. I was like, hold, I need more understanding. A lot of years have gone by, and I see how it all still plays a role in what we're learning every day. And in the hijack, especially the hijack that got us in this fake illusion we live in, this fake reality. All right, so we're going back into it, and just off the top, I'm not gonna go over who Thoth is. I mean, most of you guys know who Thoth is, right? It's supposed to be. In case you guys don't know, what does Wikipedia say, right? What does Wikipedia say? He's an Egyptian deity, right? From ancient Egypt, meaning America, right? He is like the Ibis, the bird head Ibis, the green Ibis, who happens to be from Central America and the Americas, right? The green Ibis. In art, he was often depicted as a man with a head Ibis or a baboon, animal sacred to him. His feminine counterpart is Sheshat and his wife Mat. He is the god of moon, so he was first a moon deity. Thoth was in the very early stages of his worship as a moon deity. Before anything else, then wisdom, knowledge, writing, hieroglyphics, science, magic, art, and judgment. You guys are going to see how these attributes are given to other historical, biblical, or mythological people in time, and they all end up to be the same vibration, the same character, the same hijack. All right, so apart from him being an Egyptian deity, it gets deeper and deeper than that, right? All right, but just know that he has a very important role in ancient Egypt. He is the most important deity of ancient Egypt. Apart from what you think or who they try to make you think it is, it's all part of the hijack. And you're gonna see how this splits up into so many different things. This research goes into so many different rabbit holes, and that's the rabbit holes I want to get back to. So we're gonna go over the basics again, guys. Today alone, are you guys ready? This is 5 hours. This is 5 hours long. We're gonna be here for the next 5 to 6 hours. All right, so get comfortable, get your things going, get your food ready, go do your things. or just set up your phone where you can be hearing in the background, right? All right. Just want you guys to know I'm also letting people try to show up. Okay, so we got 78 people, so we're good, right? All right, we're good. We're good. I think we can get started. Hold on, let me get the video because I pre-recorded all of this, right? The secret history. I pre-recorded all this. Let's get to it. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah. The secret history of Hermes Trismegistus. That's what we're gonna get started with. All right. Hope you guys enjoy it. And I might do some commentary in between. All right. Moderators, look out for any hijacks. They acting like the hijack of hijacks. All right, let's go. What are we talking about today? What is he talking about? If you're new to the Thoth research, hey man, you're about to be blown away. And you know, you're from the old days, then hey man, you know, we're gonna just sharpen ourselves even more and we're gonna dive even deeper. Okay, I got a whole new generation of subscribers and followers, guys. So, you know, I really wanted to redo this and get back into the research. Okay, so let's go. The Secret History of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from Ancient to Modern Times by Florian Ebelin, forward by Jan Asman. Thoth was one of the most important and ancient gods of Egypt. From the Old Kingdom, 3700 to 2100 BC, on this god, who was represented anthropomorphically, but with the head of an ibis, a bird, why the iblis, was worshipped not only in Hermopolis Magna, the principal location of his cult, which was named after him by the Greeks, but throughout Egypt. Myth ascribed many cultural achievements to him. In the myth of the founding of the Egyptian state, he judged who should rule between Horus, the incarnation of the ruling king, and Seth, his adversary. With his invention of writing and mathematics, he not only created the basis of documentation and recollection, but also instituted the basic mediums of Egyptian kingship and culture, all right? He's very important. Thoth was thus considered the universal god of wisdom and administration and the patron god of scribes. Besides his importance as the inventor of numerous cultural technologies, all right, you're going to see how all this attributes to all his epithets, all the people he became in history, all the influence he had in different things. As it says here, Thoth, from the beginning, was influencing. Okay? All this cultural technologies, as it says here, which made him the universal god of culture. He also had a cosmological significance. As moon god, that was his first representation. He used to be a moon god. As moon god and representative of the night side of the sun god, he was revered in the Ptolemaic period of his regulation of the phases of the moon and the course of the stars, right? Astronomy and all that. But also, you know, remember what Jesus means in Ojibwe Algonquin language. It is the sun and also the night sun, which is the moon. Both, just like Thoth. From the ancient Egyptian point of view, the eternal needed codification, writing, and documentation of ritual gave validity to the eternal and established the reliability of culture. Thus, Thoth was a representative and source of correctly and punctiliously performed ritual. And the ritual of burial and vindication, for example, Thoth, along with Anubis, they're the same, it's just another epithet, right? Was responsible for the correct performance of the burial ritual and actually conducted the deceased into the presence of the gods. The wisdom of this spokesman of Egypt was also prized for its oracular nature. He was considered to be the knowing one who foretells the morrow and foresees the future, whose act cannot be brought to naught. His wisdom and knowledge were comprehensive. He was the one who knows the mysteries, great of magic, and thus revered as a magical shield against the evil eye and the bites of scorpions and snakes. This book is called The Eternal Hermes, From Greek God to Alchemical Magus by Antoine Favre, translated by Jocelyn Goodwin. All right, guys. So we're reading through some things, just getting a little starter here. What they're saying about Thoth, right? And they're gonna start relating him to Hermes, right? As we see. Now, guys, if you have questions, I can't really answer every deep question. Like if you're dreaming about somebody, I don't. I'm not interpreting dreams or something like that. Just try to listen to what I'm showing you. Try to gain the information so you can make your conclusions of things like that. But just we got a long way to go. So let's go. It says here, around the beginning of our era, the Greeks justifiably saw in Thoth the first figuration of Hermes, or even the same personage under a different name. Aided by the euhemerist tendency, Thoth Mercury was credited with a great number of books, quite real ones, under the general title of Hermetica. Hermetics, huh? Almost all of them were written in Greek, in the now Delta region from just before the Christian era, Hijack the Hijack, until the 3rd century. They treat astrology, alchemy, and theosophy. Theosophy, huh? Just like Blavatsky, right? The most famous ones from the 2nd and 3rd centuries are grouped under the general title of the Corpus Hermeticum, in which the Asclepios and the fragments collected by Stobaeus have been included. But a more fantastic tradition attributed thousands of the other works to Hermes Trismegistus. All right, we're reading from this book, The Egyptian Hermes, A Historical Approach to the Late Pagan Mind, by Garth Foden. The evolution of Hermes Trismegistus himself out of the syncretism of Thoth and Hermes well illustrates the tensions which arose from the encounter of these two strong-minded cultural traditions. And to understand the genesis of the Egyptian Hermes is to take a first step into the historical milieu of the Hermetica. Thoth was among the most diverse and popular of all the Egyptian gods. Like many of his colleagues, he was a composite, even an accumulation, rather than a figure cast whole and unambiguously defined. He was a powerful national god, who yet had certain specialities and local associations. In particular, Thoth was regarded, even in the most primitive period, as the moon god. All right, first he was a moon deity. All that uh, worship, moon cult worship, and all that comes from Thoth as well. And from this lunar association arose many of his most distinctive functions. Just as the moon is illuminated by the sun, so Thoth derived much of this authority from being secretary and counselor to the solar divinity, or the Most High, or God Almighty. Like he was in between, right? Secretary, he's the assistant, the mediator, the messenger. The moon, ruler of the stars, distinguishes seasons, months, and years, and so Thoth became the lord and multiplier of time and the regulator of individual destinies. Indeed, so important were the moon's phases in determining the rhythms of Egyptian national life that Thoth came to be regarded as the origin both of cosmic order and of religious and civil institutions. He presided over almost every aspect of the temple cults, law, and the civil year, and in particular over the sacred rituals, texts, and formulae, and the magic arts that were so closely related. To him, as divine scribe, inventor of writing, and lord of wisdom, the priesthood attributed much of its sacred literature, including, for example, parts of the Book of the Dead, and of the occult powers latent in all these aspects of the cult of the gods. Thoth was the acknowledged source. All right, Thoth was the source. This is what I've been, trying to show you today, right? Thoth is the source, the hijack of hijacks. By extension, he came to be regarded as the Lord of knowledge, language, and all science, even as understanding or reason personified. Without his knowledge, nothing can be done among gods and men. You see how powerful Thoth was in the ancient world. Esoteric wisdom was his special preserve, esoteric wisdom, and he was called the mysterious, the unknown. He's also the ancient of ancients, or the Logos. That's all Thoth. His magical powers made of him a doctor too, and when the body finally succumbed to mortality, Thoth conducted the dead man to the kingdom of the gods and participated in the judgment of his soul. But it was at Hermopolis Magna al-Ashmunain, the main center of his cult, that Thoth attained the pinnacle of his glory. Indeed, his distinctively Hermopolitan character was recognized throughout Egypt Naturally enough, his clergy were eager to aggrandize their patron, and the obvious way to do so was through the development of distinctive cosmogony, Hermopolis being widely regarded as the oldest place on Earth. So it was Thoth acquired a leading role in the drama of creation itself as a demiurge who called things into being merely by the sounds of his voice. A demiurge, huh? He was an angel, a Dracan. Besides the common Near Eastern idea that speech has creative power, we can surely detect here the influence of Thoth, the god of magic. Perhaps, though it was to his role as guide of souls and judge of the dead, just like Anubis, because it is Thoth, that Thoth most owed his popularity with ordinary people, and he continued to inspire strong popular devotion throughout the Ptolemaic and Roman periods. His was an inescapable presence, and it is easy to see why foreign settlers in Egypt were tempted to try to establish some sort of link with him. The 2nd century BC Jewish romancer Artapanos, for instance, wrote an account of the life of Moses in which he assimilated his hero to Hermes, sample Thoth. Machines, weapons, and philosophy for dividing the country up into nomes, each with its own divine patron, for inventing the hieroglyphics, and for assigning lands of their own to the priests, and the Greek settlers identified Thoth with their god, Hermes. Alright, it's Hermes. Same. Like Thoth, the classical Greek Hermes was associated with the moon, medicine, and the realm of the dead. Furthermore, both had a reputation for inventiveness and trickery. They were tricksters. It's like Mercury, just like a shaitan, a trickster, huh? The hijack of Hijax. And both function as messenger of the gods, like an angel. They were angels. Who was Thoth really? Which in Hermes' case prepared him as well for his characteristic function in the Hellenistic period as the Logos, or Word, just like a title they gave to Jesus, the interpreter of the divine will to mankind. This Hellenistic Hermes Logos was a thoroughly cosmopolitan divinity. The Lycaonians, who were sufficiently unhellenized to have retained their native language, had no difficulty in recognizing the Apostle Paul as Hermes. Whoa, yeah, right there, good one. Paul's, aka Josephus, aka Piso, Hermes, huh? Come down to earth because he was the chief speaker. The Stoics assigned Hermes a still more central role in their theology, magnifying his function from the merely expressive to the creative, and regarded him as both logos and demiurge. It may even be that this development owed something to the Egyptian understanding of Thoth as creator. We are in the book A New and Revised Edition, an encyclopedia of Freemasonry and its kindred sciences, comprising the whole range of arts, sciences, and literature, as connected with the institution, by Albert G. McKee, or McKee, MD, a 33-degree Mason, author of these other books. Says this new and revised edition, prepared under the direction and with the assistance of the late William J. Hugan, a 32-degree Freemason, and all he was involved in, and Edward L. Hawkins, M.A., 30-degree Mason, Volume 1. This is from 1921 version. There's many versions from the 1800s as well. And McKee's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, in regards to the Book of the Dead, as it says here, or known as the Book of the Master, containing the ancient Egyptian philosophy as to the death and the resurrection. So resurrection associated to Thoth in many forms, as Jesus, as the peacock. That the Book of the Dead, says here, the Egyptian belief was that portions of the book were written by the finger of Thoth. Thoth, huh? Told you he's very important in so-called Egyptian mythology and history. Says back in the midst of time, BC 3000. The 125th chapter describes the Last Judgment. The oldest preserved papyrus is of the 18th dynasty. This is the book, an encyclopedic outline of Masonic, Hermetic, Kabbalistic, and Rosicrucian symbolical philosophy, being interpretation of the secret teachings concealed within the rituals, allegories, and mysteries of all ages, by Manly P. Hall. Says here, in the Egyptian drawings of him, Thoth carries a waxen writing tablet and serves as the recorder during the weighing of the souls of the dead in the judgment hall of Osiris. a ritual of great significance. Hermes is of first importance to Masonic scholars because he was the author of the Masonic initiatory rituals, which were borrowed from the mysteries established by Hermes. Nearly all of the Masonic symbols are Hermetic in character. Pythagoras studied mathematics with the Egyptians, and from then gained his knowledge of the symbolic geometric solids. Hermes is also revered for his reformation of the calendar system. He increased the year from 360 to 365 days. The hijack, thus establishing a precedent which still prevails. The appellation thrice greatest was given to Hermes because he was considered the greatest of all philosophers, the greatest of all priests, and the greatest of all kinds. It is worthy of note that he, last poem of America beloved poet, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, was a lyric ode to Hermes. You see that?
It says here, the Emerald Tablet, also known as the Smaragdine Table or Tabula Smaragdina, is a compact or cryptic piece of Hermetica, right? Important word right there. Reputed to contain the secret of the prima materia and its transmutation. You hear this? It was highly regarded by European alchemists, okay, as the foundation of their art and its Hermetic tradition. Okay, this is where it was started, the whole Hermetic tradition. You know what that is about. The original source of the Emerald Tablet is unknown, right? They tell us it's unknown, but we know Thoth wrote it, right? I'm going to show you. And what he says. Although Hermes Trismegistus is the author named in the text. And again, Hermes, we read earlier about Thoth, is also known as Hermes in Greek. So it's the same person. You're going to hear that back and forth a lot. So don't get confused. Its first known appearance in a book written in Arabic between the 6th and 8th centuries. Very important again, Arabic. Its first sources in Arabic. Why Arabic? We'll see that later. The text was first translated into Latin in the 12th century. Numerous translations, interpretations, and commentaries followed. The layers of meaning in the Emerald Tablet have been associated with the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Philosopher's Stone, just like the Kaaba has a stone, right? In Mecca. Laboratory experimentation, phase transition, the alchemical magnus opus, the ancient classical element system, and the correspondence between macrocosm and microcosm.
The secret history of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from ancient to modern times. In the early modern period, Western Hermetism and alchemy were considerably shaped by the concepts and doctrines of Arabic texts, along with the Tabula Smaragdina. Many of these texts were translated into Latin. Thus, for example, the Treasure of Alexander the Great was one of the Hermetic texts of Arabic origin. That was demonstrably translated into Latin, titled Liber de Compositione Alchemia, book on the system of alchemy. It was imprinted in the West in 1559 at the latest, and the Paracelsus Michael Mayer drew on it as a source for his description of the figure of Hermes. The connection between Arabic and Latin Hermetica is especially clear in the story of the three sages named Hermes, recorded for the first time by Abu-Masad in the 9th century. It appeared again 300 years later in the three Latin works, the Prefatio Catrensis, to the Liber Composite Alchemiae of Morenius, the translator's forward in the Sepiam Tractatus Hermetis, and the forward to the Liber Hermetis Mercuri Triplicis, so on, Book of Triple Hermes Mercury and the Sixth Principle of Things. The commentary of the 14th century philosopher Hortulanus was of extraordinary importance for the Tabula Smaragdina in alchemy, the Emerald Tablet. He interpreted the entire text as an allegorical statement regarding the preparation of essence of the Philosopher's Stone. You see how it involves the Philosopher's Stone? A text that was handed down in a number of variations in the early modern period. This commentary was included in most editions of the Tabula Smaragdina. Manly P. Hall says, among the fragmentary writings believed to have come from the stylus of Hermes are two famous works, The first is the Emerald Tablet. Okay, you see, the Emerald Tablet is the same one as they're talking about, referring to, is the same one as Thoth, right? The Emerald Tablets of Thoth. He is Hermes. Manly P. Hall letting you know the first is the Emerald Tablet, and the second is the Divine Pymander, or as it is more commonly called, the Shepherd of Men. As you guys are going to see, the Shepherd of Men, who supposedly Jesus became, right, was attributed to Hermes first. And that was a whole sect, a pagan thing that Christians adopted. A discussion, see, the Shepherd of Men, a discussion of which follows. One outstanding point in connection with Hermes is that he was one of the few philosopher priests of pagandom upon whom the early Christians did not vent their spleen. Okay, the early Christians actually kind of liked Hermetics. Yeah, Christianity. Some church fathers went so far as to declare that Hermes exhibited many symptoms of intelligence, and that if he had only been born in a more enlightened age, so that he might have benefited by their instructions, he would have been a really great man. That was the church fathers, guys who created Christianity, Catholicism, and all that, right? These middle-aged people who are Hermeticists. In his Stromata, Clement of Alexandria, one of the few chroniclers of pagan lore, whose writings have been preserved to this age, gives practically all the information that is known concerning the original 42 books of Hermes and the importance with which these books were regarded by both the temporal and spiritual powers of Egypt. Clement describes one of their ceremonial processions as follows. So in this book, we have here a representation of the Emerald Tablet, or the smaragdine, like that, the way the Arabs say it. As you guys can see here, it has Paleo-Hebrew writing on it and all these alchemical symbols they were saying, the script of Hermes, right? So-called Phoenician from the Americas, right? We find all these inscriptions in a lot of the rock in ancient America, right? I just want to show you what it says in the bottom. And it says very small in the bottom, the Emerald Tablet of Hermes, Emerald Tablet of Hermes. Dr. Sigismund Beckstrom describes the Emerald Tablet of Hermes as follows. The sense of this table may sufficiently convince us that the author was well acquainted with the secret operations of nature and with the secret works of the philosophers. He likewise well knew and believed in the true God. It has been believed for several ages that Cham, one of the sons of Noah, is the author of this monument of antiquity, a very ancient author. They try to say maybe hand-dated, right? I do not recollect his name, who lived several centuries before Christ, mentions this table and says that he had seen it in Egypt at the court, that it was a precious stone, an emerald, all right, an emerald or a jade, whereon these characters were represented in bas relief, not engraved. That it was in this time esteemed about 2,000 years old. It was already 2,000 years old in ancient Egypt, and that the matter of this emerald had once been in a fluid state like melted glass. Wow. It had been cast in a mold, and that this flux the artist had given the hardness of the natural genuine emerald by art. Wow, that's pretty deep right there. And that's, again, Manly P. Hall's description of this, right? From Barstrom's original alchemical manuscripts. They drew that.
So let's go right into the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, right? The Atlantean. And the tablet starts out like this right away. I, Thoth, the Atlantean, master of mysteries, keeper of records, mighty king, magician, living from generation to generation, being about to pass into the halls of Amenti, set down for the guidance of those that are to come after, these records of the mighty wisdom of great Atlantis. And Thoth continues, chosen was I from the sons of men, taught by the dweller so that his purpose might be fulfilled. The dweller, who is that?
So very important right there. He was chosen from the sons of men.
Purpose is yet unborn in the womb of time. Long ages I dwelled in the temple, learning ever and yet ever more wisdom, until I too approached the light emitted from the great fire, light and great fire. Taught me he path to Amenti, the underworld. Okay, keyword underworld, where the great kings sit upon the throne of might. Deep I bowed in homage before the lords of life and the lords of death, receiving as my gift the key of life. Free was I of the halls of Amenti, bound not by death to the circle of life. Far to the stars I journeyed until space and time became as naught. Over the world then broke the great waters, drowning and sinking, changing earth's balance, until only the temple of light was left, standing on the great mountain on Undal, still rising out of the water. Some there were who were living, saved from the rush of the fountains. Called to me then the master, saying, Gather ye together, my people, take them by the arts ye have learned afar across the waters, until ye reach the land of the hairy barbarians, dwelling in caves of the desert. Follow there the plan that ye know of. So they're saying, go across the great waters, right? Listen to this. They're saying, go where the hairy barbarians are, right? Hairy barbarians, Barbaria. Barbaria was known as, a lot of the parts of northern Africa was called Tartaria. Barbaria sounds very similar. And it says, dwelling in the caves of the desert. There is a lot of desert that way, right? So let's continue. Gathered I then my people and entered the great ship of the master. Upward we rose into the morning. Dark beneath us lay the temple. Suddenly over it rose the waters, vanished from the earth until the time appointed was the great temple. So as fast we fled toward the sun of the morning. Right, what does that mean? That means they went towards the east. Until beneath us lay the land of the children of Cam. Raging they came with cudgels and spears, lifted in anger, seeking to slay and utterly destroy the sons of Atlantis. So they came attacking the children of Cam, like, who's this people in this ship, and who's these weird people from Atlantis, right? So they're shooting them, right? So look what Thoth did to them, right? It says, Then raised I my staff and directed a ray of vibration, striking them still in their tracks as fragments of stone on the mountain. So he did some kind of technology, some kind of weapon of vibration. Sounds like some sound energy, right? Like the police used the sound thing, right? Frequency. Striking them still in their tracks as fragments of stone of the mountain. So they were like frozen. They couldn't move. Then he says, Then spoke I to them in words of calm and peaceful, telling them of the might of Atlantis. So once he had them in a trance, or, in a vibration where they can't even move, they have to pay attention, or they're afraid, right? He spoke to them calm and peacefully, like putting a spell on them, right? Tricking them, saying, We were children of the sun and its messengers. Cowed I them by my display of magic science, until at my feet they groveled when I released them. So it says cowed, like he, made them become afraid, like made them like, vibrate low. They were afraid of him. And because of his display of the magic science, his weapon, right? His magic science. Again, Thoth was known for magic science, so was Hermes.
So guys, that was a little translation. Imagine of that's just a little bit of the Emerald Tablet of Hermes or Thoth, and this is where Hermetic is coming from, and you see it's literally telling you what happened, where they're really coming from. Literally, it's part of the Atlantis, so-called Atlantis story and all that. But we're gonna read a little bit more about it. Again, that was a little extra from my older videos. But it gets deeper with that tablet. You start interpreting what he's trying to say. If you read between the lines, you'll see a lot of deepness in there. It says here, the Emerald Tablet of Hermes. The oldest and most revered of all the alchemical formulae is the sacred Emerald Tablet of Hermes. Authorities do not agree as to the genuineness of this table, some declaring it to be a post-Christian fraud. But there is much evidence that, regardless of its author, the table is of great antiquity. While the symbol of the Emerald Table is of special Masonic import, relating as it does to the personality of Chiram or Hiram, it is first fundamentally an alchemical formula, relating both to the alchemy of the base metals and the divine alchemy of human regeneration. In Dr. Sigismund Backstrom's collection of alchemical manuscripts, and a section devoted to the translations and interpretations of this remarkable tablet, which was known to the ancients as the Tabula Smaragdina. All right, again, I told you it's the same tablet, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, the Atlantean, huh? Dr. Barstrom was initiated into the Brotherhood of the Rose Cross on the island of Mauritius by one of those unknown adepts who at that time called himself Comte de Chasal. Dr. Backstrom's translations and notes on the Emerald Tablet are in part as follows, the actual text being reproduced in capital letters. The Emerald Table, the most ancient monument of the Chaldeans, Irish, concerning the Lapis Philosophorum, the stone of the philosopher's stone, The Emerald Table furnishes the origin of the allegorical history of the king Hiram, rather Chetam. The Chaldeans, Egyptians, and Hebrews in what concerns Chetam have taken their knowledge from one and the same fountain. Homerus, who relates this history in a different manner, followed that original, and Virgil followed Homerus, as Hesiodus took the subject for his Theogony, likewise from thence, which Ovidius took afterwards for a pattern for his metamorphosis. You see how they all got it from, see how all these doctrines are coming from, right? The knowledge of nature's secret operations constitutes the principal sense of all these ancient writings, but the ignorance framed out of it, that external or veiled mythology, and the lower class of people turned it into idolatry. This was not for everybody. See, it became idolatrous, but this was real knowledge from the ancient of ancient people, the chosen people, yeah. The genuine translation from the original very ancient Chaldee is as follows. The secret works of Chetam, one in essence, but three in aspect. Wow. The two first large words mean the secret work. The second line in a large letter reads Chetam Telat Machosot. Okay, that's what they're telling you right there about the Emerald Tablets.
Here it says Kemenu, the ancient Egyptian name of the city, means 8 town, after the Ogdod, a group of 8 deities who represented the world before creation. The name survived into Coptic as Shumonain, from which the modern name El Shumonain is derived. In Greek, the city was called Hermopolis. Again, there goes Hermopolis again, after Hermes, again Hermes, whom the Greeks identified with Thoth, okay, with Thoth, because the city was the main cult center of Thoth. It's the main cult center of Thoth, Hermopolis, remember that. The pharaonic god of magic, healing and wisdom, and the patron of scribes. Thoth was associated in the same way with the Semitic Eshmun. Inscriptions at the temple called the god the Lord of Ishmun. As Thoth was credited with the creation of numbers, of branches of knowledge, law, magic, philosophy, religion, science, and writing, he was thought to be an infallible judge, capable of rendering completely just decisions. The Greeks admired him so greatly that they credited him as the originator of all knowledge on earth and in the heavens. He was so important to the gods, and especially to Ra, that he was the god chosen to retrieve Ra's daughter from the distant lands she sometimes fled to. Right? So you see how he was very important in those times, man. They're giving him credit to everything. Knowledge, all knowledge. Well, what happened to the Creator, the Most High? It sounds like this guy hijacked everything, right?
This book is called The Eternal Hermes, From Greek God to Alchemical Magus by Antoine Faivre, translated by Jocelyn Goodwin. The Sir Thoth, Hermes, Trismegistus, or the ancient faces of Mercury. The appearance of Trismegistus. The Greeks are known to have given the name of Hermes to Thoth, a local divinity of Middle Egypt, worshipped at Komunu, now called Akmonin, which they renamed Hermopolis. The assimilation of Thoth to Hermes had become official by the 3rd century BC as attested by a decree of the priests of Rosetta, alright? Thoth is Hermes. Thoth is Hermes, Hermes is Thoth. A Hermes in whom Thoth is to be understood under the name of Hermes the Great, the god who helped Horus to reconquer the Delta. From this point onwards, it seems justifiable to see resemblances between Thoth, Hermes and Hermes Trismegistus. There's nothing fortuitous about their sharing a name in common. Thoth was the magician god who appeared to Isis while she was trying to bring the members of Osiris back to life. He was also the hypomnematographer or secretary of the gods, the intermediary, the in-between guy, the angel, the messenger, the secretary, the assistant of the gods. Even today, Trismegistus has kept this dual function of assembler and maintainer, and an eclecticism inseparable from the Western notion of esotericism and of the guarantee of a tradition.
Thoth's Egyptian name was Djibouti, meaning he who is like the ibis, right, like the bird. Again, the ibis was a sacred bird in ancient Egypt, as well as a popular pet and associated with wisdom. Other forms of his name are Jehuti, Tahuti, Tehuti, Sehuri, Techu, Tetu, and the lord of Kememnu, Kem again, the later city of Hermopolis, here we go again, Hermopolis, which was his major cult center. Hermopolis was so named because of the Greek association of Thoth with their god Hermes, and to the Greeks, Thoth became Hermes Trigemistus, Thoth the thrice great, often given as 3 times great. He was also known as Lord of Mat, Lord of divine words, scribe of Mat in the company of gods, and as a just and incorruptible judge.
In Albert McKee's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, it says, in regards to the green flesh, in McKee's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, says here on green as a Masonic color, is almost confined to the 4 degrees of perfect master, Knight of the East, Knight of the Red Cross, and Prince of Mercy. Now look what it says here. The idea of the unchanging immortality of that which is divine and true was always connected by the ancients with the color of green. Among the Egyptians, the god Ptah, the active spirit, the creator and regenerator of the world, the god is Pach, the divine preserver, and Thoth, right? Thoth, the instructor of man, and the sacred doctrines of truth were all painted in the hieroglyphic system with green flesh. Thoth.
Thoth was inserted in many tales as the wise counselor and persuader, and his association with learning and measurement led him to be connected with Seshat, the early deification of wisdom, who was said to be his daughter, or variably his wife. Thoth's qualities also led him being identified by the Greeks with their closest matching god, Hermes, with whom Thoth was eventually combined as Hermes Trismegistus, also leading to the Greek name in Thoth's cult center at Hermopolis, meaning city of Hermes. It is also considered that Thoth was the scribe of the gods rather than a messenger. Ampu, or Hermanubis, was viewed as the messenger of the gods, as he traveled in and out of the underworld and presented himself to the gods and to the humans. So you see that relation, that name, how close it is to Hermes. It's Hermanubis. So he was the messenger, he went to the underworld, just like Thoth did. So let's continue. It is more widely accepted that Thoth was a record keeper, not a divine messenger. In the papyrus of Ani, a copy of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the scribe proclaims, I am thy writing pallet, O Thoth, and I have brought unto thee thine ink jar. I am not of those who work iniquity in their secret places. Let not evil happen unto me. Alright, so it says chapters something here, Budge. Of the Book of the Dead is by the oldest tradition said to be the work of Thoth himself. So Thoth is credited for the Book of the Dead, just that famous Egyptian book, which we see in movies like The Mummy. Alright, so there was also an Egyptian pharaoh of the 16th dynasty named Djehuti, Thoth, after him, who reigned for 3 years. So 16th dynasty, right? Alright, so we know that Thoth said that he came out of Atlantis and he went over to Egypt. So Thoth is being associated with a pharaoh, right? So basically, there's a lot of evidence showing, if you've seen my past videos as well and other videos from other people on YouTube, you know, the ancient world, Egypt, the Old Testament was on this side of the earth, in the Americas. So when they referred to Atlantis, they were referring to the whole continent, all the civilizations or the empires, kingdoms that were in America.
From the book Anacalypsis by Godfrey Higgins, this is volume 1, says here it is no small confirmation of the superior antiquity of Buddha that over all India, whether among Buddhas, Saivas, or Vaishnavas, the day of Wuden or Wednesday, is called Budvarv or Budvar. You guys see that? Wednesday is from Wuden, just like in Spanish is miércoles for Mercury, which is Thoth. Wuden is Thoth, Odin is Thoth. In Sanskrit, it is Butavar, and in the Bali, Vampot. In the northern nations, Wednesday, the latter having no B, right W, where the reader may also find additional proofs that Mercury or Hermes, Somonakodom, and Buddha are all the same as all epithets of Thoth, with Maya for their mother. They're all coming out of the Americas, Maya. All right. As I have formerly said, the fact of Buddha giving name to one of the days of the week, Wednesdays, fixes him to the very earliest periods of which we have any record or probable tradition. He is acknowledged to be the sun or the Surya, with 7 heads, of Siam and Japan and Ceylon, and to be the son of Maya. Thoth and Tithonus and Hermes are allowed to be identical, and Hermes is allowed to be Mercury, and Mercury is the god to whom Wednesday is dedicated. Remember, Mercury, miércoles in Spanish is Wednesday, and the mother of Mercury is Maya, just like Buddha. Sir William Jones clearly proved that the first Buddha was Wuden, Mercury, and Fo, the first king of China, And I think whoever he may have alarmed himself in his prejudices, when he came to see the consequences of his proofs, he never was able to overthrow them. Mr. Faber says, the Egyptian cosmogony, like the Phoenician, is professly of the Buddhic school. You guys hear that? For the fullest account which we have of it is contained in a book ascribed to Hermes or Thoth. But Hermes or Thoth is the same person as Thoth, who is said to have drawn up the Phoenician system, right? Thoth is from the Phoenician deities, right? It's the same as Thoth. And Thoth again is the same as the Oriental Thoth or Buddha. The Tau or T is the emblem of Mercury or Hermes. It is the Cruz Ansata and the Cruz Hermes. It was the last letter of the ancient alphabets, the end of boundary, whence it came to be used as a terminus or to districts. But the Cruz Tau was also the emblem of the generative power of eternal transmigrating life, and thus was used indiscriminately with the phallus. All right, phallus worship, Thoth. It was in fact the phallus. The Tau is the Thoth, the Teutones of the Druids. And Teutones was Mercury, in the Sanskrit called Kad or Somona Kadam, and in German God. All right, God, the German deity God, which is the word God comes from, is Thoth. It's the same, you see. He is been the hijack of hijacks. In Old German, Mercury was called Gott. Okay, Gott. He is God. That word God is Thoth. The remains of the crosses are to be found in the highways of the boundaries of the parishes and everywhere at crossroads ends in this country. All right. Manly P. Hall says in regards to Hermes Trismegistus that he is identified by some with the Greek god Hermes. All right, guys. So a lot of associations so far. I know a lot of people got a lot of opinions. I know a lot of people have a lot to say about this stuff, right? But they don't have the Most High in their hearts. That's the part they're missing. The hijack is real, guys. There's polarities. There's good people and there's bad people, and as above, so below. So if there's good people and bad people down here in the physical, and you want to get metaphysical, people want to come with their metaphysical interpretations of everything and their opinions of everything, right? It's okay. But I have my own personal understanding of things based on a lot of different research, putting it all together. So you can see this in a physical way and in a spiritual way or metaphysical way, but it's all happening in all realities. The hijack is real. The hijack is real. Okay? So And we're talking about so-called Phoenician. You see how Thoth is also Thoth, the god Thoth in Phoenicia. So basically what they're trying to say is if you want to call anything Phoenician, then it's the same thing as going back to so-called Hermetics, so-called Thoth and his, the whole deity thing, the whole hijack, the whole mythical thing. Yeah, you want to say, oh no, they just talking about the pineal gland. They just mean this part of the brain. Yeah, go ahead and sugarcoat. We know what they say. We know what the Hermetics say. Oh no, it means this, it means that. But we have other overstandings of other things too. And I follow my spirit and heart. When I smell hijack and I see hijack, I see it. And I've been seeing it for years. That's why I'm redoing this so we can get deeper and deeper into it. That's why you're stuck breaking the code. You don't even realize it. You're stuck breaking the code. That's why we are cursed to be oppressed, because we keep breaking the code. We have a covenant. We made an agreement. You keep it, you bless, you protect it. You don't, you're cursed. Right? Forever and ever. You are the tail, you're not the head. All right, let me continue. What does Manly P. Hall say about Hermes Trismegistus? He said he's identified with the god Hermes and the Egyptian Thoth, or Tuti. And the Egyptian Thoth, or Tuti, the Jehuti Tuti, who was the moon god. Remember, he was a moon deity first, and is represented in ancient paintings as ibis-headed, with the disk and crescent of the moon. The Egyptians regarded him as the god of wisdom, letters, and the recording of time. It is in consequence the great respect entertained for Hermes by the old alchemists that chemical writings were called hermetic, and that the phrase hermetically sealed is still in use to designate the closing of a glass vessel by fusion, after the manner of chemical manipulators. We find the same root in the hermetic medicines of Paracelsus and the hermetic Freemasonry of the Middle Ages. Okay? I just want to read this real quick and remind everybody what we have read before we continue reading. I just want to make something clear. In this book, Ancient Mystic Oriental Masonry, its teachings, rules, laws, and present usages, which govern the order at the present day, True Masonry and the Universal Brotherhood of Man are one, by Dr. R. Swinburne Clymer, author of the Rosicrucians, their teachings, the philosophy of fire, etc. It says here, the cradle of symbolism used in all Masonry is placed by many of the best authorities in that country which they believe was first inhabited, example, the plateau of Tartary, and from there transmitted to this generation by the sages of India, Persia, Ethiopia, and Egypt. But listen to what he says. Listen to what they say here. We are not indebted to either ancient Egypt for either religion or masonry, but to America. But to America. America. It is a fact, listen. It is a fact that at Memphis, Egypt, in the pyramids, under the guidance of the kings, what Memphis, Egypt, right? We got a Memphis over here, right next to our great river, or our own Nile, Mississippi, right? Under the guidance of the kings, the mystic rites of masonry were worked many thousands of years ago. But at that time, Egypt, listen, but at that time, Egypt and the continent of America were one and the same, okay? Egypt is America. So when you're saying these ancient pagan philosophers were initiated by the Egyptian priests, what Egyptian priests? We're talking about American people here. In America, rediscovered, not founded, rediscovered, invaded. They rediscovered the old world, guys, in the 15th century and repopulated. Gosh, the hijack, there was already millions of people here. In the 17th was recovered Egypt. So what happened? When they got here, what did they do? Listen, pay attention. Pay attention. What happened? They recovered Egypt, the real Egypt. The real Egypt. Shout out to UBTB. He got a whole series, America's Egypt. Egypt is America. And we got so many videos on that as well, proving it. Okay? And what else was recovered? The Promised Land. The Promised Land. All right? Was recovered the Promised Land. Or the land of the constellation of the eagle. Okay.
And one of the key words here would be the constellation of the eagle, right? Eagle, another bird. Okay, we're going to start seeing birds associated with Thoth, the EBs, right? Modern occultists suggest that some Hermetic texts may be of pharaonic origin, and that the legendary 42 essential texts that contain the core Hermetic religious beliefs and philosophy of life remain hidden in a secret library. Some trance readings of Edgar Cayce reveal that Hermes, or Thoth, was an engineer from the submerged Atlantis who also built, designed, or directed the construction of the pyramids of Egypt. Things. That's why they're giving him credit, as we read before, for creating all of knowledge, because he came and taught them all these arts that they didn't know, all these sciences that they didn't know. All right, this fallen angel teachings. So another recurring theme with Thoth would be alchemy, right? So let's read a little bit about alchemy, right? It says, in about 300 AD, Zosimos provided one of the first definitions of alchemy as the study of the composition of waters, movement, growth, and embodying and disembodying, drawing the spirits from bodies and bonding the spirits within bodies. In general, Zosimos' understanding of alchemy reflects the influence of Hermetic and Gnostic spiritualities. He asserted that the falling angels taught the arts of metallurgy to the women they married, an idea also recorded in the book of Enoch and later repeated in the Gnostic Apocryphon of John. In a fragment preserved by Syncellus, Zosimos wrote, "The ancient and divine writings say that the angels became enamored of women, and descending taught them all the works of nature. From them, therefore, is the first tradition, Shema, concerning these arts, for they called this book Shema, and hence the science of chemistry takes its name." All right, so look, falling angels, right? Who am I telling you Thoth is, right? And all these gods from the past, these falling angels, right?
So falling angels are teaching chem, what is alchemy. They don't really mean, as you guys were going to read, literally turning things from simple metals to gold, or they were talking about a deeper thing. But still, this doctrine, the origin of it is what we're talking about, where it's coming from. I know I'm reading little bits of everything here and there, but I want you to get the bigger picture, guys. So, right? Sometimes you gotta empty your cup and sometimes you gotta just listen. Wise people listen, you know? That's what I did for years. Listen to a lot of people, listen to a lot of opinions, listen to a lot of people interpretations, right? Until I started doing my own, you know, and then just really, really paying attention to what's being written in different. There's a story being told, guys. Is what I'm trying to show you guys. See all that, we're getting to this point now. We're talking about, all of a sudden we're talking about falling angels. I thought it was Hermes. So who's Hermes? Who's Thoth? Why is he a messenger? Angels, the word means messenger. We'll see. Let's keep going.
Etymology of chemistry, right? Or chema or chema, as I was saying it before. I was saying it wrong, but it's chema, right? So here we go. The word alchemy was borrowed from Old French, alchemia, alchemy, taken from medieval Latin, alchemia, and which is in turn borrowed from Arabic, alchemia. The Arabic word is borrowed from late Greek, chemia, with the agglutination of the Arabic definite article. This ancient Greek word was derived from the early Greek name for Egypt. Okay? Chemia, based on the Egyptian name for Egypt, Chem, black earth, as opposed to the red desert sand. So the medieval Latin form was influenced by Greek chemeia, meaning mixture, and referring to pharmaceutical chemistry. So
in Albert McKee's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, it says, we're going to read a little bit about alchemy on this encyclopedia since we're talking about it right now. It says here, the Neoplatonicians introduced at an early period of the Christian era and apparently new science, so-called science, right, which they called, that's the words right there, or the sacred science, which materially influenced the subsequent condition of the arts and sciences, all right? It influenced. In the 5th century arose as the name of the science alchemia, derived from the Arabic Arab definite article al being added to the chemia, a Greek word used in Diocletian's decree against Egyptian works treating of the or transmutation of metals. The word seems simply to mean the Egyptian art, or the land of black earth. Black earth, right? We're talking about a fertile earth, soil, right? Kemet, soil, not a people. Not talking about a people or location in Africa. It's talking about the soil, being a fertile soil, right? Being the Egyptian name for Egypt, right? The true Egypt in America. And Julius Fermicius, in a work on the influence of the stars upon the fate of man, uses the phrase scientia alchemia. From this time, the study of alchemy was openly followed. In the Middle Ages and up to the end of the 17th century, it was an important science studied by some of the most distinguished philosophers such as Avicenna, Albertus Magnus, Raymond Lully, Roger Bacon, Elias Ashmole, and many others. Alchemy called also the Hermetic philosophy, all right? Alchemy slash Hermetic philosophy, because it is said to have been first taught in Egypt by Hermes Trismegistus, all right? We're just talking about Thoth. Alchemy, huh? Hermes, you see the correlation? Hear it from the horse's mouth yourself. Freemasonry and alchemy have sought the same results, the lesson of divine truth and the doctrine of immortal life, and they have both sought it by the same method of symbolism. It is not therefore strange that in the 18th century and perhaps before we find an incorporation of much of the sciences or science of alchemy into that of Freemasonry. Hermetic rites and Hermetic degrees were common, and the relics are still to be found existing in degrees which do not absolutely trace their origin to alchemy, but which show some of its traces in their rituals. The 28th degree of the Scottish Rite, or the Knight of the Sun, listen, is entirely a Hermetic degree, Hermetic, and claims its parentage in the title of Adept of Masonry, by which it is sometimes known. All right? Hermes, alchemy, Hermetic philosophy.
The central figure in mythology of alchemy is Hermes Trismegistus, or thrice great Hermes. His name is derived from the god Thoth and his Greek counterpart Hermes, so these three people are the same entity, same person. Hermes and his caduceus, or serpent staff, were among alchemy's principal symbols. According to Clement of Alexandria, he wrote what were called the 42 books of Hermes, covering all fields of knowledge. The Hermetica of thrice great Hermes is generally understood to form the basis for Western alchemical philosophy and practice, called the Hermetic philosophy by its early practitioners. These writings were collected in the first centuries of the Common Era. So Thoth is Hermes, right? So let's read about Hermes. Hermes is an Olympian god in Greek religion and mythology, the son of Zeus and the Pleiad Maya, and the second youngest of the Olympian gods, Dionysus being the youngest. Hermes was the emissary and messenger of the gods. So, just like Thoth was secretary to Ra, if we remember, right? Thoth was secretary to Ra. He was like mediator between two worlds. So we're reading right now that Hermes as well is an emissary and messenger of the god. It says here, Hermes was also the divine trickster, a divine trickster. We're gonna start seeing that word related to Thoth and Hermes as well, trickster, right? All right. And the god of boundaries and transgression of boundaries. So somebody who didn't follow rules or order, transgression of boundaries. All right, Hermes is Thoth, so it's the same person. The patron of herdsmen, thieves, graves, and heralds. He is described as moving freely between the worlds of the mortal and divine, and was the conductor of souls in the afterlife, just like Thoth. He was also viewed as the protector and patron of roads and travelers.
In Albert McKee's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, it says here, Hermes. In all the old manuscript records which contain the legend of the craft, mention is made of Hermes as one of those, or the founders of Masonry, okay? Hermes / Thoth is the founder of Freemasonry, not the good natural one, Solomon practice, but the cult one. Thus, in the Grand Lodge number 1 manuscript, those whose date is 1583, look at it, 1583, and the statement is substantially and almost verbally the same in all the others, that the great Hemarenes, that was Kubi's son, that which Kubi was Semi's son, that was Noah's son. So they're saying, I think Hamites, Cush, no, it's like Cush, Hamites, Ham's, Kubi's son, which is Sem's. So son of Shem, that is son of Noah. This same Hermanes or Hemarenes was afterwards called Harnis, the father of wisdom. So who's he coming from? He found one of the two pillars of stone and found the signs written therein, and he taught it to other men. That the two pillars supposedly done by Enoch, right? The same person. There are two persons of the name of Hermes mentioned in sacred history. The first is the divine Hermes, called by the Romans Mercury. All right, told you it's the same. Among the Egyptians, he was known as Thoth. All right, he is Thoth. Among the Egyptians, he is Thoth. Hermes is Thoth, okay? Theodorus Siculus describes him as the secretary of Osiris. He is commonly supposed to have been the son of Mizraim. The son of Mizraim. And I'm going to show you that I got another book correlating that. It's Atotis, literally called Atotis. Mizraim is Menes, the first king of Egypt. The son of Mizraim, Atotis, even called Thoth. And Cumberland says that he was the same as Osiris. He is Osiris. All right? This is the Encyclopedia of Freemasonry. He is Osiris. It's all epithets of Thoth. You guys see the hijack. He's creating all this hijack. There is, however, much confusion among the mythologists concerning his attributes or epithets. Attributes. The second was Hermes Trismegistus, or the thrice great, who was a celebrated Egyptian legislator, priest and philosopher, who lived in the reign of Ninus, about the year of the world 2670. They're saying, listen, we're talking about real people, whatever their names really was, and wherever location they were living in. He is said to have written 36 books on theology and philosophy, and 6 upon medicine, all of which are lost. There are many traditions of him, one of which related by Eusebius is that he introduced hieroglyphics into Egypt, all right? The first scribe, just like Thoth, just like Enoch. This Hermes Trismegistus, although the reality of his existence is doubtful, was claimed by the alchemists. The alchemist says that he is the founder of their art, whence it is called the Hermetic science, and whence we get in Masonry, all right? The origins of Masonry, Hermetic rites and Hermetic degrees, okay? All associated to Thoth. It is to him that the legend of the craft refers, and indeed the York constitutions, which are of importance, though not probably of the date of 926 assigned to them by Cross, give him that title, all right? It's Thoth, the founder of Masonry, Hermetics, and say that he brought the custom of making himself understood by signs with him to Egypt, to marry the real Egypt in the first ages of the Christian church. This mythical, is he really? Egyptian philosopher was in fact considered as the inventor of everything. Listen, inventor of everything known to the human intellect, the hijack of hijacks. I told you guys. It was fabled that Pythagoras and Plato had derived their knowledge from him. They learned from Thoth, and that he had recorded his inventions on pillars, just like Enoch, right? The operative Masons who wrote the old constitutions obtained their acquaintance with him from the Polychronicon of the monk Ranulf Hickten, which was translated from the Latin by Trevisa and printed by William Caxton in 1482. It is repeatedly quoted in the Cook manuscript, whose probable date is the latter part of the 15th century, and was undoubtedly familiar to the writers of the other constitutions. All right. Continue, it says here, Hermetic art, the art of science of alchemy, so termed from Hermes Trismegistus, who was looked up to by the alchemists as the founder of their art. Okay. The Hermetic philosophers say that all the sages of antiquity, such as Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, and Pythagoras, were initiated into the secrets of their science, all right? So-called Greeks, right? Spreading their culture. This was being called Hellenistic culture, which is Hermetics, all right? Hermetics. They're trying to Hellenize people, Hellenize Israelites. All right. They were the ones initiated to these Hermetic teachings, into the secrets of their science, and that the hieroglyphics of Egypt, America, and all the fables of mythology were invented to teach the dogmas of Hermetic philosophy. You see the hijack? A lot of that mythology is actually real history, but they created it and made it into fables, made it into mythology. They invented that, you get it? To teach the dogmas of Hermetic philosophy. They put their cultinism in that mythology and took out the real history, who it was about. All right, that part is deep right there. So you guys see how important, when it comes to Freemasonry, the occult, all that. You see how it starts little by little. I'm gonna just show you what else it influenced little by little. But you see, very important role. They're not just mythical deities. They want us to think, oh, that's Greek mythology, that's Egyptian mythology. No, this has a big influence on our situation in the world today, especially with all these religious institutions, occult doctrines, false doctrines, and all that. Even the esoteric masonry and all that, and these secret societies that were created out of all this, So let's continue. Hope you guys enjoying. We got another couple hours here. Welcome. Watch from the beginning if you're confused, guys. Make sure to have the context. The Secret History of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from Ancient to Modern Times by Florian Ebelin, forward by Jan Asman. This Hermes Thoth, was more than the sum of his parts. However, he took on a new life, and from the 2nd century on was graced with the epithet Trismegistus, the thrice great. His double descent from his fathers Hermes and Thoth is reflected in the confusing legendary multiplicity of his functions and attributes, as reported by Diodorus Siculus. Language and writing, religion and music, astronomy, and techniques of physical training were traced back to Hermes Trismegistus, and he had even advised as an important a god as Osiris, just like Thoth did, right? As was the tradition, he acquired a noticeably human form, living among men and functioning as their teacher, all right? He had human form. This lord of reason and rational speech was viewed as the forefather of all wisdom, philosophy, and theology. An Egyptian priest supposedly instructed Democritus, Plato, Pythagoras, and Exodusus in the knowledge of Hermes, with the hijack.
Continuing with Hermes, it says the epithets of Hermes. Right here it says the Atlantiades. Hermes was also called Atlantiades because of his mother Maya was the daughter of Atlas. Alright, so who was also from Atlantis? Thoth, right? He said it himself, he came from Atlantis in the Emerald Tablets, right? You see another correlation here. And it says Kriophoros, in ancient Greek called Kriophoros or Krophorus. The ram bearer is a figure that commemorates the solemn sacrifice of a ram. It becomes an epithet of Hermes Kriophoros. So another interpretation or another depiction of Hermes, aka Thoth. Alright, remember this Kriophoros. We're going to see how important this is later. And it says here, Argi Fontis, Hermes epithet, meaning Argus slayer, recalls his slaying of the 100-eyed giant, Argus Panopticus, it says. And who was watching over the heifer nymph, in the sanctuary of Queen Hera, herself in Argos. Hermes placed a charm of Argus' eyes with the caduceus to cause the giant to sleep. After this, he slew the giant. Argus' eyes were then put into the tail of the peacock. Peacock, a symbol of the goddess Hera. So peacock, you start hearing about the peacock and another bird, right? And it continues, messenger and guide. And it says here, the chief office of the god was as messenger. So the chief office of the god was as messenger. Hermes, the messenger, is in fact only seen in this role for Zeus from within the pages of the Odyssey. The Secret History of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from Ancient to Modern Times. Hermes as Magus. Hermes was also revered as a Magus. Among the best known texts of this genre is the Siranidi, also
Coeranidi, so named after its presumed author, Cyrenius. Its 4 books were apparently compiled under this title by a Byzantine editor. In the prologue, it is stated that the god Hermes Trismegistus received the book from the angels. Look at that, from the angels, huh? He got instructed from angels, just like Enoch, and passed it along only to men worthy of its secrets, only to a select few. Books 2 and 4 originally bore the title Hierarchic, Book on the Symptoms of Thrice Great Hermes. They recommend secretions obtained from various organic and inorganic materials, four-footed animals, birds, fish, plants, or stones, as wonderful sympathetic remedies. The basis for the potential effectiveness of these medicines is the idea of a chain of being permeating the hierarchically articulated cosmos. If anything happens to one part of this chain, the effect is transmitted to an entirely different part. Along with prescriptions and therapeutic instructions, these texts contain the traditional themes of the Hermetic writings: the soul's imprisonment in the body, its rule over the body, its release from the body, and its return to its creator. Hermes also plays an important role in the Greek magical papyri of Greco-Roman Egypt. These texts stem largely from the 2nd to the 4th century, though some go back to the 1st century BC. In them, Hermes is one of the gods called upon for the purpose of carrying out magical practices, okay? Magic. The spells and accompanying ritual instructions, rituals, right? Instructions are intended to assist prophecy, make love charms, harm enemies, protect against injury, and help catch thieves. You see where all this origin is from, right? As I was saying regarding Freemasonry, it says here Hermes Trismegistus in Freemasonry. The first half of the 18th century did not see Hermes Trismegistus playing an important role in Freemasonry. Solomon's Temple and the Knights Templar were still the most important historical references. The situation changed fundamentally, however, in the second half of the century. All right, things changed. They started attributing all this to the hijack, Hermes, because we were just talking about Solomon, sacred geometry, natural, building, and then remember he had a ring. He was controlling the jinns or the angels, right? So it was still angel philosophy he was using, or knowledge, which, hey, if Hermes slash Thoth slash Enoch's, slash falling angel was an angel, then he had the same knowledge, huh? He wasn't supposed to just give it out to everybody or whoever he picked. It says Hermes and the Freemasons of the Enlightenment. A prominent contribution to the fundamental change was played by Ignaz Edler von Born, the Freemason and Illuminatus, considered to be, Illuminati, one of the most important exponents of the Austrian Enlightenment. He exerted determined effort to make Freemasonry an Enlightenment institution. As master of the True Harmony Lodge, he set up seminar lodges dedicated to the academic investigation of Freemasonry. Lectures given in these seminars on the ancient mystery codes as forerunners of Freemasonry were published in the journal Freimaurung. The first contribution to this journal in 1784 was an article by Born, Über de Mystere der Egyptier. In his representation of the Egyptian mysteries, Born extensively paraphrased and quoted from classical and late classical sources on ancient Egyptian religion. In Albert Mackey's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, it says, in volume 2 of this book, encyclopedia, it says here, Odin, the chief Scandinavian deity and father of Balder, the counterpart of Hermes and Mercury. So Odin is Hermes, is Mercury, is Thoth. Thoth is Odin in Scandinavian, right? History. He's many deities there, actually, right? The same as Hermes and Mercury in the Egyptian and Roman mythologies. Odin and his brother Vili and Ve, the sons of Bor, or the firstborn, slew Ymir, or chaos, and from his body created the world. As ruler of the heaven, he sends daily his 2 black ravens, thought and memory, to gather tidings of all that is being done throughout the world. All right, the ravens, the messengers, you see the symbology and how Hermes slash Odin slash Thoth is involved, okay?
Continue with Hermes.
All right, guys, so now you guys see kind of like, I just want to kind of show you, like, we're not here like to worship Thoth. Like, this is not what the point of this video is. Like, oh, Thoth led me to the truth. No. I'm trying to show you the opposite. I'm trying to warn you about something. I'm trying to show you how the hijack started, the hijack we live in. It's deeper than that. You guys gotta get, you gotta have the Most High in your heart, and then you might see better. But you're not the Most High. You get it? Let's continue.
In some myths, he is a trickster, once again, and outwits other gods for his own satisfaction or for the sake of humankind. So he outwits other gods for his satisfaction. So he even transgresses against other gods or other fallen angels, right? His attributes and symbols include the herma, the rooster, again another bird right there, the tortoise, satchel or pouch, winged sandals, and winged cap. His main symbol is the Greek kerikeon or Latin caduceus, which appears in a form of two snakes wrapped around a winged staff with carvings of other gods.
So Hermes or Mercury was the messenger of Thoth. That's the high Jehovah, Jay-Z, huh? Among his numerous attributes, one of the most important was that of conducting disembodied spirits to the other world, and on necessary occasions of bringing them back, all right? Just like Anubis. He was the guide of souls, just like Anubis, right? I told you that stuff. And the restorer of the dead to life. In Albert McKee's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, it says, in regards to the caduceus, right? We're talking about the caduceus. It was the magic wand of the god Hermes. It was an olive staff twined with fillets, which were gradually converted to wings and serpents. It was converted to serpents. It wasn't that originally, sorry. Hermes or Mercury is the same, was the messenger of Jove. The messengers, huh? Messengers, just like Thoth, just like angels are messengers, right? Hermes or Mercury was the messenger of Hove. Hova. Hova. So I want to say something first. I want to show you guys something before I continue. So Hermes / Mercury was the messenger of Hove, right? Hova. And the Strong's lexicon, H1943, Hova means ruin or disaster. Hova, another form for mischief. You see, mischief. That whole Yahweh, Jehovah, all that's hijack. And it goes back to Thoth, as you guys can see. Lord, Jehovah, all right, ruin, disaster, mischief.
In the Roman adaptation of the Greek pantheon, Hermes is identified with the Roman god Mercury. All right, so you see, Hermes is Mercury, aka Thoth, right? So there, you start seeing that Thoth is playing important roles everywhere in all these civilizations. They're just changing his name. Who, though inherited from the Etruscans, developed many similar characteristics, such as being a patron of commerce. Okay.
Real quick, in the book Isis Unveiled, a master key to the mysteries of ancient and modern science and theology by, yes, H.P. Blavatsky, all right? Yeah, Miss Blavatsky. This is volume 1 of this book she made. Real quick, it says here, Hermetist, from Hermes, the god of wisdom, known in Egypt, Syria, and Phoenicia as Thoth. Okay, it is Thoth. Thoth, Adad, Seth, and Satan, Thoth, Satan. The latter not to be taken in the sense applied to it by Muslims and Christians. She's saying like the devil. And in Greece as Katmos. The Kabbalists identify him with Adam Katan, the first manifestation of the divine power, and with Enoch. Thoth, Hermes, Hermetic, Enoch. They're all the same. There were two Hermes. The elder was the Trismegistus, and the second an emanation of permutation of himself, the friend and instructor of Isis and Osiris. Hermes is the god of the priestly wisdom, like Moses. All right, that's what she's saying. Thoth, Enoch, Adad, Seth. All right, Hermes. They're all the same. Hermetist
character, right? Hermes Trismegistus, Augustus, is purported author of the Hermetic corpus, a series of sacred texts that are basis of Hermetism. And it says the name means thrice greatest Hermes, or 3 times great. Origin and identity, it says here about Hermes.
Okay, before we continue, you guys understand Freemasonry, in general, is mostly to do with the sacred knowledge of knowing how to build the architecture, the sacred numbers that exist in the natural world. So building according to the natural laws of nature, you're building, that's like what they're saying, Tartaria and all these beautiful architecture and all that. It's synchronized. The way it's built, it's vibrating a certain way and attracting a certain type of energy and all that. And that goes into a whole other realm. And that's why I want to do this, guys. That's why I want to get into deeper levels of this knowledge, but we're gonna do that in later videos. We're going through basics right now, right? So I'm answering somebody in the chat who says, what is the difference? We say the good, Freemasonry is what the knowledge, knowledge, right? Knowledge in general, right? You can use knowledge for good or you can use knowledge for bad. Okay, just know that, right? That's what I'm saying.
Trismegistus may be a representation of the syncretic combination of the Greek god Hermes and Egyptian god Thoth. Greek and Hellenistic Egypt recognize the equivalence of Hermes and Thoth. Consequently, the 2 gods were worshipped as one in what had been the temple of Thoth in Chemnu, the temple of Thoth in Chemnu, which the Greeks called Hermopolis. It says here, the Hermetic literature among the Egyptians, which was concerned with conjuring spirits and animating statues, informed the oldest Hellenistic writings on Greco-Babylonian astrology and on the newly developed practice of alchemy. In parallel tradition, Hermetic philosophy rationalized and systematized religious cult practices and offered an adept a means of personal ascension from constraints of physical being. This later tradition has led to the confusion of Hermetism with Gnosticism, which was developing contemporaneously. Here, the Hermetica is a category of papyri containing spells and initiatory induction procedures. The dialogue called the Asclepius, after the Greek god of healing, describes the art of imprisoning the souls of demons or angels in statues with the help of herbs, gems, and odors, so that the statue could speak and engage in prophecy. In other papyri, there are recipes for constructing such images and animating them, such as when images are to be fashioned hollow so as to enclose a magic name inscribed on a gold leaf.
All right, so you guys see how when you start getting deep with Hermetics, or Hermetica is not just about the pineal gland and wisdom, and now it starts getting really dark. All right, and that Asclepius, as they were just talking about, that goes into the early church fathers in Christianity and how they, as he was saying, rationalized systematic religious worship and bringing these pagan ideas into Christianity. You'll see. Let's keep going. Julius Evola and Esoteric Hermetism. Julius Evola, from 1898 to 1974, the will or the wisps of the conservative revolution, wrote the Hermetic tradition, 1931, as an heir to esoteric Hermetism. For Evola, Hermetism was alchemy. For in the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, Hermetism was directly connected with the alchemical tradition. The origin of alchemy was not chemistry, and thus not the alteration of materials for practical use, but rather the knowledge of mysteries. Evola understood Hermetism as the knowledge of processes of change that occur beneath its surface and must be understood symbolically. Contemporary adherents of the esoteric take of the concept of the Hermetic or Hermetism as a vague synonym for their own peculiar philosophy, their own hijacks. This use of the concept occurred early and strikingly in the book Isis Unveiled from Helena Petrova Blavatsky, right? She's part of the hijack. She used this Hermetic teachings to create her own thing too. She lived between 1831 and 1891. In the Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Hermetic Brotherhood of Luxor, and other 19th and 20th century groups that have called themselves Hermetic, all these hijacks, right? The teachings of Hermetism have been understood as alternatives to the materialistically oriented science of causality. Okay, this is when their Satanists start stepping in, right?
And again, etymology online says here, Thoth, ancient Egyptian god of wisdom and magic, hieroglyphics, and the reckoning of time. From Latin, from Greek, Thoth, from Egyptian, Tehuti, usually represented as a human figure with the head of an ibis, by the Greeks assimilated to their Hermes. Okay, same person. Hermetic, 1630s, dealing with the occult science or alchemy. Occult science or alchemy. From Latin, Hermeticus. From Greek, Hermes, god of science and art, among other things, who was identified by Neoplatonists, mystics, and alchemists with the Egyptian god Thoth as Hermes Trismegistus, thrice great Hermes, who supposedly invented the process of making glass tube airtight, a process in alchemy using a secret seal, hence completely sealed. So it says here, worship and cult. Prior to being known as Hermes, Frottingham thought the god to have existed as a snake god. Angelo 1997 thinks Hermes to be based on the Thoth archetype. The absorbing combining of the attributes of Hermes to Thoth developed after the time of Homer amongst Greek and Roman. Herodotus was the first to identify the Greek god with the Egyptian Hermopolis. Plutarch and Diodorus also, although Plato thought that the gods to be dissimilar. A cult was established in Greece in remote regions, likely making him a god of nature, farmers and shepherds. It is also possible that since the beginning he has been a deity with shamanic attributes linked to divination, reconciliation, magic, sacrifices, and initiation, and contact with other planes of existence, a role of mediator between the worlds of the visible and invisible. Okay, so initiation. Who does initiations in modern day?
Mediator, right? Mediator in between the gods and the people, right? Like an angel, right? Like they say in the Bible, oh, the Most High sends his angels to talk to the people, right? Right? Is it always coming from the Most High, though? That's the thing I'm trying to show you. Is it always, are they always going instructed by the Most High, or they doing their own things, these so-called angels? Are you guys paying attention? Let's go. In Isis Unveiled by Blavatsky, Volume 1, she says it was Ammonius who first taught that every religion was based on one. All religions, again, coming out of one thing, one hijack, they're all man-made, and the same truth, which is the wisdom found in the books of Thoth. You see, Hermes Trismegistus, she's down with Thoth, guys. She's into this whole occult stuff, right? The hijack of hijacks, continuation, right? These are her, this is the Thoth's disciples right here. Either way, she's letting you know they're giving all credit, all wisdom, every religion to Thoth and his book, Hermes Trismegistus, from which books Pythagoras and Plato had learned all their philosophy. So when it comes to so-called Greeks and them passing on or influencing Hellenistic things, they meant Hermetics, their belief and their practices of Hermetic teachings. That's what they were talking about in their so-called philosophy. And the doctrines of the former he affirmed to have been identified with the earliest teachings of the Brahmans, now embodied in the oldest Vedas. The name Thoth, says Professor Wilder, means a college or assembly, and it is not improbable that the books were so named as being the collected oracles and doctrines of the sacerdotal fraternity of Memphis. Rabbi Wise has suggested a similar hypothesis in relation to the divine utterances recorded in the Hebrew scripture. But the Indian writer assert that during the reign of King Kansa, you guys see that? Kansa, like the tribe, like the state Kansas, Kansa? Jadus, Judeans, huh? They're asking, could these be Judeans or the tribe from the tribe of Judah? King Kansa, huh? Or sacred tribe, left India and migrated to the west. Where's the true India? And if they went west, they went to Hindustan, right? Carrying the 4 Vedas with them. There was certainly a great resemblance between the philosophical doctrines and religious customs of the Egyptians and the Eastern Buddhists. But whether the Hermetic books and the 4 Vedas were identical is not now known. The secret history of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from ancient to modern times. The Hermetic texts of late antiquity. The Hermetica, at first glance, seem to be the heterogeneous collection of writings. Some are theological, philosophical texts, and others have magical, astrological, or alchemical content. At the beginning of the 3rd century, Clement of Alexandria counted the number of Hermetic writings that were carried in an ancient Egyptian cult procession. At the start of the procession were the Hermetic divine hymns and royal biography. Astrological books dealing with the fixed stars and the planets and their movements were followed by the hieroglyphic inscriptions on geographical themes. Following these were books dealing with education and cult practices. There were also hieratic books about the laws, the gods, and the training of priests. There were altogether 36 books, just like they said Hermes and Thoth did, of Hermes containing the entire philosophy of the Egyptians, and these were completed by 6 books on medical questions. These numbers are modest compared to the 36,525 books noted by Manetho or the 20,000 mentioned by Seleucus. Both the figure and writings of Hermes Trismegistus were the product of the syncretic Hellenistic philosophy of nature, okay? That became Hellenistic teachings. So I want to just address somebody in the chat. He's such a fool. We're going to get to Jesus too. Don't worry. We're going to get to that if you just be quiet, listen, and stop acting childish, big cap. My boy Rob had to, delete you and time you out and stuff, man. Just chill, man. We'll get to that. Nobody's talking about religions here. Nobody's trying to spread religion here. We're telling you the origin of the hijacks of religion. That's what we're doing. We're actually agreeing, silly. But you have an evil heart, man. You have an evil spirit. You came here attacking. You acted out your nature. You are part of the hijack. You're a great example of that. Thank you. I told you it's Hermetics. This is what became Hellenistic. So people being Hellenized are being taught this Hermetic, pagan, alchemical, Thoth, Hermes teachings. Okay, it became the Hellenistic philosophy of nature, which itself was conglomeration of Aristotelian, Platonic, Stoic, and Pythagorean doctrines, which all come from learning from Hermes, as we read, in another book, interspersed with motives from Egyptian mythology and themes of Jewish and Iranian origin. A combination of a lot of hijacks here. It seems just as impossible to strictly and systematically distinguish doctrinal content according to Origin as it is to define the philosophical and theological essence of those doctrines.
So it says here, many Christian writers, including Lactantius, Augustine, Giordano Bruno, Marsilio Ficino, Campanella, and Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, considered Hermes Trismegistus to be a wise pagan prophet who foresaw the coming of Christianity. They believed in the Prisca Theologia, the doctrine that a single true theology exists, which threads through all religions. It was given by God to man in antiquity and passed through a series of prophets, which included Zoroaster and Plato.
All right, so again, Hermes Trismegistus. This was the early church fathers, so-called church fathers, the Christian people in the Middle Ages. They're grabbing Hermetics. They're Hermeticists. This is what I'm trying to show you. This is where they created their allegorical New Testament and symbology and their pagan stuff they put into that. You paying attention? They say he's the prophet. They say he was a wife pagan prophet, Hermes. This is the early church fathers. I'm going to show you that the early Islamic fathers were saying the same thing about Hermes Trismegistus, wise pagan prophet. They're saying right here, who foresaw the coming of Christianity. Oh, they foresaw or they were setting it up. They foresaw or they were setting it up. They foresaw or they were setting it up. And then you got your prophets, Zoroaster and Plato, huh? All Hermeticists.
In order to demonstrate the verity of the Prisca Theologia, Christians appropriated the Hermetic teachings for their own purposes. So what did the Christians do? In order to demonstrate the verity of the Prisca Theologia, Christians appropriated the Hermetic teachings for their own purposes.
So yes, I want to definitely make out a point, ultra instinct. It's like saying, hey, don't call me black, right? Because I don't really like using that He's talking about the word pagan, which has an etymology. I get what he's saying, but in reference to what they mean, we're talking about a lot of this stuff, even though it was natural, what you consider natural, like you might say, hey, the Druids were doing natural stuff, but to other people, that's pagan. you know, we're not supposed to be doing a lot of that stuff just because it's so-called natural. But I get what you're saying, man. But we're on a deeper level than that, right? There is a hijack being passed around throughout history. You can't sugarcoat this, guys. It's not about just metaphysical. Oh, it's just natural. It's just talking about the elements. It's just, yeah, yeah. You wanna look at things only in a way where everything is cute and peachy. But there's a dark side to all of this. Is what I'm trying to show you. Even though I'm just showing you the light side of it, because we can't get too dark. It'll get too dark. It won't even allow that on YouTube. It leads to this dark thing. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We're talking about knowledge, certain type of knowledge, and a lot of people grab knowledge for the wrong things. Knowledge is power, right? With knowledge, I can create science to heal people, but with knowledge, I can create science to hurt people too. Like they create crack with science, they create atomic bombs with science, right? This is what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Just because something's seen, oh, that's knowledge. Okay, are you supposed to be knowing that or practicing that, though? All right, let's go.
By this account, Hermes Trismegistus was either a contemporary of Moses or the third in line of men named Hermes, Enoch, Noah, and the Egyptian priest who is known to us as Hermes Trismegistus, on account of being the greatest priest, philosopher, and king.
I'm going to read from this book, The Kybalion, a study of the Hermetic philosophy of ancient Egypt and Greece by 3 initiates. This is from 1908. The Hermetic philosophy. The lips of wisdom are closed except to the ears of understanding. The Kybalion. From old Egypt have come the fundamental esoteric and occult teachings which have so strongly influenced the philosophies of all races, nations, and peoples for several thousand years. We're talking about the real ancient Egypt, right? That culture, that ancient culture they call so-called Egypt. Egypt, the home of the pyramids and the Sphinx, was the birthplace of the hidden wisdom and mystic teachings. From her secret doctrines, all nations have borrowed, okay? So remember what we read earlier from the other Masons, the Rosicrucians, and that other book that, it's America where all these secret religious teachings and mystical teachings came out of, But it's the same people influencing so-called Egypt, right? Because ancient Egypt was America. So yeah, the birthplace of all this hidden wisdom and mystic teachings. From her secret doctrine, all nations have borrowed. This is why this is important. All nations have borrowed India, Persia, Chaldea, Media, China, Japan, Assyria, ancient Greece and Rome, and other ancient countries, partook liberally at the feast of knowledge, which the Hierophants and masters of the land of Isis so freely provided for those who came prepared to partake of the great store of mystic and occult lore which the masterminds of the ancient land had gathered together. In ancient Egypt dwelt the great adepts and masters who have never been surpassed and who seldom have been equaled during the centuries that have taken their processional flight since the days of the great Hermes. In Egypt was located the great lodge of lodges of the mystics. At the door of her temples entered the neophytes, who afterward, as hierophants, adepts, and masters, traveled to the four corners of the earth, carrying with them the precious knowledge which they were ready, anxious, and willing to pass on to those who were ready to receive the same. These ancient Nagas, right? Spreading the culture, the civilization. Yeah, all students of the occult recognize the debt that they owe to these venerable masters of the ancient land.
And that's one deep thing right there where a lot of people like looking exterior at this past like, oh, that's not my, I'm talking about the ancient Nagas. A lot of them were doing, passing, practicing, had falling off. This is what I'm trying to explain to you guys. That's why they're relating Buddha to Thoth. Who is Buddha? Who is Enoch? What happened? What happened to remember the story about the so-called story of Lucifer, right? So-called Lucifer. That wasn't the name, right? That's not the name, right? But anyways, this is just for reference. That's like using the word pagan. So remember, he was the most wise, the most beautiful, the most loved by the Most High. And what happened? He fell off. He effed up. So if the most wise, the most beautiful, the most loved can fall off, then anybody can, right? Anything plays. This is what I'm trying to explain to you guys, because a lot of you guys think, oh, it's not that Enoch, or it's not this. I'm like, hey, listen, gotta go with what go with what the research is telling us and what the stories and what it all is leading us to. Something happened. Somebody was up there, and they fell off, and they fell off hard, and brought everybody down with them, and continues to bring everybody down. We're stuck in that game. breaking the code So look how it's saying these added masters, right? Included ancient Americans coming from the ancient land, right? The masters from the ancient land. Who is Thoth? Thoth is an Atlantean, isn't he?
The true old world. But among these great masters of ancient Egypt, there once dwelt one of whom masters hailed as the master of masters. All right, this is the hijack of hijacks. This man, if man indeed he was, dwelt in Egypt. In the earliest days, he was known as Hermes Trismegistus. He was the father of the occult wisdom, the founder of astrology, the discoverer of alchemy. The details of his life story are lost to history owing to the lapse of the years, though several of the ancient countries disputed with each other in their claims to the honor of having furnished his birthplace. And this thousands of years ago, the date of his sojourn in Egypt and that his last incarnation on this planet is not now known, but it has been fixed at the early days of the oldest dynasties of Egypt, long before the days of Moses. The best authorities regard him as a contemporary of Abraham, and some of the Jewish traditions go so far as to claim that Abraham acquired a portion of his mystic knowledge from Hermes himself. As the years rolled by after his passing from this plane of life, tradition recording that he lived 300 years in the flesh, 300 years, like Enoch 365, the Egyptians deified Hermes and made him one of their gods under the name of Thoth. All right, he is Thoth. Years after, the people of ancient Greece also made him one of their many gods, calling him Hermes, the god of wisdom. The Egyptians revered his memory for many centuries, yes, tens of centuries, calling him the scribe of the gods, and bestowing upon him distinctively his ancient title, Trismegistus, which means the thrice great, the great great, the great is great, etc. In all the ancient lands, the name of Hermes Trismegistus was revered, the name being synonymous with the fount of wisdom. Even to this day, we use the term Hermetic in the sense of secret, sealed so that nothing can escape, etc. And this by reason of the fact that the followers of Hermes always observed the principle of secrecy in their teachings. They did not believe in casting pearls before swine, but rather held to the teaching, milk for babes, meat for strong men, both of which maxims are familiar to readers of the Christian scriptures, but both of which had been used by the Egyptians for centuries before the Christian era. And this policy of careful dissemination of the truth has always characterized the Hermetics. Even unto the present day, the Hermetic teachings are to be found in all lands among all religions. In all lands among all religions. Religions are man-made, but never identified with any particular country, nor with any particular religious sect. This because of the warning of the ancient teachers against allowing the secret doctrine to become crystallized into a creed. The wisdom of this caution is apparent to all students of history. The ancient occultism of India and Persia degenerated and was largely lost, owing to the fact that the teachers became priests, and so mixed theology with the philosophy. But the result being that the occultism of India and Persia has been gradually lost amidst the mass of religious superstition, cults, creeds, and gods. This is what they did with the knowledge. They hijacked it, and this is what they did, created religious superstition, cults, creeds, and gods. All right. So it was with ancient Greece and Rome. So it was with the Hermetic teachings of the Gnostics and early Christians. They all did this. The early Christians which were lost at the time of Constantine, whose iron hand smothered philosophy with the blanket of theology, losing to the Christian church that which was its very essence and spirit, and causing it to grow throughout several centuries before it found the way back to its ancient faith. The indications apparent to all careful observers in this 20th century being that the church is now struggling to get back to its ancient mystic teachings, pagan teachings, huh? But there were always a few faithful souls who kept alive the flame, tending it carefully and not allowing its light to become extinguished. And thanks to these staunch hearts and fearless minds, we have the truth still with us. But it is not found in books to any great extent. It has been passed along the master to student, from initiate to hierophant, from lip to ear. When it was written down at all, its meaning was veiled in terms of alchemy and astrology, so that only those possessing the key could read it aright. This was made necessary in order to avoid the persecutions of the theologians of the Middle Ages, who fought the secret doctrine with fire and sword, stake, gibbet, and cross. Even to this day, there will be found but few reliable books on the Hermetic philosophy, although there are countless references to it in many books written on various phases of occultism. And yet the Hermetic philosophy is the only master key which will open all the doors of the occult teachings. That's the hijack. In the early days, there was a compilation of a certain basic Hermetic doctrines passed on from teacher to student, which was known as the Kybalion. The exact significance and meaning of the term having been lost for several centuries. This teaching, however, is known to many to whom it has descended from mouth to ear and on throughout the centuries. Its precepts have never been written down or printed so far as we know. It was merely a collection of maxims, axioms, and precepts which were non-understandable to outsiders, but which were readily understood by students after the axioms, maxims, and precepts had been explained and exemplified by the Hermetic initiates to their neophytes. These teachings really constituted the basic principles of the art of Hermetic alchemy, which, contrary to the general belief, dealt in the mastery of mental forces rather than material elements. The transmutation of one kind of mental vibration into others, instead of changing of one kind of metal into another. The legends of the Philosopher's Stone, which would turn base metal into gold, was an allegory relating to Hermetic philosophy, readily understood by all students of true Hermetism.
Islamic tradition. Sayyid Ahmed Amiruddin has pointed out that Hermes Trismegistus has a major place in Islamic tradition. He writes, Hermes Trismegistus is mentioned in the Quran in verse 19, 56, 57, mentioned in the book Idris that he was truthful, a prophet. We took him up to a high place. The Jabirian corpus contains the oldest documented source for the Emerald Tablet, or Hermes Trismegistus, translated by Jabir ibn Hayden, Gerbert for the Hashemite Caliph, or Baghdad Harun al-Rashid, the Abbasid. Alright, so what did it just tell us, man? I mean, listen to what it's telling us here, man. It's telling that Hermes Trismegistus is mentioned in the Quran, okay? And it says that Idris, one of their prophets, and we're going to show you who Idris is later on. You're going to see how it links to Hermes and Thoth. So why is the Quran saying Hermes, this occult science, spirit conjuring magician? Why they call him a prophet? Okay, what do you think all this stuff for genies and the flying the carpets and all that come out of in this region of the Middle East? You see, it's Thoth and Hermes teachings. Now let's keep reading. It says Jabir ibn Hayyan al-Ashite, identified as Jabir al-Sufi, was a student of Jafar al-Sadiq, Hussein ibn Ali's great-grandson. Thus, for the Abbasids and the Alids, the writings of Hermes Trismegistus were considered sacred, as an inheritance from the al-Bayt. These writings were recorded by the Ikhwan al-Safa and subsequently translated from Arabic into Persian, Turkish, then Hebrew, Russian, and English. In these writings, Hermes Trismegistus is identified as Idris, Idris, the infallible prophet who traveled to outer space from Egypt and to heaven, whence he brought back Adam and the black stone. when he landed on Earth in India. So, because the ancient Earth was all called the three Indias, right? The three Indias. So the black stone, Kaaba, right? The Kaaba has the black stone they're talking about in Mecca. So again, we can see some kind of Hermetic foundation with Christianity and Islam. We're going to go in depth into this with both religions later on. Again, here it goes. Hermetism. Also called Hermetism is
Okay, it's a religious, philosophical, and esoteric tradition. All right, so before I continue, guys, it gets deeper with both Christianity and Islam, and we're gonna have future videos more in depth, but we're gonna talk about that today a lot too. And when it comes to Idris, remember, it just said that he went to space, right? Idris in Islamic tradition is Enoch. It's the same person. We're gonna learn that today. Enoch walked with God, right? Or he was with the angels a lot. They showed him. You know, if you read the book of Enoch, you'll see that he was being shown the firmament, everything, you know? Just like Idris, just like Thoth actually was too, and just like Hermes was. He went up to the gods. He was with the gods in the court, you know, like everything, all these stories you guys are going to see all are the same.
the religious, philosophical, and esoteric tradition based on primarily upon writings attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, thrice great. These writings have greatly influenced the Western esoteric tradition and were considered to be of great importance during both the Renaissance and the Reformation. Okay, you hearing this? Very important. The tradition claims descent from Prisca Theologia, a doctrine that affirms the existence of a single true theology that is present in all religions and that was given by God to man in antiquity. It's present in all religions. Okay, you seeing what I'm trying to tell you here, right? Because we're about to go.
The Secret History of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from Ancient to Modern Times by Florian Ebelin, forward by Jan Asman. In Hellenistic Egypt, Hermes Trismegistus arose from a merging of the figures of Thoth and Hermes, the same, see? After the conquest of Egypt by Alexander the Great in the year 332 BC, the Greeks in Egypt adopted the outward forms of Egyptian culture, investing them, however, with their own Greek content. In the Interpretatio Graeca, foreign deities, including those of Egypt, were understood as equivalents of Greek gods and goddesses. They were different in form but identical in essence, all right? By that time, however, deities of different cultures had already been identified with one another. In the 5th century, Herodotus wrote that Hermes and Thoth corresponded to each other, for both were considered to be tricksters, all right? They're both tricksters, just like Mercury, just like a devil or a shaitan or a demon is a trickster, right? A fallen angel. And sometimes even thieves, who equipped with magical capabilities, were messengers of the gods and conductors of the dead. Messengers, right? Just like angels are messengers, we're going to see.
We've been able to see that Thoth, Hermes, Mercury, Hermes Trismegistus are the same identity, deity, person, character. And it doesn't end there. We're going to see the many manifestations of Thoth, all right, throughout history. It's going to continue. I'm going to show you everything else. Again, a recurring theme with these characters are Thoth is writing, alchemy, scribe, record keeper, messenger, knowledge, underworld, God, magic, science, secretary or assistant. Now we're gonna start hearing about angels, so let's read a little bit about an angel here, right? It says, an angel, especially according to Abrahamic religions and Zoroastrianism, is a spiritual being superior to humans in power and intelligence. Angels are typically described as benevolent, dreadful, and endowed with wisdom and knowledge of earthly events, but not infallible, for they strive with each other, and God has to make peace between them. So angels fight between each other, right? And God has to make peace between them, right? All right, so let's keep going. Most of them serve either as intermediaries between heaven and earth or as a guardian spirit. So keyword there, intermediaries. They are studied in the theological doctrine of angelology. In Christian Science, the word angel is used to refer to an inspiration from God. The use of the term has extended to refer to artistic depictions of the spirits, and it is also used figuratively to refer to messengers and to harbingers and to people who possess high qualities of goodness, purity, selflessness, intelligence, or beauty. So you can see all the things that the word angel, the energy, it carries, the word angel, right? Angels are referred to in connection with their spiritual missions, as for instance, the angel which has redeemed, an interpreter, right? An interpreter. The angel that destroyed, the messenger of the covenant, angel of his presence, and a band of angels of evil. All right, sounds like Thoth a lot. Let's look at the etymology of the word angel. It says here the word angel is in English a blend of Old English angel with a hard G, and Old French angeli, both derived from late Latin angelus, messenger. Again, messenger, just like Mercury, Thoth, Hermes, which in turn was borrowed from late Greek angelos, according to RSP Beeks. Angelos itself may be an Oriental loan, like Persian mounted courier. The word's earliest form is Mycenaean, Akero attested in Linear B syllabic script. The Angelos is the default Septuagint's translation of the biblical Hebrew term malak, denoting simply messenger, without specifying its nature. In the Latin Vulgate, the meaning becomes bifurcated when malak or angelos is supposed to denote a human messenger. Words like nintuus or legatus are applied. If the word refers to some supernatural being, the word angelos appears. Such differentiation has been taken over by later vernacular translations of the Bible, early Christian and Jewish exegetes, and eventually modern scholars.
So, an angel is literally a messenger. Originally, the word angel, angelus, means messenger, guys. Just like we're about to read again, just for recap. Who was a messenger? Thoth, Hermes, Mercury, all the people Thoth was associated to the messengers. Angels are messengers, right? Angels aren't always bringing a good message. Sometimes there's the angel of death, right? He has a bad message. The angel of this, the angel of that, right? But the message, hey, it gets passed on. So let's keep going. Remember that. So you guys already know. So I'm trying to show you something here.
Again, just a reminder, Hermes, right? Thoth, right? Hermes was the emissary and messenger of the gods. Hermes was also a divine trickster. So Hermes was a messenger and a trickster. Mercury says here, like Hermes, he was also a god of messages, eloquence, and of trade, particularly of the grain trade. So Mercury also is known as a messenger or the god of messages. Let's continue. And Thoth says here, it is also considered that Thoth was the scribe of the gods rather than a messenger. Ampu or Hermanubis, there you go again, Hermanubis was viewed as the messenger of the gods, as he traveled in and out of the underworld and presented himself to the gods and to the humans.
In Albert McKee's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, it says, just like I've shown you before, I told you Anubis, the deity of the underworld, which is Shalot, the real one, is Thoth. As it says here, Egyptian deity, son of Osiris and Nephthys. The Greek Hermes, having the head of a jackal. Okay? The Greek Hermes with the head of a dog, or a Shalot dog, which is native to the Americas, right? But Anubis, the god of the underworld, just like Hermes and Thoth and all these Mercury, messengers and gods of the underworld, patrons of the underworld, just like Anubis. It's the same. It's just another epithet of Thoth or Hermes. Anubis, right? At times represented as wearing a double crown. His duty was to accompany the souls of the deceased to Hades, Amentes, and assist Horus in weighing their actions under the inspection of Osiris. All right? Just like Mercury, just like Hermes, just like Thoth.
It says here, examples of supernatural messengers are the Malak, Yahweh, who is either a messenger from God, an aspect of God such as the Logos, or God himself as the messenger, the theophanic angel. Archangel Gabriel, also identified as Abruel, Jibril, Jiburili, Serafili. Gabriel means God is my strength. Gabriel told Elizabeth and Mary of the common births of John the Baptist and Jesus. Gabriel is known as the messenger. She guides hopeful parents through conception and adoption process. She also helps people involved in arts and communication.
So Gabriel, right? The angel Gabriel, he is the official messenger of all the angels. He is the messenger. Gabriel, who is Gabriel really? We're gonna get really much deeper in other videos when it comes to Gabriel and his connection with so-called Thoth and stuff, all right? There's something deep here. You gotta understand the role Gabriel plays in Christianity and Islam. I'm gonna remind you, Gabriel is the angel that appeared to Mary and said, "Hey, you're pregnant. You're gonna have a virgin birth," right? Gabriel is also the one who appeared to Constantinople, supposedly, gave him a vision before he created Catholicism. Gabriel is also the one who appeared to Muhammad and recited the whole Quran to him, and then he wrote it down, supposedly. The same Gabriel, yes. Gabriel the messenger, messenger. Just like Hermes is a messenger, Mercury, Thoth, Hermes, all messengers.
Says here, additionally, Gabriel is the patron saint of messengers. Those who work for broadcasting and telecommunications such as radio and television, remote sensing, postal workers, clerics, diplomats, and stamp collectors.
All right, guys, try to stay on topic in the chat, because you start going way off topic. Like, it's not that serious. Like, thank you.
All right, so Gabriel. All right, so we're about to go into this OHP Bible. We're going to start talking about Gabriel and Thoth. All right, so just a reminder, we're just surfing the wave. We're just going to get the babies out of here, right? So it says, the OHP, a new Bible, in the words of Jehovah and his angel ambassadors, a sacred history of the dominions of the higher and lower heavens on the earth for the past 24,000 years, together with the synopsis of the cosmogony of the universe, the creation of planets, the creation of man, the unseen worlds, the labor and glory of God and gods and goddesses in the ethereal heavens, with the new commandments of Jehovah to man of the present day, with revelations from the second resurrection formed in words in the 33rd year of the Cosmic era. All right, so this is the book. Let's get into it. Book. All right, and the very first word you see here is Thoth, right? Our main character, right? So let's read what it says. Thoth sent the following message to Luamon, to wit, greeting to thee, thou most high triune, in the name of the Holy Ghost. So he's calling Luamon a triune. Triune, if you Google it, you'll see that it represents the triety deities or the gods, the triple character, triple head, triple face, and you can Google that. So let's continue. And Thoth continues, wherein I am embarrassed, I pray thee give me leniency. My suit is not without due deliberation and through prayer to the Holy Ghost. Long have I fought thy battles, and I have gained great power and authority in many kingdoms, in heaven and earth. So he says, I've been doing your work for a long time, right? That's what Thoth is telling him. Fought your battles and gained great power and authority. So now he has power and authority, right? Because he was in Egypt, right? In heaven and earth, right? But behold, I labor against gods who have the advantage of me. So he's saying there's other gods that have advantage over him, that he's working against them. The Chineyan rebel gods and the Vindu rebel gods. So the Asian gods and Indian gods, or the Vindu, right? India, Vindu, right? The Hindu gods, that's what he's talking about. So there's other gods, right? That fled from the triune kingdoms in the east. Triune kingdoms, again triune, have taken upon themselves names popular with the mortals. So Thoth explains, witness these names, and he says, these are the names: Nestor, alias Puith; Neptune, alias Poseidon; Olius, alias Pendere Priam, alias Hoga. So it keeps going with all these names, and the list goes on, right?
And so they created names for the humans, huh? The other so-called gods, the rebel gods. Look at all the names.
Thoth continued, and yet they are not all. For these gods have no fear of the Holy Ghost, and they choose any name that will be flattering to mortals. And the magicians and priests and such others as have power to hear the voices of spirits are led to believe that they hear the very gods whose names are given. Thoth continues, This then is my misfortune, thou most holy God of Triune. I am commanded to give but one name, even the Holy Ghost or the Father, to mortals. So he's saying that they're asking him for a name to worship, because it seems there's a lot of names going around, right? A lot of gods. Or whether my angel hosts speak to the oracles or to persons capable of hearing spirits and say to them, Fight ye for the Holy Ghost, or fight ye for the creative element. Mortals heed us not. Or they irreverently mock us, saying, What care we for God that is but a ghost, a shadow, a creative element? Give us gods that talk, and of themselves. We want no angels from the Holy Ghost. Bring your gods, and let the oracles tell us what they say. Luamon then sent messengers in suitable escort to Jerusalem on the earth, where Thoth was stationed at the time. So where was Thoth? In Jerusalem. That's what it says here, right? With an angel host of warriors, commanding his presence before his holy council in Hapsendi, Luamon's heavenly city and kingdom. Okay? Now, after Thoth went thither, and they held a council of many days, a disturbance arose in the council in consequence of the heat of the debate. For the gods of the council, for the most part, said, What better are we than the Jehovians? What greater power have we than the Jehovians? Who can answer the philosophy of Thoth? Right? Is it a truth? Mortals have never been satisfied with an angel from the gods. They want the God himself. Was not this forever the weakness of the Jehovians? Such angels could give no name that mortals knew, save they falsely assumed a name. Hence their weakness compared to such angels as unscrupulously assumed to be gods. Behold, it has now come to pass, mortals desire a more definite God, one known unto them. We cannot truthfully take the name of any God Thoth hath named, nor of any other god worshipped by mortals. Let's continue. Luamon then drove hence from the palace his holy council, that he might have an opportunity to reason with himself as to what to do. So Luamon goes to the holy council, right? So it says here, Satan enters the holy council on Hapsendi and speaketh unto Luamon, the triune. Okay, so let's see what goes on in the holy council. Hear me, O thou most upright of God. Mine is a tale of pity and of horrors for thy people. Behold, thy one-time brother, triunes, have had great advantages of thee from the start. They had more populous kingdoms and subjects of higher grades. Nevertheless, wherein they have prospered, thou shalt be wise. They also found it necessary to have a name that mortals could call unto, and they took upon themselves the name Brahma and Buddha, both of which signify knowledge, no more and no less. This has satisfied mortals. Now thou shalt choose the name Christe, which is the Ahamic word for knowledge also. And this then thou shalt have truth on thy side in heaven before the holy council, and on earth thou shalt have a personal embodiment. So we continue, right? So it says here, Luamon falsely announces himself the Christ, right? Because he just got the okay from Satan himself to use this name according to this Bible, this book, right? So let's continue. It says, the Lord said, Behold, it came to pass, as had been foretold by God, Jehovah's Son, the triunes will all become false gods. They became false gods. So they weren't always false gods, because they have denied the Almighty. So they chose this order, not the order that was already established from the beginning. And God said, There is but one who is all knowledge. Whatsoever angel or God announces himself to be all knowledge is false in presence of Jehovah. Whatever angel, messenger, right, God, because these are titles, right? God, because they call themselves gods in people's name, but the word God is a man word. It's created by man, right? The creator is Hawa. It's vibration. It's the breath of life. Jehovah, to be, to exist. So it says, whatsoever angel of God announces himself to be all knowledge is false in presence of Jehovah's. Nevertheless, Luimon had it proclaimed in heaven and earth that he was the Christe, which is the Ahamic expression for all knowledge. So again, Brahma, Buddha, and Christe just meant knowledge. They basically made that a name and made it into a god, a deity to worship. That's what it's saying here. The Lord said, now, therefore, Luimon was from this time forth a false god in the heaven and earth. So from that time on, he was considered a false god when he actually said, no, I am the Christe. Alright, he proclaimed himself a god. And Luimon commanded Thoth. Who? Thoth, our favorite person in the story, right? Our main character, Thoth, his angel. He's an angel warrior, right? He's being described as an angel warrior in command of his earthly dominions to raise up tribes of warriors amongst mortals. And by the inspiration of said Thoth, these warriors were induced to call themselves Christians, or in parentheses, Christians. So Thoth called them the Christians, right? So let's see if we remember now. Again, it says here in Wikipedia, many writers, including, all these they have right here, among them Giordano Bruno, Augustine, Sir Thomas Browne, Ralph Waldo Emerson. It says, considered Hermes Trismegistus to be a wise pagan prophet who foresaw the coming of Christianity. Hermes is Thoth. Thoth is the one they sent to start the Christian faith, or the Christian God, the Christians. It says Hermes was a wise pagan prophet who foresaw the coming of Christianity to these early Christians. Let's continue. Again, Hermetism is a religious, philosophical, and esoteric tradition based primarily upon writings and attributed to Hermes Trismegistus, thrice great. It says these writings have greatly influenced the Western esoteric tradition and were considered to be of great importance during both Renaissance and the Reformation. Okay? Let's continue. The tradition claims descent from Priscatiologia, a doctrine that affirms the existence of a single true theology that is present in all religions. That was present in all religions and that was given by God to man in antiquity. Okay, in antiquity, way back. Now, we don't know if the Ashby is true or not, if it's really from an angel or a good angel or a bad angel, but we see that Thoth was sent to go ahead and proclaim the Christian name and create the Christians, right? And we see how Thoth was Hermes, and we see how Hermes created Hermetism, and we see how Hermetism had a lot of influence in creating our religions, especially in those times, those secret mystery schools, those secret societies that were being...
The secret history of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from ancient to modern times. Hermes, the Egyptian super sage. Hermes was not just a sage, like Odysseus, Hercules, or even Zeus himself. He was of superhuman stature. In the magical papyri, he is addressed as ruler of the world and revered as omniscient, as king of all knowledge and father and teacher of all, you see. He himself instructed Isis and Osiris, the gods of civilization, yet he was mortal. It is stressed that when he died, he ascended to the heavens and became the like-named planet Mercury. As the legendary inventor of many of the technologies of civilization, his achievements on behalf of men and their earthly existence were indispensable. To man to the sphere of the finite and earthly, he conveyed that which transcends earthly, bodily, corporal, human life, and at the same time is its basis. He was a cognitive link between the transcendent God and his creation, between humans and the Most High, like a messenger, like an angel, an intermediary, like Thoth. You see, he helped men attain knowledge that was of necessity hidden from them, things that they shouldn't have known, as children of nature and their createdness. As a teacher, he was a prophet. This wise Egyptian was considered to be the creator of many theorems and technologies, and not just any whatsoever. Astrology, magic, and alchemy were included in the Hermetica, for they had a common theological, philosophical basis. The unity of the spiritual divine had left its imprint on the multiplicity of earthly phenomena. with the result that all phenomena in the divine and the earthly spheres were connected to one another. Nothing that possessed dignity and being was separate and isolated, but its grounds and cause in its higher, the spiritual, the divine realm, and conversely, the celestial was reflected in the earthly realm, as above, so below, huh?
So let's continue. It says, regarding Hermetism, it says here, in late antiquity, Hermetism emerged in parallel with early Christianity. You hear this? Parallel with early Christianity. Who told Thoth to go down and create the Christians, or have the people call the god Christe, right? So in late antiquity, Hermetism emerged in parallel with early Christianity, Gnosticism, Neoplatonism, the Chaldean oracles, and the late Orphic and Pythagorean literature. These doctrines were characterized by resistance to the dominance of either pure rationality or doctrinal faith. The books now known as the Corpus Hermeticum were part of the renaissance of syncretistic and intellectualized pagan thought that took place from the 3rd to the 7th century AD. You see how long that book was going around, and how it was used by, it was very popular in pagan thought. These post-Christian Greek texts dwell upon the oneness and goodness of God, urge purification of the soul, and defend pagan religious practices such as the veneration of images. Okay? What are we starting to get into here, right? Let's pay attention, because this is going to lead us to a lot of things. So it says, it urged purification of the soul and defend pagan religious practices such as the veneration of images. So again, commandment number 2, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven images. All right, let's go back. So again, it continues here, and defend pagan religious practices such as the veneration of images. Their predominant literary form is the dialogue. Hermes Trismegistus instructs a perplexed disciple upon various teachings of the hidden wisdom. So, who wrote this Hermetic writing? Hermetism. He created Hermetism, right? It's Hermes, aka Thoth. All right, Luhmann sent Thoth and told him, go tell him to worship Christe, give him the name Christe. And out of that came the Christians, right? The warriors. All right, so what are we seeing here? Hermetism, Thoth's writings, was very popular, and it defended the right to practice and venerate images, veneration of images.
The Secret History of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from Ancient to Modern Times. Christian Hermetism. In Dante's Divine Comedy, Homer, Plato, and Cicero, along with unbaptized children and virtuous pagans, sound like incubator babies, spend their next worldly life in the first circle of hell, which is at least still lit by divine grace. Bad times for heathens. What role did Hermes Trismegistus, the Egyptian sage, magus, and herald of a cosmic all-god, play in the Christian conception of the world? How could thrice great Hermes hold his own in spiritual milieu, stand by biblical scripture and the authority of the church fathers? There is no mention of Hermes in the Bible, although the books of the New Testament must have originated at the same time. Listen, the New Testament originated at the same time that Hermetic texts were being written. For the Christian world, Hermes Trismegistus was first of all an Egyptian. And in late classical antiquity, for instance, in the writings of Iamblichus, Hermetism was considered an Egyptian religion. Unlike Hermes, Egypt played an important role in Old Testament. We must recollect this Egypt of the Bible in order to understand the background out of which the medieval Christian image of Hermes emerged. So into what they're saying, so when the Israelites are going against this Egyptian religion, what is it really they're practicing? Hermetics, huh? The interpretations of the Hermetic writings in early Christian apologetics are of great importance for the history of Hermetism. These writers, many of whom stood in the tradition of Platonic philosophy, or were at least familiar with its doctrines, appealed to the image of Egypt as a land of mysteries and symbols, as sketched by Plutarch on Isis and Osiris, with the help of the thesis that the culture of ancient Egypt is generally to be understood only through the distinction between service and death. the evident contradiction between Christianity and ancient Egyptian wisdom was resolved. Only outwardly was the culture of the now polytheistic and idolatrous. Beneath the surface, it was a proto-Christian monotheism or deism. In this way, Hermetism, listen, Hermetism as an Egyptian religion could be included in the prehistory of Christianity.
All right. So early Christians again said that Hermes Trismegistus was a wise pagan prophet that foresaw the coming of Christianity. It says here in modern era, in 1945, Hermetic texts were found near the Egyptian town of Nag Hammadi. So these are real, you see, they were found. One of these texts had the form of a conversation between Hermes and Asclepius. So Hermes ain't fiction, alright? A second text titled On the Ogdot and Ennead told of the Hermetic mystery schools. Alright, so this is what I was talking about, the mystery schools. In these secret societies they started establishing with this knowledge that Thoth, Hermes, was teaching. It was written in the Coptic language, the latest and final form in which the Egyptian language was written. And it says here, according to Giza Vermes, Hermetism was a Hellenistic mysticism contemporaneous with the fourth gospel. You hear this? Okay? And Hermes Trismegistus was the Hellenized reincarnation of the Egyptian deity Thoth, the source of wisdom, who was believed to defy man through knowledge, or as they say here, Gnosticism. So look how what he influenced as well. And Gilles Quiskel says, it is not completely certain that there existed before and after the beginning of Christian era in Alexandria a secret society, akin to a Masonic lodge. The members of this group called themselves brethren, were initiated through a baptism of the Spirit, and it continues, greeted each other with a sacred kiss, celebrated a sacred meal, and read the Hermetic writings as edifying treatises for the spiritual progress.
The secret history of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from ancient to modern times. With his hermeneutic, Clement opened up Hermetism for Christianity. Under the surface of Egyptian culture, a relationship to Christianity could be discerned. He himself, however, did little to put this thesis into concrete terms for Hermetism. But Lactantius, who lived about a century later and made intensive use of Hermetic writings, filled this framework with content. He praised Hermes for the extraordinary knowledge that had rightfully earned him the title of thrice great. This sage, whose antiquity and dignity outshone even the Greek philosophers, wrote many books about knowledge of the divine, and in them he formulated significant observations that anticipated Christianity, okay? Like Wikipedia was saying, right? The precursor to Christianity. It says here, he says, Hermes lauds the sublimeness of the one God with endless hymns of praise, calls him Lord and Father, and says that he is without names, for he needs no names of his own, for he is soul, and that he has no parent, for he exists of himself and through himself. The beginning of his writings to his son reads as follows: to know God is difficult, but to describe him in words is impossible, even for the one for whom it is possible to know him, for the perfect cannot be grasped by the imperfect, the invisible by the invisible. For Lactantius, Hermetism and Christianity do not contradict each other, okay? Rather, the central teachings of Hermes are in agreement with Christian doctrine. The transcendence and unknowability of God and his uniqueness as a creator of all being are taught by both. Epistemologically and with regard to salvation history, Hermes can be compared to a pagan prophet or to the Sibyls, just like Hermes Trismegistus was a pagan prophet in Islam, right? Idris. Hermes had already inquired into the entirety of truth and was exceedingly learned. In his writings, he revered the sole God, in reality, the God of Christianity, without being able to know him as such before the birth of Christ. This is what they were saying. They're like, oh, he knew about Christ before he was born, all right? This is their explanation of things. But you see how they related to early Christianity. Lactantius explains the Hermetic dictum that the world is a second God as a prophetic statement of regarding the work of Christ in the world.
And it says here, the cross marked Hermes, a god of four-way crossroads, the four quarters of the earth, the four elements, the four divisions of the sacred year, the four winds, and the solstices and equinoxes represented by their zodiacal totems, Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius, the bull, lion, serpent, and man-angel, symbols adopted by the Christians to represent the four evangelists. Okay, look what it was adopted by the Christians. Sometimes the cross of Hermes was an ankh, standing on a crescent that signified his mother, the moon. Remember, he was considered the moon as well, before he was considered Thoth, the deity of record keeping and all that. This evolved into the conventional sign of Mercury, a circle with a cross sign of Mercury, Hermes, below and a crescent above.
The secret history of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from ancient to modern times. The ascertainment of commonalities between Hermetism and Christianity by some of the church fathers would prove important to the history of the transmission of Hermetic ideas, and themes that would later characterize the discussion were continually anticipated in Lactantius' writings. The uniqueness and sublimeness of God, his lack of names, the createness of the world according to divine providence, and the theological maxim that God can be understood only in his effects, not in his essence. Hermetism agreed with Christianity, even in its classification of man as created by God in his own image and calling for piety, and in the concept that among all creatures the sight of God was reserved only for man. Considering Hermetism from this perspective, it was no longer necessary to reproach paganism. Okay, they made paganism okay. They were sugarcoating everything. Basically, with Lactantius and Clement, a Christian could admire Hermetism as a prelude to Christianity.
Hermopolis. Hermopolis developed into a major city of Roman Egypt and an early Christian center from the 3rd century. An early Christian center. Are we relating Hermopolis and Hermes and Thoth to the Christians and the Christian and early Christian center? It says here, a Christian tradition holds it to be the place where the Holy Family found refuge during its exile in Egypt. Hermopolis mayor was a suffragan diocese of the provincial capital's metropolitan archdiocese of Antioch in the sway of the Patriarch of Alexandria. Like most, it faded under Islam. So you see, this was a big Christian center, and this is where the Holy Family went during their exile in Egypt. If you know the story, do you remember? As a child, I believe Herod was going to kill him. So they had to flee to Egypt. And this is where they went, Hermopolis, where the major cult temple for Thoth, Hermes, and Typhoon is, where all this started, where Thoth landed and set up shop. And who is the Holy Family? You know who's the Holy Family, all right? So there's a major Christian center here in Hermopolis. The Holy Family's going there, and we're starting to see that they are worshiping, you know, these teachings, these secret societies, these Hellenistic mystery schools, as they call them, right? And it says here, a cult was established in Greece, in remote regions, likely making him a god of nature. So they're talking about Hermes. And shepherds, okay, shepherds, remember that word. It is also possible that since the beginning he has been a deity with shamanic attributes linked to divination, reconciliation, magic, sacrifices, okay, sacrifices, and initiation. There you go, initiation, secret societies, in contact with other planes of existence, a role of a mediator between the worlds of the visible and invisible. So we can say, you know, the teachings of Thoth and Hermes had a lot of influence back in these days, and it was starting to be worshipped as a god, as a religion almost. So who were they worshiping? Well, the emissary and messenger of the gods, Hermes, this divine trickster, as it says here in the middle. Hermes was also a divine trickster. All right, why was he a trickster? Why are they calling him that? Is he doing things that he shouldn't be doing? And again, it says here epithets of Hermes, right? And it shows all these different names: Atalantiades, Cryophoros, Argefontes. First of all, what is an epithet? In etymology online, it says epithet, descriptive name for a person or a thing. It's just a descriptive name for a person or a thing. So if they say epithet of Hermes, it's just giving him a descriptive name. Let's continue. From Middle French epitete, or directly from Latin epiteto. Spanish epiteto, Portuguese epiteto. From the Greek epiteton, an epithet, something added, a noun, used as an adjective. Attributed, added, assumed. So it's assumed to be Hermes, right? The same. From epitetenai, to add on. From epi, in addition. So it is Hermes, the same. Just added, something added to it. See epi, titanio, to put, to place. From a reduplicated form of pie, root je, de, to set, put. All right, that's what epithet means. So it just means the same, a descriptive name for a person or thing. So a descriptive name for Hermes would be Cryophoros, right? Cryophoros, very important. So it says in ancient Greek cult, Cryophoros or Cryophoros, the ram bearer, is a figure that commemorates the solemn sacrifice of a ram. It becomes an epithet of Hermes, Hermes Cryophoros. So Cryophoros, the ram bearer, right? So we read earlier that Hermes is worshipped as nature, as a farmer, and as a shepherd. So we have this right here. You can see it says Kriophoroi, the good shepherd. It says freestanding 4th century Roman sculpture, and even 3rd century ones are sometimes identified as Christ, the good shepherd. So it's not the same. It's sometimes identified as Christ, the good shepherd, illustrating the pericope in the Gospel of John, and also the 2nd century Christian literary work, The Shepherd of Hermes. We're going to read that soon. In two-dimensional art, Hermes Cryophoros transformed into the Christ, carrying a lamb, walking among his sheep. Okay, are you hearing this? Hermes Cryophoros transformed into Christ, carrying a lamb, walking amongst his sheep. And here we go again with Thoth influencing, right? Thoth, Hermes. It says, thus we find philosophers holding scrolls or a Hermes Cryophoros, which can be turned into Christ given the law, traditio, legis, and the Good Shepherd respectively. Peter Linda Murray, the Oxford Companion to Classical Art and Architecture, page 475. The Good Shepherd is a common motif from the catacombs of Rome, Gardner 10, figure 54, and in sarcophagus reliefs, where Christian and pagan symbolism are often combined. Christian and pagan symbolism are often combined, making secure identification difficult. The theme does appear in the wall paintings of the baptistry of the Dura Eroforos Church, a house church of Dura Eroforos before 256 CE. So this is the image that is there that they say in this church, right? You can see that it's like a figure of a man holding a ram around his shoulder. This is a very old image, and I'm going to show you what you know, how old this church is and what was the significance of this church. They got Cryophoros in it, right? It's supposed to be an early Christian church, and they have Cryophoros image in it. And it says here regarding the Dura Europos Church in Wikipedia, it's the earliest identified Christian house church. Okay, the earliest church, Christian church. It is located in Dura Europos in Syria. It is one of the earliest known Christian churches and was apparently a normal domestic house converted for worship sometime between 233 and 256. When the town was abandoned after the conquest of the Persians, it is less famous, smaller, and more modestly decorated than the nearby Dura Europos synagogue, though there are many other similarities between them. Alright, so this early church has an image, a pagan image of Cryophoros. So you see how even in the earliest foundations of Christianity, there's evidence of pagan worship. So let's continue. And this is another image or a painting that's, well, in the wall in this church. And also, in this place, we can find a depiction of our copper-colored Hebrews on the other side of the world, right? This is the Exodus, a depiction of the crossing, the parting of the sea. Take a look. Copper-colored. I'll just leave it at that. Continuing where we were with the Good Shepherd now. So it says, this fresco of the Good Shepherd was found on the ceiling of the vault of Lucina in the catacomb of Calixtus in Rome. The construction of the vault itself has been dated to the second half of the 2nd century, but the use of the red and green lines to divide the space, similar to the chambers under San Sebastiano, has suggested the first half of the middle of the 3rd century for this fresco. Okay, so even later. The image of Jesus as the Good Shepherd was an especially popular motif in the early Christian centuries. It was based in several biblical passages, including the 23rd Psalm and sayings of Jesus, and is also an adaptation of popular pagan image, an adaptation of a popular pagan image. So we're talking about the Good Shepherd, right? We're just talking about Thoth again, right? Thoth, Hermes. It says here, the Shepherd of Hermas. The Shepherd of Hermas is a Christian literary work of the late 1st and mid 2nd century, considered a valuable book by many Christians, okay? And considered canonical scripture by some of the early church fathers, such as Irenaeus. So it was considered canonical, the Shepherd of Hermas, right? Okay. The Shepherd was very popular amongst Christians in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. It was bound as part of the New Testament in the Codex Sinaiticus, and it was listed between the Acts of the Apostles and the Acts of Paul in the stichometrical list of the Codex Claromontanus. You hearing all this, people? The work comprises 5 visions, 12 mandates, and 10 parables. It relies on allegory and pays special attention to the church, calling the faithful to repent to the sins that have harmed it. The book was originally written in Rome in the Greek language, but at first Latin translations, the Vulgata, was made very shortly afterwards. A second Latin translation, the Palatina, was made at the beginning of the 5th century. Of the Greek version, the last fifth or so is missing. Okay, and it continues, the shepherd is one of the meanings that was probably attached to some figurines of the Good Shepherd, as well as a symbol for Christ, or a traditional pagan Christophoros. So they're not the same, it was just adapted and it made a symbol for Christ, traditional pagan Christophoros.
In Albert McKee's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, it says, regarding the Good Shepherd in this encyclopedia, right? We just talk about, supposedly it says our Savior called himself the Good Shepherd. Who's the Savior? That's the hijack with the Jesus. But who else was the Good Shepherd, or the original Good Shepherd, as it says here? Good Shepherd, sign of the. It says, when Jesus was relating the parable in which one having lost his sheep goes into the wilderness to search for it, he said, and when he has found it, he layeth it on his shoulders rejoicing. Mr. Hetner, a German writer on Greek custom, says, when the Greek carries home his lamb, he slings it around his neck, listen, holding it by the feet, crossed over the breast. This is to be seen with us also, but the sight is especially attractive at Athens, for it was in this manner that the ancients represented Hermes. That was Hermes, as the guardian and multiplier of flocks. So stood the statue of Hermes at Olympia, Ocalia, and Tanagra. The Good Shepherd was Hermes / Thoth. Alright, so who's so-called Jesus? You guys see how it connects to Thoth in many ways. So small marble statues of this kind have been come down to us, one of which is to be seen in the Pembroke collection at Wilson House. Another is smaller one in the Stoa of Hadrian at Athens, alright? It was actually how they represented Hermes. This representation, however, appears most frequently in the oldest works of Christian art, in which the laden Hermes, listen, who got turned, is turned into a laden Christ. Hermes turned into the Christ. Hermes turned into Jesus. Hermes, it is Thoth. Who are you really worshiping in these images? Who often called himself the Good Shepherd, Hermes is turned into the laden Christ, who often called himself the Good Shepherd, and expressly says in the Gospel of St. Luke that when the shepherd finds the sheep, he lays it joyfully on his shoulder. Okay, now although the idea of the Good Shepherd may have been a pagan origin, yet derived from the parable of our Savior in St. Luke and his language in St. John, it was early adopted by the Christians as a religious emblem. They adopted this pagan practice symbolism as emblem from Hermes / Thoth. He became the Christ, huh?
All right, so listen to
Became the Christ, huh?
this part. So it says the shepherd of Hermes is again an early Christian writing which contains teachings also for the Christians of today. Hermes was vouchsafed a series of visions of the church, who appeared in the form of a lady. Is this the Virgin Mary apparitions we know of today? Instructing him on the nature of the church and on the moral obligations of all Christians. Okay? And finally we see the correlation with the Good Shepherd, which it says here is an image used in the pericope of John 10:1-21, in which Jesus Christ is depicted as the Good Shepherd who lays down his life for the sheep. Similar imagery is used in Psalms 23. The Good Shepherd is also discussed in the other Gospels, the Epistle to the Hebrews, the first Epistle of Peter, and Book of Revelations, in reference to Jesus not letting himself lose any of his sheep. Okay? Alright, so look at the statue, look at the image. That is Krios. Again, Hermetic teachings made it okay for pagans, right, to keep worshiping their images, right? And Christianity adopted these images. So, all right.
Just want to go ahead and show this drawing here in this book of Hermes, a representation of Hermes according to the so-called Greeks. Right, as you guys can see. And he's always standing like on a dragon, actually defeating a dragon, just like the angels, Saint Michael and all that, you know, like Hijacks fighting the dragons, right? I just want to read what's under this image right here real quick to you guys. That image was from Brian's mythology. It says here that a Greek form of Hermes. The name Hermes is derived from Herm, a form of Chiram, the personified universal life principle, generally represented by fire. The Scandinavians worship Hermes under the name of Odin. All right, it's the same as Odin. Hermes is Odin, is Thoth. The Totems as Wotan. Wotan, the same in certain of the Oriental peoples as Buddha or Fo. There are two theories concerning his demise. The first declares that Hermes was translated like Enoch and carried without death. Yo, he walked with God, just like Enoch. I told you, Hermes and Thoth, they didn't die, just like Enoch. So they carried without death into the presence of God. The second states that he was buried in the valley of Hebron, and a great treasure placed in his tomb, not a treasure of gold, but of books and sacred learning. The Egyptians likened humanity to a flock of sheep. The supreme and inconceivable father was the shepherd, and Hermes was the shepherd dog. Hermes was the shepherd. The origin of the shepherd's crook in religious symbolism may be traced to the Egyptian rituals. The three scepters of Egypt include the shepherd's crook, symbolizing that by virtue of the power reposing in that symbolic staff, the initiated pharaohs guided the destinies of their people. All right, from Hermes, they get that from Hermes, Thoth. This book is called The Eternal Hermes, From Greek God to Alchemical Magus by Antoine Favre, translated by Jocelyn Goodwin. There is the allegorical meaning of Mercury as ceremony, speech, oratio, reason, frequently alluded to by the compilers and lexicographers up to the Renaissance. This allowed Mercury to enter Christendom, listen, through the back door, as the god of eloquence. There is nothing surprising in this if one remembers that primitive and even medieval Christianity was willing to see in Greek mythology a propedeutic to the true revealed religion, and to search these tales of antiquity in the hope of uncovering prophecies pointing to the gospel. Huh. From the very first centuries, listen, Hermes logos, the logos, that's the Thoth, man, that's the hijack. Hermes, the logos, was compared to Christus logos. All right, that's the real Christus logos. It actually goes back to Hermes and Thoth, possibly influenced by Origin, right? Hermes was seen as a god of flocks, a good shepherd. There you go, a good shepherd. Hermes was the good shepherd, as one can see from primitive Christian representations where he appears in the form of Hermes Criophorus. All right, there you go, carrying a ram or an ewe. This trait is inseparable from his function of psychopomp or conductor of souls, just like Anubis, because he is Anubis, man. That's why he's Hermanubis, he's Thoth, an obvious attribute of Christ. Hence the fairly widespread tendency to represent this mercurial psychopomp as an angelus bonus, one of whose avatars, especially in the folklore of Eastern Christendom, is none other than the Archangel Michael or Gabriel. Okay, we're gonna see it's actually Gabriel. It's Gabriel. In general, it's Gabriel. A lot of drop in this paragraph right here. Okay, it is Gabriel.
So we know that this ancient deity, right, Thoth, has infiltrated many aspects of the ancient world. As a god, as a messenger, as an angel, as the representation of knowledge, wisdom, magic, science, and alchemy. He was influential in establishing Egypt, or Kemnu, where he has his main cult temple to worship him in Typhoon. That is Kemnu, and it's called Hermopolis, after Hermes, who's also Thoth, right? And we see that we're starting to see that all these mystery schools that were established by this Hellenistic teachings that Thoth was providing and giving to the humans influenced very much so the early stages of Christianity. We haven't got into Islam yet, but we're gonna start seeing that too. The Hermetic teachings, how they influenced Islam. I mean, remember, the Emerald Tablet was first translated or found in Arabic. Okay, so there's a big, so Islam plays a large role with this.
What is this Hellenistic teachings? How does it become eventually or influence Christianity? Because remember, this is what the Arios Piso family and the Seleucid Empire and all these people were trying to push on the Jews, okay, on the Hebrews, on Israelites. So we're gonna follow the bird. Yeah, the bird, the Ibis, or as they call him, Hermes in Greek. All right, so out of those Hermetic teachings, right, culminates into their great empire, the Greeks, you know, and then their takeover of other lands. So those Hermetic teachings that they were bringing to other people, that's what they were calling Hellenism, or Hellenistic views, meaning Greek views. Hellenistic period, it says here, right? The Hellenistic period spans the period of Mediterranean history between the death of Alexander the Great in 323 BC and the emergence of the Roman Empire, as signified by the Battle of Actium in 31 BC. So that's the hijack on the chronology, you know. We you know, that's that's debated. And the conquest of Ptolemaic Egypt the following year. The period of Greece prior to the Hellenistic era is known as Classical Greece, while the period afterwards is known as the Roman Greece. The ancient Greek word Hellas, right, was originally the widely recognized name of Greece, right? Hellas, from which the word Hellenistic was derived. Hellenistic is distinguished from Hellenic in that the first encompasses all territories under direct ancient Greek influence, while the latter refers to Greece itself. Instead, the term Hellenistic refers to that which is influenced by Greek culture, in this case, the East after the conquest of Alexander the Great. All right, so
major Greek influence and culture that's being passed over to people, and people are calling it Hellenistic or Greek, right? We're going to get into a little bit more deep into the etymology. Compared to the Enlightenment of the Greek classical era, the Hellenistic period saw the rise of new comedy, Alexandrian poetry, the Septuagint. The Septuagint where? In Hellenistic Greece, right? And the philosophies of Stoicism, okay? So see where all that's coming up right now in this Hellenistic Greece, Epicureanism, all right, and Philhonism. Greek science was advanced by the works of the mathematician Euclid and the polymath Archimedes. The religious spheres expanded to include new gods such as the Greco-Egyptian. All right, listen, Greco-Egyptian Serapis. We're going to get to Serapis, all right? Serapis. Uh-oh, look at that girl. Look at that face, Serapis. All right, we're going to get to that. Eastern deities such as Attis and Cybele, and syncretism between Hellenistic culture and Buddhism in Bactria and Northwest India. How does it compare to Buddhism? After Alexander the Great's invention of the Achaemenid Empire in 330 BC and its disintegration shortly after, the Hellenistic kingdoms were established throughout Southwest Asia. Seleucid Empire, the Kingdom of Pergamon, right? Remember the Seleucids were the ones warring with the Maccabees, right? The Hebrews, trying to force their Hellenistic religion and Hermetic religion onto them, and their gods, the Hellenistic gods, onto them. All right, so I want to talk about Antioch. Ancient Antioch, was a Hellenistic city. Antioch was founded near the end of the 4th century by Seleucus I Nicator, one of Alexander the Great's generals. The city was the capital of the Seleucid Empire. All right, the Seleucid Empire, until 63 BC when the Romans took control, making it the seat of the governor of the province of Syria. So it was the Seleucid Empire, Hellenized Greeks, and then the Romans came over. In the early 4th century, the city was the seat of the Count of the Orient, head of the regional administration of 16 provinces. It was also the main center of Hellenistic Judaism. What? The main place where they were starting their hijack, converting Hebrews into convincing them to let go of their old ways and become Hellenistic Jews. Hellenistic Judaism, the main center. At the end of the Second Temple period, Antioch was one of the most important cities in the Eastern Mediterranean, half of the Roman Empire. Now look at this. Antioch was called the cradle of Christianity. So it was the center of Hellenistic Judaism, where they were practicing their Hermetism, right? They were spreading that to the Hebrews or the Jews, right? The Hermetic teachings. Thoth and Hermes, right? Antioch was called the cradle of Christianity, The cradle of Christianity, That's where it started, where all these Hellenistic Greeks were, where the Hellenistic Jews were, their main center was. That's where Christianity started, And it played a pivotal role in the emergence of both Hellenistic Judaism and early Christianity, okay? Antioch, that's where it was. The Christian New Testament asserts that the name Christian first emerged in Antioch. The first so-called Christians, quotes, Christians, what was in Antioch? That was a Hellenistic city. That was a Hellenistic Hermetic city, basically. Hermes, Thoth. So the Seleucids reigned from Antioch. I remember they were once warring with the Maccabees. All right, we know little of it in the Hellenistic period, apart from Syria. All our information comes from authors of the late Romans, all right, Edomians, remember. Now going back to the word Hella, right, for Hellenistic, they're getting the word, right, pertaining to Greece from 1640s, though. From Greek, Hellenikos, Hellenic Greek. From Hellen, a Greek, a word of unknown origin, they say, Traditionally, though, from the name of an eponymous ancestor, Hellen, son of Deucalion. To Homer, the Hellenes were a small tribe in the southern Thessaly. All right, they're a specific people. You see this? So Hellen, right? It says in Greek mythology, Hellen is the eponymous progenitor of the Hellenes. He is the child of Deucalion and Pyrrha and the father of 3 sons, Doris, Sutros, Ilos, by whom he is the ancestor of the Greeks people. So he's the son of Deucalion. Who's Deucalion? Let me show you this, all right? So again, Hellen was the son of Deucalion. Who's Deucalion? Or sometimes Zeus. All right, sometimes Zeus. Deucalion is Zeus. Right, Zeus. Zeus.
right? In Greek religion, king of the gods, right? The Roman equivalent of Jupiter. Jupiter is Zeus. Look at the statues. It's the early Jesus. I'm telling you, all right? That same mug became the prototype to make the image.
As I said there too, Jupiter is let me go back. Hold on. Hove. He's also Hove. And what we learned earlier about Hove, right? Hermes Trismegistus was the messenger of Hove. The messenger of Hove. Hove, JC, the hijack is real.
Now, this says here, Zeus was also infamous for his erotic escapades. These resulted in many divine and heroic offspring, including Athena, Apollo, Hermes, Hermes. Hermes. So Hermes is the son of a god, right? Of the main god, son of a god, son of God, Hermes, Thoth, and also Dionysus. We're gonna see later Dionysus is Serapis and Bacchus. Dionysus is Hermes. Hermes is Thoth. It's mostly they're all the same people or epithets. They're just changing the names. All right, you see, Hermes, the son of God, and Dionysus. Pay attention to that. The Zeus again was identified with the Roman Jupiters, the same person. Jupiter and is Zeus. He, along with Dionysus, absorbed the role of the chief Phrygian. Right? He is Dionysus too. It says the Seleucid ruler. Look at this. Now the Seleucids are into play again. Here goes the Seleucids. Now that we know who they are, right? The Seleucid ruler Antiochus, who invaded Jerusalem and slaughtered many people there, right? Erected a statue of Zeus Olympius in the Judean temple in Jerusalem. See, the Athenian, he tried to make everybody worship Zeus or Bacchus or Dionysus. You're going to see that, right? We read that already. The Seleucid ruler Antioch, he did what? He put Zeus in the temple. All right, he put Zeus in the temple. Who? The Seleucids. Yes, the Seleucids, same ones who established the main center of the Hellenistic Jews and the early establishments of Christianity, where the early Christians came out of. These same Seleucids did that. Now it says here, Zeus and the Son. Oh yeah, Jesus. Remember what the word Jesus in Ojibwe means? It means the sun or the night sun, which is the moon. Helios. Okay. Just like Thoth is the moon and sun. So this is what they brought in the temple in Jerusalem. This Seleucid king, this Athenian senator, as they call him in the Bible. This is the image he put there of his god Zeus, which goes back to their Hermetic beliefs, to their Hellenistic views. Greek, which is Hermetics, basically, going back all the way, tying you back to Thoth, tying you to this trickster. And this is the image they wanted people to worship, like an early prototype of an image they were going to use in Christianity. Again, this is a statue of Jupiter. Same thing. So this is what they would be putting in the temple in Jerusalem. And you see the eagle. All right, already know it. Look at the quarter. Look at your quarter, your coin. Do you see the eagle? Yeah. Esus. In Greek could mean Hail Zeus, literally. Iesus means Hail Zeus. It's the Greek for Jesus. Hail Zeus, huh? Mythology, huh? Somebody knows. I told you in the beginning of the video, follow the bird. The bird had EBs, huh? So again, this is what the Maccabees were fighting. This is what they were trying to push on the Hebrew people during this time that we're reading about, the early creations with Arius, Piso, and all these people were living on. Yeah, the Pisos were living during this time where they were trying to make Israelites, ancient Hebrews who were following customs like Eliezer, and a wise, old, noble, prestige, holy high priest, of the Hebrews there. He was trying to go against this. This is what they were trying to make you worship, right? This is what they were trying to make you worship. This was the early stages of it. The Hermetics, Greek philosophy, going back to Hermes. It's only going to link you back to the bird, right? And the biggest trickster of all. All right, so now I want to get into this book real quick, just to correlate a little bit what I'm trying to say about Hellenistic and what it means and what they were trying to push on people. This book is the theological and philosophical works of Hermes Trismegistus, Christian Neoplatonist, Christian Neoplatonist, translated from the original Greek with preface notes and indices. All right, so these are supposed to be a lot of the writings from Hermes Trismegistus that are translated. This is by John David Chambers of Oriel College, Oxford, recorder of New Sarum, with thrice great Hermes. All right, this is one of their gods. This is from 1882, so they feel good writing about this stuff. But real quick, just in the preface right here, it says, preface, the Mercurius or Mercury, right? He is also Mercury the trickster. So Hermes is Thoth, who's Mercury the trickster. Hermes Trismegistus of legend was a personage of Egyptian sage or succession of sages. All right, he was Egyptian. It ain't Greek stuff. Who since the time of Plato had been identified with the Thoth. He's Thoth. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is how far back this goes. The name of the month, September, of that people. This Thoth is the reputed author of the ritual of the dead, or as styled in Egyptian phraseology, the manifestation of light to the soul, who through it declared the will of the gods in plural, and the mysterious nature of divine things to man. Dr. Pichman, in his work on Hermes, which exclusively treads on this subject, gives a list of authorities for these facts, ranging from Plato down to Celsus, circa 790. He states, however, that by the time that the so-called hermeneutical writings were collected together, the identity of Hermes with Thoth was forgotten. By that time, they're saying, and Thoth became his son Tad and Asclepios. All right, so you see what I was saying earlier, that the son is the same as the father, right? The son is the same as the father, right? Just like in Christianity, the son is the father. Okay, a lot of the time they're epithets, they're just duplicates, and as they're saying here, it's the same people. Asclepios, we saw already what he looked like. He looked just like Zeus too, his disciple, both of whom he instructs in the writings now translated. So supposedly Hermes is talking to Thoth and Asclepios. Subsequently, Pichman informs us, quoting Latron, that the epithet Trismegistus appears first in the 2nd century of the Christian era, and that before that period, Hermes was designated by the repetition of the, and I don't know, only as the Rosetta Stone. He was considered to be the impersonation of religion. All right, what? He's what? Who? Hermes, Thoth. Thoth is what? The impersonation of religion. Who brought you religion? Who brought you religion? Zeus, Thoth, Jesus. Who brought you religion? Art, learning, and sacerdotal discipline of the Egyptian priesthood. He was, by several of the fathers in modern times, by 3 of his earliest editors, supposed to have existed before the time of Moses, and to have obtained the appellation of thrice greatest from his threefold learning and rank of philosopher, priest, and king, and that of Hermes or Mercurius as messenger. I remember how we break down what messenger, an angel is also a messenger. Angelos in Greek means messenger. Angelos, angel, is a messenger. Hermes, Thoth is an angel. Oh, could these be falling angels? Oh, it gets deep. An authoritative interpreter of divine things. He's an authoritative interpreter. Remember, he was the one in between. In the hieroglyphics, he like Horus. Just like Horus, he's the sun. Just like Horus, Osiris, Isis, and Horus, the Trinity. Just like Horus, he is represented by a bird. He is the bird. I told you, follow the bird. Follow the bird with a hawk's head. And to him was sacred the ibis and the moon. The moon, the night moon, Jesus. Remember, Jesus in Ojibwe means night sun, which is moon. This Hermes, and there was but one among the ancient Egyptians. There was one, was worshipped by a god, as a god by them. So he was alive, but he was worshipped like a god, as a living god, just like a Caesar. All right, so just real quick, we don't want to get too much of this book because it's all there, philosophy, right, as they call it. So this is the Poemandres, and this is in chapter 1. Before I read that a little bit, it says that the Poemandres, also known as Poemandres, is the first tractate in the Corpus Hermeticum. It says here the character Poemandres can be considered to be a sort of deity. So this is a god or attribute of God, or as nous, or mind, as expressed in the following translation. Now look how this reads. It says, thought in me, A, becoming on time concerning the entities, and by meditation, having been exceedingly sublime, and my bodily senses all calmed down, like of those oppressed in sleep from satiety, luxury, or fatigue of body. All right. It says, I say, thou then, who art thou? I indeed. He says, I'm Pomadris, the mind. I am the mind of the supreme power. I know what thou wishes. So he says, I know what thou wishes, and I am everywhere with thee. He is everywhere. Who? This deity, and he's your mind. I say, I wish to learn the entities and to understand the nature of them and to know the God. This, I said, I wish to hear. He says to me again, have in thy mind whatsoever things thou wildest learn, and I will teach thee. Who's talking to who here? Right? A little further down, again, I'm not going to read much. I want you guys to see what's in here. It says, but the luminous word out of mind, Son of God. What then? This is Hermes, right? This is before Christianity. Son of God. What then? I say, know thus, that in thee seeing and hearing is word of the Lord, but the mind, Father God, for they are not distinct from each other, for the union of these is the life. I thank thee, I said, but understand the light and become acquainted with that. He says, a little bit more further down, we just read a little, said, but the mind, the God, being masculine, feminine, originating, life and light begat, by word another mind, creator, who being God of the fire and spirit, created some 7 administrators, encompassing in circles the sensible world, and their administration is called fate. All right, so you see what's going on here? So this is the kind of stuff that they were trying to push onto the Hebrews, right, and other people. And this is, again, this is a sugar-coated version. As we read earlier, they were doing spirit incantations and a lot of alchemical practices, and that leads to this other source of so-called science or magic. But the creator mind alone with the word that encompassing the circles and making them revolve with the force turned about its own creations and permitted them to be turned about from an indefinite beginning to the interminable end, for they begin everywhere they end. Man. All right, so this is just a little bit of what I wanted you guys to see. All right, so yeah, I just wanted you to get like an idea of what they were kind of going around with. The Greeks, they're sugarcoating that, but some of the images, symbology, in Hermetics, there's a whole book, the Hermetica. You guys can go look it up. I wouldn't, I don't mess around with this stuff because this is what I'm trying to tell you. This is where you get your Freemasonry, all your symbologies. Remember the veneration of images, making it okay. Look at Thoth up here. You see Thoth with the balance. You see Thoth up here. Hermes Trigamestus. This is Hermetics. Homo Solaris. Remember, Zeus is the sun. Jesus is the sun and the moon. You see the X is the cross, is the Christ, the E is Zeus. You understand? The all-seeing eye, this is Hermetics. You understand? Right, so these are the kind of images you find in Hermetics. Look at the phoenix, phoenix, the aquila or the aguila or the eagle. So you see, this is Hermetics, the Hellenistic teachings, and a lot of these teachings got put into Christianity. So this is what Piso and all these people were pushing on the Hebrews. What is all this stuff? So this is kind of what they were pushing, the Pisos, right? So creating Christianity for them is just continuation. When I'm talking about the hijack, right? The fake Jesus. I'm not talking about an Israelite prophet, right? I'm not talking about a deliverer who delivered his people to Jerusalem. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about their creation, their Zeus, their Jesus, Dionysus, their Serapis, their Thoth, their Hermes, literally. Okay, Hermetics.
So as we were reading, we were starting to see how this was reaching into Christianity, how these Hermetic teachings, these teachings from Chem or Egypt, right? Alchemy, chemistry,
were influencing the first early Christians. Before they were Christians, of course, they were following the Hellenistic gods and the other gods from Rome, and Greek gods, the Egyptian gods, and these were all epithets we saw Muslim of Thoth video. So again, we're talking about Hermetic and occult science and alchemy. You just read that, right? So Hermetism. These writings have greatly influenced the Western esoteric tradition, greatly influenced. The tradition claims descent from Prisca Theologia, a doctrine that affirms the existence of a single true theology that is present in all religions and that was given by God to man in antiquity. And again, many writers, including Lactantius, Cyprian of Carthage, Augustine, Marsilio Ficino, Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, Giordano Bruno, Campanella, Sir Thomas Browne, and Ralph Waldo Emerson considered Hermes Trismegistus to be a wise pagan prophet who foresaw the coming of Christianity. Of course he foresaw it. Setting it up, man. Okay, like, you're hearing this, right? Wise pagan prophet. He was a pagan prophet, but he was wise, right? But he was pagan. Still, he was a prophet who foresaw the coming of Christianity. St. Thomas Aquinas reported that Trismegistus arrived at something akin to the doctrine of the Trinity. Who started the doctrine of the Trinity? Hermes Trismegistus, thrice great, or Thoth, right? Trinity. Thoth, we'll see how he was influencing this from way before the Hellenistic period in Greek. He was doing it back in Egypt, ancient Egypt, with Osiris, Isis, and Horus, the Trinity, and even back before that in Samaria and Mesopotamia. All right, as you can see. So the Trinity is very influenced by Thoth and his different epithets, like St. Thomas Aquinas reported. It's akin to the doctrine of the Trinity. All right, yeah, and let's not forget where Hermes Trismegistus gets his name. It says here, continuing, an account of how Hermes Trismegistus received the name thrice great is derived from the emerald tablet of Hermes Trismegistus. Now we know who also has a famous emerald tablet, right? It's Thoth, right? Blue jade type of indestructible rock, right? If you Google it, you'll see, and we're gonna talk a little bit about it again. But it says that wherein it states that he knew the three parts of the wisdom of the whole universe. The three parts of the wisdom are alchemy, astrology, and theurgy. If you look at those three individually, research what they mean, you'll see what was influencing the early mystery schools and the religions we see today. So again, the many forms or epithets or personalities of Thoth or this deity.
All right, so now we're going to get real quick into Serapis. He's known as the Good Shepherd. I broken down how the Good Shepherd was Hermes Christophorus too. He was the Good Shepherd. And a lot of people called the Good Shepherd before Jesus. The same statue of him carrying the lamb over his shoulder was, existed way before the story of Jesus. All right, so it says here Serapis, which is Osiris or Apis, right? A combination of the god Osiris and Apis. So Serapis is Osiris, all right? Osiris and Isis and Horus is the Trinity. That's all related to Thoth, okay? It says a Greco-Egyptian deity, Serapis, right? The cult of Serapis was pushed forward during the 3rd century BC on the orders of Greek pharaoh Ptolemy, the first Soter of the Ptolemaic kingdom, and Egypt as a means to unify the Greeks and Egyptians in his realm. A Serapeum was any temple or religious precinct devoted to Serapis. The cultus of Serapis was spread as a matter of deliberate policy by the Ptolemaic kings. Serapis continued to increase in popularity during the Roman Empire. Okay, that's when we get into the Vespasians and the Pisos, all right? The Pisos and the Flavians, they worship Serapis, often replacing Osiris as the consort of Isis. He was even Osiris, basically. In the temple outside Egypt, he is Osiris. Get it? Serapis was depicted as Greek in appearance, but with Egyptian trappings, and combined iconography from a great many cults signifying both abundance and resurrection. Resurrection, Serapis resurrection, who also does set resurrections, though Ptolemy I may have created the official cult of Serapis and endorsed him as a patron of the
Maic dynasty and Alexandria, Serapis was a syncretistic deity derived from the worship of the Egyptian Osiris and Apis, and also gained attributes from other deities such as chronic powers linked to Greek Hades, Demeter, and benevolence linked to Dionysus. All right, Dionysus, real quick, Dionysus. All right, it says he is also known as Bacchus or Bacchus. All right, or Dionysus. Who? Serapis, right? Serapis is Dionysus. Serapis is Dionysus. And again, 2 Maccabees 6, what they were trying to do? Once a month, they were making the Jews take under bitter constraint to partake of the sacrifices. They're talking about the Hellenistic Hermetic stuff, right? Worshipping their god Zeus and all that, and Serapis. How do you know? Well, and when a festival of Dionysus was celebrated, they were compelled to wear wreaths of iron to walk in the procession in honor of Dionysus. Just like Catholics and Mary and carry the cross in all these processions, it's the same thing. Again, Dionysus, all right, is Serapis.
All right, and that spills onto modern days when we're doing parades, a lot of the carnival things, and I know a lot of it we innocently don't know. We just celebrating our culture, but a lot of that culture comes from this hijack too, guys. The peacock, that's why we wear the peacock feathers and the Caribbean festivals and all of that peacock. You guys are gonna see how that comes into all this right here, right? So you guys see the many different ways, like you start seeing how it starts going into Christianity, right? This Hermetics, right? Like Serapis is a big part of this that gets downplayed too.
Is Serapis, look at this grill, is Iesus, is Zeus, is Jupiter, goes back to Hermes, goes back to Thoth. Serapis is Zeus, Serapis, and it is Iesus. It is the prototype. Who are you really worshiping when you're talking about Iesus?
The secret history of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from ancient to modern times. It says here in this book that regarding, the origins of these Christians, right, or where they were living, it says Emperor Hadrian wrote to the Council Servianus regarding the land where the Hermetic writings originated. Listen to what's going on here. It says here in 2nd century Egypt, the servants of Serapis, here we go, the servants of Serapis are Christians. And those who call themselves Christians, bishops serve Serapis. Here there is no synagogue leader, no Samaritan, no Christian presbyter who is not also an astrologer, a soothsayer, and a quack. All right, you see? So where the Hermetic writings originated, where they're composing, this teaching is growing, where the first Christians are coming out of, is all where the people are worshiping Serapis. Serapis is Hermetics. That is Thoth, right? The Apis, the bull, that is him.
So real quick, we're in the Oxford Journals, Oxford University Press. It says here, pagan elements of Christianity and the significance of Jesus. It says source Demonis, April 1902, volume 12, Oxford University Press. Again, pagan elements of Christianity and the significance of Jesus. The ideas of a Christ in Christianity existed before Jesus, and the Christianity of the church was one form only of Christianity among many others, and that many other Christianities existed is evident from the fact that the various Christ conceptions which are offered in both canonical and apocryphal books, not to mention the innumerable pagan saviors and redeemers gods such as Hermes, Hercules, Aesculapius, which is Hermes, Mithras, same thing, etc., and men such as Apollonius and Tiana. We must bear in mind that the traditions are still extant, are only isolated debris saved by accident from the general deluge of all non-Christian religions. All right, since we're talking about Serapis, I wanted to come to this part of the article. It says, we learned through Sosthenes and Socrates, the church historian, that the cross was used as a prominent symbol, probably the Egyptian cruz ansata, the key of life, and the temple of Serapis. The cross was there in the temple of Serapis, and Emperor Hadrian writes in a letter to the Council Servianus, right? This is historic. This is a primary source. He said this. Emperor Hadrian. You can verify this. Those who worship Serapis are Christians. And those who are especially consecrated to Serapis call themselves the bishops of Christ. All right, the early Christians were followers of Serapis. This is before Christianity was established. These are the first people calling themselves Christians. Serapis, remember what he looked like? The Reverend Robert Taylor in his Digestions, page 205, believes that the use of the word Christ is a confusion due to the fear of persecution, and that many Christians, to escape martyrdom, profess to be Serapis worshippers. But the case is the reverse. Not Christians call themselves Serapis worshippers, but Serapis worshippers claim to be Christians, all right? Serapis was first. It's not the other way around. The emperor's expression does not admit the interpretation that the name Christian was disowned, and we have only the choice that either there was a confusion of these two religions in the mind of the emperor, or there was actually a class of people in Egypt who worshiped Serapis under the name of Christ. Serapis is the god of other world, the life to come. The word is a contraction of Osiris Apis, Awzar Hapi. Example, the Apis as Osiris, and he was worshipped as Lord of the Dead. The Serapis cult was a Hellenized Jews, right? The Seleucians. Oh, we go back to the Macedonians. Oh yeah, we go back to the Athenians who were trying to bring Serapis, right? He put Serapis face, Zeus, aka Dionysus, all right, in the Judean temple, and he had people partake in the procession to Serapis. Okay, that's what they were making the Israelites do. All right, this Hellenized form of the ancient Osiris worship introduced by King Ptolemy Soter for the purpose of reconciling his Greek and Egyptian subjects. A monastery was connected with the Separium at Memphis, as we know from papyri found at the spot, and Christian monks adopted some features of the habits of these monks of Serapis. Okay? It is certainly not accidental that the institutions of Christian monks originated in Egypt. Christianity, as the faith of the church, is a belief in Jesus of Nazareth as the Christ, and the life of Jesus, as told in the Gospels, has exercised a paramount influence upon the formation of the creed. Nevertheless, several of its main ideas were added to from other sources. Christianity is not pure Jesuism. Christianity is the religious life of the pre-Christian ages, focused around the idealized figure of Jesus. Jesuism is the dominant fact of Christianity, but some of the rays collected from other quarters are not merely accessory. All right, a little further down it says the Trinity, or rather triunity of God, which is nowhere mentioned in the New Testament, was even in its purest form quite common among the philosophers in the age of Jesus. Thus, for instance, the Chronicon Alexander explains the name Hermes Trismegistus, who in Egyptian mythology is Thoth, the scribe of the gods. He is regarded as the revealer of divine mysteries and a shepherd or pastor of mankind. Shepherd, huh? Thereupon it proceeds to make the following statement. Hermes declared that there are three greatest powers, but he said that the name of the ineffable in the world-building God consisted in one divinity. Therefore he was called by the Egyptians thrice greatest Hermes. The thrice greatest does not mean the triple greatest, but it indicates a reference for the number three. The quotation proves, however, that the name Hermes Trismegistus and the Trinity doctrine of Hermetic literature, all right? Trinity doctrine comes from Hermetic literature, all right? The Trinity comes from Hermetic literature. It must be older than the Chronicon Alexandrium, but there is a strong probability that this notion, as well as other ideas set forth in the divine Pymander of Hermes Trismegistus, have been derived from an ancient Egyptian sources. I'm in another article here. It's called Serapis, Bukoloi, and Christians from Hadrian to Marcus Aurelius. Right, so this is an academia.edu, great site for great scholarly articles. All right, most of these articles you can verify the information. All right, and it's talking about, again, Serapis calling the Christians. It says this paper will take into consideration the role of Egyptian gods, in particular Serapis, in the religious life of Egypt, from the end of the reign of Trajan to the reign of Marcus Aurelius, and will explore the possible overlaps between the cult of Serapis and the rites of Christianity. The documents will be tested on the hypothesis that Hadrian's religious policy of pluralism gave the early Christian communities an opportunity to flourish. okay? The Diaspora Revolt in AD 116-117 had implications and repercussions that affected Egyptian religion. A rebellion in Judea was provoked by the dedication of a statue to Jupiter Serapis. All right, remember they put that statue there in their temple, Jupiter Serapis. Who? Serapis. That's who they were making. Jupiter. Jupiter is Zeus. I told you guys, it's all the same people. By the Legio III of Lucius Quietus, and the Historia Augusta talks about a Jewish revolt generated by a conflict over the finding of the body of the Apis bull in Egypt. Serapis or Osirapis, a fusion of Osiris and the Apis bull, was basically the sacred bull of the Memphis after his death, a combination god that had existed in Egypt since Pharaonic times as a god of the underworld and a symbol of the annual resurrection of nature. Under the Ptolemies, Apis was assimilated or associated to various Hellenistic deities. All right, it was the same people as what, including Zeus, Helios, Dionysus. All right, so when they put that statue of Dionysus, it's Serapis too. Okay, it's Zeus. It's all the same. Hades. All right, Hades. All right, Hades and Asclepius to form Serapis. They all formed Serapis. Look, together we are. So they made a super god, right? A super Iesus, a Hellenized god of the sun, Helios, fertility, Dionysus, the underworld and healing, Asclepius and Hades, who ended up being the most popular god in Egypt and the patron deity of the city of Alexandria. Beginning of Christianity. It says faithlenders.weebly.com. It says the word Christian is Greek and was formerly a pagan usage as early as 200 BC. There were pagan worshippers of Serapis that called themselves Christians. There already were Christians in Egypt, Gnostic sun worshippers, Jesus sun worshippers. And Egypt, what Egypt? Ancient Egypt, the Mississippi, Ojibwe. Jesus, huh? What are we really talking about? Who knelt before the huge onyx, resembles the Christian cross with a loop above the transfer bar. The Serapis Isis code used this symbol at Alexandria. When the Emperor Hadrian wrote from Alexandria, he said, "Those who worship Serapis are Christians, and those who call themselves bishops of Christ are vowed to Serapis." Ancient Babylonian influences abounded them, and abound now hidden in plain sight. Alexandria was a primary launching point for the new fusion religion we know as Christianity today. The word Christos is directly related to Krishna, Christos, and Krishtan. These literally mean shining, as they refer to the sun. Krishna is the sun deity and the Hindu religion. And real quick, rivers of life, or sources and streams of the faiths of man in all lands, showing the evolution of faiths from the rooted symbolism to the latest spiritual developments by Major General J.G.R. Forlong. This is from 1883, Volume 1, page 504. And it says here that Serapis has also furnished to Christianity the ideas and portraits of its Christ. The ideas and portrait, the image, the idea of the Christ, and especially of that earliest of the Christian world, the fine emerald intaglio in the Cathedral of Moscow, the priceless gem of the Russian imperial collection. It is said by the churches to have been a present from Pilate to the Emperor Tiberius, but Mr. King says it is reality a head of Serapis. All right, it's not no... You hear what is going on here? It's actually Serapis, seen in front and crowned with Persia bows, easily mistaken for thorns. It's not Jesus. You see what they try to do? They try to say it was thorns and it was something else and it was Jesus. It's Serapis, all right, with the Persian bows on his head. Christians, it appears, according to the same learned author, allowed that the earliest emblems of the Savior were the Good Shepherd. The Good Shepherd, the lamb, and the fish. Okay, that's all him. All of which are very Serapian ideas. Serapian ideas. Okay, and shows us the undoubted source of the two former popular notions of Christ, if not so clearly. The last, for the Talmudic Messiah, was designated Dag or fish as the creature most sacred to the Assyrian goddess Venus Urania, who in this form hid herself from angry typhoon in the Euphrates. On this account, Christians, like Serapians, said that a ring inscribed with a dolphin was a charm to drive away colic. Thousands of Christians adopted also the frog symbol of Egypt because they said it changes from a strange fishy form to that of a quadruped, and they therefore exhibit it with snakes on their sacred talismans and shrines, and at the base of the sacred palm. They also planted the Serapian cross upon the fish, placing a dove on each arm of the cross, and inscribing above and below the name IHCOYC, or Jesus, Jesus, in this old form. They had begun to lose the meaning, the anointed, or Mahadeva. This is from Greece and Rome, 2nd series, volume 57. Just one more article here from the Cambridge University Press. A healing touch for Empire Vespasian's wonders and Domitianic Rome. Who was Vespasian? Remember Titus Vespasian? He was the one that took over Jerusalem with Josephus Arius Piso. Remember who was Vespasian? Who did he worship? Let me show you. It says here, before Vespasian returned to Rome to take up the reins of imperial government, he reported had a vision in the Serapeum of Alexandria. Remember, the Serapeum was basically the church of Serapis. So this Vespasian, remember, this is the guy who invaded Jerusalem. Remember, this is all happening around the same time. As the new Serapis healed 2 men, these wonders came to define Vespasian's time in Egypt, and yet for modern readers, their prominence at the story of the emperor's rise to power creates an apparent inconsistency. The same man who on his deathbed joked about his impending divination also apparently played the part of a god at the beginning of his reign. All right, he played the part of a god. Such contradictions are to be expected in the colorful accounts of emperors' lives. In the website Hellenic Faith, all right, on Serapis, it says here, miracles of Serapis. Serapis is said to have performed an abundant amount of miracles, some of the most notable being the divine sanctioning of Emperor Vespasian. This is when they took over Jerusalem. Look, all right, divine sanction of Emperor Vespasian to the imperial throne through favorable omens and instances where Serapis granted the to-be emperor the ability to heal others. So Serapis helped him heal people. He was healing people. Remember, we read already, right, in my last video, what Josephus was writing about Titus Vespasian, the emperor, that he was healing people just like Jesus was. Healing the eyesight of Demetrius of Phalerum in cases where he saved people at the sea. So this is very important to our story. Vespasian actually was saying that. And it says here, Vespasian's healing in Vespasianic Rome. Vespasian arrived in Alexandria late November 69, perhaps for the purpose of securing the grain supply as leverage against the Vitellian regiment or to avoid the stain of Roman blood. While his allies laid the military assault on the Vitellians in Italy, during Vespasian's 10-month stay in Egypt, a variety of wonders reportedly occurred. All right, so listen to this. These wonders have received ample scholarly attention. The Saint Josephus writing this, much of which was focused on the historical significance of these events in the context of Vespasian's rise to the principate. Unfortunately, both the chronological distance between our excellent sources and the wonders and the inevitable reshaping of memory in the intervening time. Although the narrative of these wonders is well known, it bears repeating. Tiberius Julius Alexander, who had led the province of Egypt in proclaiming Vespasian emperor, on July 1st, 69, presented a lavish Aventus reception for him in Alexandria. Vespasian was received in the city as the new Serapis. He's the new God. He's the new son of God, the son, right? Serapis. He's Hermes. He's their new Zeus. Get it? 2 Alexandrians, one blind, the other lame, approached the emperor at the tribunal seeking healing at Serapis' command. Vespasian at first rebuffed them, but they persisted. So the emperor, with the encouragement of those around him, made the attempt. All right, so this is what he wrote. Listen to this. This is a primary source. This is what he wrote. A certain commoner who was deprived of his sight and another who was lame together approached Vespasian while he was sitting at the tribunal, imploring him for the cure for their illness that he had been shown them by Serapis as they slept, saying that if Vespasian should spit upon the one, his sight would be restored, and if he should deign to touch the other with his heel, his leg would regain strength. Although Vespasian could scarcely believe that it would succeed by any means, to the point that he dare not even try, at last, with his friends urging him on, he made the attempt publicly before the assembled crowd and was not unsuccessful. So they said he actually healed them.
That's what they're saying here. Attached to Suetonius and Tacitus' accounts of these healings is a second Alexandrian wonder. Vespasian spent time alone in the sanctuary of Serapis, and there saw a vision. In a vision, a man named Basilides, who being detained by illness was supposedly miles away. Basilides conferred upon Vespasian certain objects, loaves, crowns, and bows that were associated with Ptolemaic royalty. The experience appears to have been a kind of miraculous coronation ceremony. So again, Serapis performed miracles, and he even helped Emperor Vespasian, the guy who took over Jerusalem, the guy who was making the Hebrews, murdering all these people, who Josephus was basically writing as Jesus when he was writing his War of the Jews, making Titus, and then he plagiarizing or duplicating what he wrote into the New Testament. And we're going to see as who's credited to writing most of these books, right, in the New Testament. We'll see. You guys already know the answer. Yeah, I'm going to bring it there. I'm going to show you who this guy is. All right. I'm talking about Paul. All right. So that's in the future parts. Again, Serapis, as you can see, he loaned, he attributed his what? His ideas and his portraits or images to Jesus or Christianity. Serapis, who looks just like Zeus. This is what they were putting in the temple. This is what Eliezer was fighting. All right. This is what they were trying to push on the Hebrews. Again, you can find numerous articles, scholarly books on this. Serapis, a hybrid cult during the early Christian period in Rome. All right, so many people have written about this. And so what are we talking about here? When we're talking about all these pagan and Greco-Egyptian gods, and then we're talking about Jesus. What are we really talking about here? All right. And are you continuing to worship this? So today, again, I just wanted to bring a little background behind what it meant by Hellenistic beliefs and practices, religions, gods, deities. So today was a little background. And you know, all this goes back to Hermetics, goes back to Hermes, alchemy, Thoth.
Now we're going to start getting into all this like bird symbology and how it surrounds Thoth and the many epithets he has, and the peacock and all these different kind of birds. But the first one we hear about or read about is the ibis, as it says here. The ibis, or attributes moon magic. Moon, again, Thoth was considered the deity of the moon before he was considered all the rest of the things they gave him, like for wisdom, math, astrology, writing. And it says deities: Hermes, Mercury, Rubanga, Thoth, and Jah. Here goes Jah again. Look up the etymology of Jah, you'll see what that means. And Iblis, it says here. This is the Islamic name for Satan and is referred to as the god of despair. He refused to worship man, and so God changed him into a Dijin, and that's a demon in the Muslim world, and exiled him as his followers from heaven. So we see the similarity between this Iblis and Iblis. All you see is a letter, right? A difference, the L. What is the difference when you like trace the word, you know, from all the translations in time and different cultures? So we also got the prophet Idris, which sounds very similar, who also is being related to Hermes and / Enoch, which we're going to get into, how all these are starting to relate. Enoch, Thoth, Iblis, Idris, Hermes. Now it says here, according to guess of Hermetism, right, or the knowledge that Hermes taught, that was the same as Thoth's, right, was a Hellenistic mysticism contemporaneous with the fourth gospel, and Hermes Trismegistus was the Hellenized reincarnation of Egyptian deity Thoth, the source of wisdom, who was believed to defy man through knowledge of gnosis or Gnosticism. Okay, so it says Quispel says it's not completely certain that there existed before and after beginning of the Christian era in Alexandria a secret society, akin to a Masonic lodge. Okay, Masonry, Masonic lodges, all right? The members of this group called themselves brethren, were initiated through a baptism of the Spirit, greeted each other with a sacred kiss, celebrated a sacred meal, and read Hermetic writings as edifying treatises for their spiritual progress. You see, Hermetic writings. So now we're going to get into the Masons later on, right? But we're going to show a lot of images and symbolism
you're gonna see where it has its origins, right? And not just Masons, right, but religions we talked about, right? So we're gonna start going into the symbolism of the bird, and first we're gonna talk about the phoenix, right, and the Egyptian, the phoenix, and then we're gonna go right into the peacock. The two versions of the Book of the Two Ways, both apparently composed at Middle Egyptian Hermopolis, and also included sections referring to an afterlife in which deceased commoners became stars in the sky, alongside the moon god Thoth. Again, moon god Thoth. Thoth was the ancient Egyptian god of learning and wisdom. Associated with the moon, he was called the Lord of Heavens. Lord of Heavens. If we remember, Lord was the title of the angelic beings. Beautiful of night, and the silent being in various eras. And it says here, Thoth also appeared in the Bible in the book of Job 38:36, which dates back to the 6th century or beyond. One finds the lines, "Who put wisdom into Thoth? Who gave sex we understanding?" I'm going to show you a different version here. And it says in the bottom here, in Job 38:36, a different version, "Who gives the Ibis wisdom, or gives the rooster understanding?" So see how they're referring to that word Thoth as the Ibis. And remember, Thoth is portrayed as the Ibis in Egyptian. And his authority.
So in Job, in that verse, literally it's talking about Thoth. Literally say, who gave him that wisdom? Yeah, he got wisdom, right? But who gave him that wisdom? That's the point of that. That's the point of that verse, letting you know, like yeah, but who gave him that wisdom? And that's the thing mortals forget when they start worshiping the messengers, the individuals, the deities, the idols, the symbols themselves. Who gave them all this wisdom? Don't forget that.
Narrative commentary on Job, Professor Marvin Pope writes about this as follows. J.G.E. Hoffman was probably right in taking Thoth to refer to the god Thoth himself. The consonantal orthography corresponds rather closely to the form of the name that prevailed in the 18th dynasty, the Houthi, when the worship of Thoth was at its peak and spread to Phoenicia. Thoth was regarded as both the heart and tongue of the great sun god Ra. Thoth was also called the Houthi, the measurer. The Greeks identified Thoth with the god Hermes, and they credited him with inventing astronomy and astrology, the sciences of numbers and mathematics, geometry, and the land surveying, medicine, and botany. Also, they believed he was the first to organize religion and government. You hear that? And to establish the rules concerning the worship of the gods. Alright, Thoth. In the Book of the Dead, he is called the scribe, the mat, or just scribe, another attribute, right? Scribe. Variants of his name are Techu, Techudi, Thoth, Tehuti, and again, many others. So we're going to continue down here. It says, Thoth is seen as the first Hermes and is often depicted as a man with the head of an Ibis. Again, there you go, Ibis. So Job 38 again says, who put wisdom into the Ibis, or Thoth, right? Which is a wading bird with a long curved beak, it says here. The Ibis is the Egyptian symbol for the heart. Okay, Egyptian symbol for the heart. And Thoth presides over the weighing of the heart ceremony, weighing individuals' true words, or the innermost intent in all of our thoughts and actions, determining who is admitted into heaven, much like the part of St. Peter plays at the pearly gates, okay, being related to St. Peter. We're going to talk about this later on. Thoth is the final judge, and he embodies the rational powers of the sun and the intuitive, irrational energies of the moon again. So again, we're just talking about, Thoth, Tehuti, right? Tehuti, Thothus of Byblos, from the Phoenician precursor of Thoth, or the Greeks associated both these gods with Hermes, right? Thoth, also known as Thoth, Egyptian, right? Thoth in Phoenician, Hermes, again, Greek, and Mercury, Roman, right? He was the mortal, later deified. He was mortal, later deified. What does that mean? He was man, and then he became a god? Who also becomes or walks with God after being mortal? That was Enoch, right? You're also going to hear about Idris, the prophet Idris. The same thing, being exalted to the Most High, to Allah, right? He walked with God as well.
Again.
In Islamic tradition, Sayyid Ahmed Amuridin has pointed out that Hermes Trismegistus, right? Hermes, right? Thoth, has a major place in Islamic tradition. He writes, Hermes Trismegistus is mentioned in the Quran in verse 19, 56, 57. Mentioned in the book of Idris that he was a truthful, a prophet. We took him up to a high place, right? Idris went to a high place. The Jabarian corpus contains the oldest documented source for the Emerald Tablet of Hermes Trismegistus, right? And down in the bottom here it says, these writings, Hermes Trismegistus is identified as Idris, right? So Hermes is Idris, the infallible prophet who traveled to outer space from Egypt. He traveled to outer space just like Enoch was taken up, right? Just like Thoth was shown.
The secret history of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from ancient to modern times. Hermes and the rescued primeval wisdom. In the Arabic accounts, it was Hermes who rescued the legendary primeval wisdom. As had already been the case in Pseudo-Manetho, the concept of the flood played an important role. In Al-Busar's or Abu Mashar Jafar, son of Muhammad al-Balkhi, lost book of Kitab al-Uluf, which was cited in many treatises, we learn of three legendary sages named Hermes. The first Hermes, listen, was the grandson of Adam and lived before the flood. The Hebrews had taken him to be Enoch. Okay, Hermes, Enoch, Thoth. You guys see the relation? The seventh biblical forefather and the founder of civilization. Number 7, Enoch, huh? Whereas the Arabs took him to be Idris or Idris. You see how it all correlates. Idris again is Enoch, it's the same, is Hermes, is Thoth. A prophet said in the Quran to have been upright and steadfast. As the first astrologer, he was instructed by Adam regarding the hours dividing the day and night. He erected pyramids and cities in Upper Egypt, where he lived and warned against the destruction of the world by water and fire. To save the flower and an antediluvian science from perishing in the flood, he erected the temple of Akhmin and had all his scientific knowledge carved on his walls. You see the pillars. The second Hermes lived after the flood in Babylon. Old Cairo. Old Cairo, see, Babylon is Egypt. Listen, Old Cairo, when we say, where is Babylon? It's just culture. Cairo, Old Cairo, original? Talking about original Egypt, or they're talking about Cairo from today? The original Egypt in America, right? It says, Hermes lived after the second Hermes, right? He was understood to have been in the one who taught philosophy and mathematics to Pythagoras, and he had revived the knowledge. The third Hermes continued this tradition again in Egypt. He wrote a book on alchemy and was the teacher of Asclepius. You see, it's all the same though. And, you know, all these are like phantoms and duplicates. A lot of them, you know, different false chronologies that they're duplicating, right? So again, this is according to Arab traditions, right? Islamic traditions. It says, in this story, Hermes appears in all the roles we already know from Greco-Roman literature, as founder of civilization and as scientist and theologian of legendary repute. Hermes is important here as the savior of the primeval antediluvian knowledge that was handed down after the flood. He was the teacher of Pythagoras and Asclepius, and thus the forefather of philosophy and medicine. Hermetic magic in the Picatrix. Already in late antiquity, Hermes Trismegistus had made a name for himself as a magician, and in the Arab writings, magical texts often claim to be Hermetica, all right, in Arabic writings. In the framed narrative of the Picatrix, we read that this ancient Egyptian Hermetic wisdom was so powerful, a magical instrument, that it had to be encoded by writing it down in hieroglyphics, all right, and these signs, symbols, A lot of people say Satanist symbols, right? Hermes' magical abilities are illustrated in A Tale of the Copts, who were themselves reputed to be experts in science. They knew 5 persons named Hermes, who were responsible for many legendary cultural innovations and medicine.
And continuing with Idris, it says here, Idris is an ancient prophet and patriarch mentioned in the Quran, who Muslims believe was the 3rd prophet after Adam and Seth. Islamic tradition has unanimously identified Idris with the biblical Enoch. So unanimously identified Idris with the biblical Enoch. You hear this, right?
This book is called The Eternal Hermes, From Greek God to Alchemical Magus by Antoine Favre, translated by Jocelyn Goodwin. It says here, the Arabic Idris, okay? And the alchemical Mercury is the same Enoch, right? Idris is Enoch, and he's Mercury. The name of Hermes, whether or not qualified as Trismegistus, henceforth served as a guarantee or signature for a host of esoteric books on magic, astrology, medicine, etc. throughout the Middle Ages, and this despite the fact that, with the exception of the Asclepius, the Corpus Hermeticum was unknown. At the same time, an inspired imagery unfolded in both Latin and Arabic literature in a succession of visionary recitals, as Henry Corbin calls them, constellated around this key figure. The ancient belief that Hermes was the founder of a city was much repeated, notably in the Picatrix, an Arabic text probably written in the 10th century, then translated into Latin. We learn there that Hermes was the first to construct statues, the first to make statues, idols, with which he was able to control the course of the Nile in relation to the movements of the moon, also a city whose richly symbolic description has not yet yielded up all its secrets.
Although many Muslim scholars of the classical medieval periods also held that Idris and Hermes Trismegistus were the same person. Okay, so Hermes, Enoch, Idris, all same person. But as you can see already, Hermes has a lot of influence in this Islamic tradition, so we're going to get into this a little more in depth later. So let's continue. So it says here, Idris is identified as the first of 3 Hermeses. The first, Hermes al-Haramisa, Hermes, invented the alphabet, writing, tailoring, medicine, and astronomy, just like Thoth did, right? Inventor of writing and medicine and astronomy. This Hermes also built the eponymous pyramids, right? Just like they give the credit to Thoth and Enoch and other sources. And it says, the second one, the Babylonian Hermes, master of Pythagoras, taught math, science, and philosophy. Again, Hermes and Thoth, same thing. The third, Egyptian Hermes, was a builder of cities and master of alchemy. In Manichaeism, Hermes was one of the 5 major prophets before Mani. The oldest extant version of Hermes Trismegistus' emerald tablet is ascribed to Jabir ibn Hayyan. Again, the emerald tablet, as it says here, is also known as the Smaragdine tablet, or the Tabula Smaragdina. It's a compact encrypted piece of Hermetica reputed to contain the secret of the prima materia and its transmutation. You hearing this? It was highly regarded by European alchemists as the foundation of their art and its Hermetic tradition. The original source of the Emerald Tablet is unknown, it says here, but we know it's from Thoth. Although Hermes Trismegistus is the author named in the text. Okay, again, Hermes, who is Thoth.
This book is called The Eternal Hermes, From Greek God to Alchemical Magus by Antoine Favre, translated by Jocelyn Goodwin. It says here, Hermes has a most significant place in the Islamic tradition. Admittedly, his name does not appear in the Quran, but the hagiographers and historians of the first centuries of the Haggadah quickly identified him with Idris, the Nabi mentioned twice in the sacred book. This is Idris, whom God exalted to a lofty station. So they do mention Idris, and that is Hermes, basically is what they're telling you. And whom the Arabs also recognize as Enoch. So they do mention him in the Quran, okay? Genesis 5:18 to 24. Idris, Hermes is called thrice wise, okay? Idris, Hermes, okay? because he was threefold. The first of the name, comparable to Thoth. He is Thoth, just like Thoth was a civilizing hero, an initiator into the mysteries of the divine science and wisdom that animate the world. He carved the principles of the sacred science in hieroglyphics. Even the Arabic term for pyramid, Haram, wow, is connected with the name of Hermes. Wow. Wow, guys, you guys see that? Hermes. Wow, Hermes Haram, the second Hermes who lived in Babylon after the deluge, was the initiator of Pythagoras. The third one was the first teacher of alchemy. Thus, the figure of Hermes links Muslim consciousness with the pagan past, okay? Pagan past of not only Christianity, but of the Muslims and Islam. But it is no more graspable than that of our Western Trismegistus, just like Christianity, a faceless prophet, writes Islamicist Pierre Lorry, from whom I have borrowed the elements of this synthesis. Hermes possesses no concrete or salient characteristics, different in this regard from most of the major figures of the Bible and the Quran. Says here, Pierre Lorry recalls that Idris, or Hermes, right? Idris is Hermes, is Thoth, is Enoch, is said to have written poems. Remember, he was a scribe, particularly Odes in Arabic, Hebrew, and Syriac. Oh, he's writing in the original tongues. Thus he rises above sectarian divisions, transcends religious mysteries and chronological time, and speaks the languages of heaven, of earth, and of man in the integral state, namely Arabic. Namely, in Arabic, like the pure Arabs coming from Yarub, from Joktan. The Emerald Tablet is known to have been transmitted in that language. Okay? Okay? Lastly, this personage belongs to a delightful tradition, a magnificent example of the myth of the redeemed Redeemer. A certain angel, an angel, fallen angel maybe, having incurred the divine wrath, had one of his wings cut off. You see who this person is? His wings got cut off. He's a fallen angel and found himself exiled on a desert island. He went to beg Hermes Idris to intercede with God on his behalf. After Hermes Idris had succeeded in this mission, the angel gave him the power to enter heaven while still living in the seventh sphere. Oh, just like Enoch. Just like Enoch, right? You see? It is scarcely surprising that Hermes, whether or not qualified as Trismegistus, was considered as the founder of alchemy as early as Alexandrian times. Greek, which is to say Alexandrian, alchemy certainly disappeared toward the 6th century, but from that 7th and 8th centuries onwards, the Arabs took up the thread.
Now we continue with it.
So Idris and Hermes dealing with a fallen angel, huh? Or an angel associated to. But remember, father and son are the same. A lot of these are the same characters being split up. These are epithets, attributes. Continuing.
It says here, the relationship between the name Idris and Hermes, right, / Thoth, may rest on the name of Hermes' initiatory guide, Poimandris, in the ancient Greek corpus Hermeticum. Although the form of the name Idris is not a recognized Arabic word, its etymological root, DRS, means to teach. The prophet mentioned of Idris as the first to use the pen conforms to Egyptian iconography of Thoth, right? The first to write, the first to use the pen. Also, Enoch is given credit to be the first one to write down, or the first one to write down a book, like the Book of Enoch. Who combined, it says here, continuing, who combined with the Greek Hermes, became Hermes Trismegistus. So it says the prophet's mention of Idris as the first to use the pen conforms to Egyptian iconography of Thoth, who combines with the Greek Hermes, became Hermes Trismegistus. The narrative of Idris' cunning entry into paradise parallels the Homeric hymn to Hermes, where Hermes elevates himself into the Olympian pantheon by offering a sacrifice to himself. So you hear this. So not only Thoth goes up to and gets shown heaven, Enoch as well, Idris as well. Right now we're seeing Hermes' version of his story, right? He goes up to the Olympian pantheon, right? So we all know that these are the same people, same character. That's why they have the same story, right? So we're following on. Let's continue. Says here, by the 10th century, Abu Mashar al-Baghi identified Idris as the biblical Enoch and Hermes Trismegistus. Okay, hearing this? Hermes al-Mutala bil-Hikmah, the legendary Greek figure associated with the Egyptian god Thoth. The historian Mas'udi identified Enoch as Idris the prophet and the Hermes of the Sabians. These associations were echoed by the bibliographer Ibn Nadim in the Polymath of Al-Biruni, 973 to 1050, who equated Idris with Mercury, the Buddha, and Hermes. You hear?
In Albert McKee's Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, it says about Enoch, right? In regards to Enoch, in this encyclopedia, right, it says, though the scriptures furnished by the meager account of Enoch, the traditions of Freemasonry closely connect him by numerous circumstances with the early history of the institution, okay? Enoch, all right, very important in Freemasonry. The Greek Christians suppose him to have been identical with the first Egyptian Hermes who dwelt at Sais, okay? The Greek Christians said Enoch is Hermes. They say he was the first to give instruction on the celestial bodies, the hijacker, that he foretold the deluge that was to overwhelm his descendants, and that he built the pyramids. Right, Enoch/Thoth, engraving thereon figures of artificial instruments and the elements of the sciences, fearing lest the memory of man should perish in that general destruction. Eppolemus, a Grecian writer, makes him the same as Atlas, an Atlas from Atlantis, and attributes to him, as the pagans did, to that deity the invention of astronomy. Astronomy, you see how Enoch/Thoth is very involved in all this history here.
All right, real quick, just want to show you some Enochian symbols. All right, this is what they're calling Enochian magic and symbols. So this is where Enoch is related a lot to Hermes, and it gets very occult with Enoch. So I'm gonna do more videos on this. We're gonna get deeper with all this stuff. You see this image as a Enochian Kabbalistic. Hold on, let me just. Hermetic symbols, right? Just to get a reference, right? Enochian magic in the higher world. Look, these are like books. So, these are probably like, Freemason, Hermetics, Enochian magic. Look at the bird. Practical manual magic, huh? Then angelic language. Angelic, see? Guys, you guys starting to see what I'm trying to show you, right? Angelo's messenger, who is Thoth, who is Enki, who is Enoch? What happened to Enoch? He walked, he never died. Did he fall off? Did he get too egotistic? Did he get too much hubris? We're gonna talk about that. Let's just bear with me. Enochian magic, practical manual, angelic language, huh? You got that's the hijack, that's what I'm saying. An advanced guide to Enochian magic. See that? And you guys know this was they get their Rosicrucians start their Netter, their Pan-African version of Rosicrucian, right? Of Hermetics. We're probably going to talk about today later on as a bonus, maybe. We'll see. So Enochian physics, as you guys see, the structure of the magical universe. So this is a thing we're just getting our feet wet with, Decoding the Enochian secret. Look, God's most holy book. So this is what I'm saying. Angelic messengers. The messengers, huh? Like Thoth, like Mercury, like Hermes messengers, huh? Enochian symbols, alphabet, it says here. The holy table with ensigns of creation. That's what I say. You got Dash the Hijack. Enochian magic for beginners. I wouldn't mess with none of that. Enochian magic, the Kabbalah. You see? It's all connected. Enochian alphabet. All right. Just wanted to show you guys that. Okay, so you guys could understand how deep it goes when you start going into how important in Freemasonry Enoch is and how he relates to Hermes and alchemy and all these symbols, and you see how it's all the same. Somewhere in here, there's some truth, guys.
The Secret History of Hermes Trismegistus, Hermetism from Ancient to Modern Times, Hermes Alchemy, and the Tabula Smaragdina, or the Emerald Tablets, right? Says, along with this image of magician and conjurer was also that of Hermes as the father of alchemy, the Firist of son of Al-Nadim, which dates to 987, enumerates 13 books of Hermes on the subject of alchemy, about which we know scarcely anything beyond their titles. So these books are laws, they're saying. The Book of Hermes on the art, the Book of Flower and Gold, the Book of Tat on the art, the Book of Work of Recording, and so on, right? You guys see all the books. Hermes, the master of wonders, was considered the protector and conveyor of the secrets of alchemy. The text light on the method of Hermes, of Hermesy, which is probably from the 13th century, recounts another legend regarding the discovery. Hermes is actually a Syrian word meaning the known one. All right? It means the known one. Hermes means the known one. It's not Greek, so-called Greek, right? Also, Idris was not his real name. For he bore it only because of his learning. Hermes' real name was Enoch. Listen, guys, come on. Enoch. We're just talking about Enoch, and he was an inhabitant of the upper land of China or Sinai. Wow, look at this, man. We got to get deeper into this stuff, right? In a cave, he discovered a tablet containing treasures of science on which many alchemical techniques were inscribed. He found tablets, right? Just like Joseph Smith. Wow. Just like Joseph Smith found the Mormon tablets, supposedly so-called Mormon. This is pretty crazy right here. So again, in Arabic traditions, it's not just Idris or Hermes, it's literally Enoch. In the upper land of China, what China? China Major, Asia Major, China back in America, ancient America, Sinai.
Now, before we continue referencing Enoch, it's a touchy subject. So as it says in Genesis 4:17, it says, and Cain knew his wife. So after he was banished from Eden and he went to the land of Nod, he said he had a wife. Some say it was his daughter or his sister, right? And she conceived and bare Enoch. And he builded a city and called the name of the city after the name of his son, Enoch. So as you can see the line here of Adam on the top, you can see Cain had an Enoch, and then there's also an Enoch under Seth. So usually when we're talking about Enoch or the book of Enoch or anything like that, we usually think it's in reference to the son of Seth, Enoch, and not the one from Cain. So
I just wanted guys to see this little graph right here, the sons of Cain and Seth. If you don't know, Seth is the one who came after Abel was killed. Adam and Eve had another son, supposedly, right? Seth. I do have a graph, which is what I'm saying. I wanted to get back into who the mothers are. And according to Islamic tradition, they got the mothers, all the females, right? And other traditions. So we're going to show that. All right. I'm going to show that in another video. But that's what I'm saying. We're just getting our feet wet today. We got to get back all this, get to the basics, get through the basics so I can get deeper with you guys. So Cain has Enoch, you see. Then there's an Enoch on this side, on the ancestors of Noah, and the descendants of Cain. As you guys can see, Irad, Jared, Metushael, Mahalalel, Metusael, Metusela, Lamech. It's almost like the same names. Enoch. What's going on here? And I know nobody can really tell me the truth, and only the Most High can really, but we do know if we go with the supposed genealogy, there's two Enochs. So what Enoch are we talking about when we talk about Thoth, or are they the same? And all these people coming from the same lines, because they're mixing with Cain's daughters and all that. Who are the females? What did Jared do? It gets deep when it gets to Jared, Enoch's dad, from the line of Seth. It gets really deep. What did Jared do? I talked about it one day in another video. It seems in the apocryphal books he messed up. He did something with certain women. Who is Enoch? Who is Enoch's mom? What blood does Enoch have? Why is he able to talk to angels? Why can Enoch talk to angels and go see the firmament and everything? Just like Thoth, just like Hermes. Why did Enoch walk with God? He didn't die like a human. Why was he kind of immortal? Why did Noah eventually, why was he born albino? Why did Noah show signs of something happening in the mutation in the bloodline or somewhere? And why did his dad Lamech say, hey, he looked like the angels? Literally, he looked like the angels. He don't look like my son. He don't look like one. He looked like the angels. Are you guys hearing me? We still there? Mic check, mic check. Just wanted to say that, right? It's a lot to go into. That's what I'm saying. I wanted to do this. So we're going to definitely get into more deep in this subject as we go on with more videos, now that we're going back into the Thoth research, right? And Enoch and all that. Okay, I'm going to keep going now.
But which one are we talking about when we're referencing Enoch to Thoth and Idris and all this? Is the son of Seth or the son of Cain? Thoth was the keeper of the magical arts that made him the master of the gods, the one who revealed all knowledge of the 7 sacred sciences. You're going to see 7 related to Thoth a lot. 7, as well as Enoch, Idris, and all these people in Hermes. So the 7 sacred sciences and religion to humankind, all right? So he revealed the 7 sacred religions to humankind. So it says Thoth was the one who transmitted mystical secrets to his obscure followers, members of a reticent snake order. We will examine later. Thoth too was regarded to be the deity credited with being the god of wisdom, the inventor of letters and writing. Thus, Thoth was transformed into a god through wisdom, so he was made into a god, right? Again, he wasn't a god in the beginning. We know also from other sources that Thoth invented hieroglyphics and was the one who brought science, geometry, and architecture to humankind. Okay, you're hearing this? So Thoth was further celebrated as the Greek Hermes. There you go again. The Greeks and Romans identified Hermes with their pantheistic god Mercury. Mercury was the patron deity of learning, the chosen scribe for the Piatora of God, scribe, just like Thoth, just like Enoch, scribe. He served as their ordained messenger, again consistent with that of Enoch's responsibilities. Mercury.
In volume 2 of the book Isis Unveiled by Blavatsky, she says the
So before we get to Blavatsky, what she's saying, I just want to go ahead and just mention something that somebody mentioned in the chat real quick. And we go real quick to verse Genesis 4, 17, right? So Cain had a wife. Again, he had a son named Enoch. So when he was banished from the Garden of Eden, he somehow met other people, right? This is what the Bible don't tell us. There's other people, right? He got a wife, and he got Enoch. And that Cain was then building a city, and he named it after his son Enoch. He built the city after his son Enoch. And by coincidence, we just happen to have an ancient city, which happens to be today the capital of Mexico, which was the ancient city of Enoch, Titlan, right? Titlan. So what did Cain do? He named it after his son Enoch, a city, very ancient city, right? Titlan. Thoth said he came from a city in a lake. Thoth said he came from a city in a lake where there's 2 volcanoes. There's actually 2 volcanoes overlooking this city in a lake anciently, over the valley of the city of Mexico still. So I just wanted to add that. You guys see? It kind of matches what it's saying here, huh? Interesting. I'm not saying it is, but maybe. Yeah. Go back to the video. Let's see what Isis Unveiled Blavatsky is saying. She's saying the strange veneration, right?
strange veneration in which the Ophites held the serpent, which represented Christos, may become less perplexing if the student would but remember that at all ages the serpent was the symbol of divine wisdom, which kills in order to resurrect, destroys but to rebuild the better. Moses is made a descendant of Levi, a serpent tribe, the Nagas, Levites, priests, priest kings, Gautama Buddha is of a serpent lineage. Remember how they like to associate Thoth to Buddha too, right? So, hey, possibly. So, but he's a Naga, right? Serpent lineage. Remember, he's from the Sak through the Naga serpents, right? He's a Naga. Guatemala Buddha coming from Guatemala, right? His mom is Maya. He's a Maya. He's a Naga. Possibly has something to do with this, thought, hey, you never know. So he was from the Naga serpent race of kings, snake kings, right? Just like the Maya had snake kings, serpent kings, who reigned in Magadla. Hermes, or the god Thoth, and his snake symbol is Tet. And according to the Ophite legends, Jesus or Christos is born from a snake. Divine wisdom or Holy Ghost. Example, he became a son of God through his initiation into the serpent signs. Ooh. Vishnu, identical with the Egyptian Neph, rests on the heavenly seven-headed serpent. Yeah, so you see the many associations of Thoth and epithets and influence. All right. This is the book, an encyclopedic outline of Masonic, Hermetic, Kabbalistic, and Rosicrucian symbolical philosophy, being interpretation of the secret teachings concealed within the rituals, allegories, and mysteries of all ages by Manly P. Hall. Suppositions concerning the identity of Hermes. Imblacus averred that Hermes was the author of 20,000 books. Manetto increased the number to more than 36,000. Figures which make it evident that a solitary individual, even though he be overshadowed by divine prerogative, could scarcely have accomplished such a monumental labor. All right, don't get exaggerated, basically is what he's saying. Among the arts and sciences which is affirmed, Hermes revealed to mankind were medicine, chemistry, law, art, astrology, music, rhetoric, magic, philosophy, geography, mathematics, especially geometry, anatomy, and oratory. Orpheus was similarly acclaimed by the Greeks. In his Biographia Antiqua, Francis Barrett says of Hermes, if God ever appeared in man, he appeared in him. You see the hijack? See how this Francis said, yo, that's literally God. He is God. Hermes, Thoth, huh? As if evident both from his books and his Pymander, in which works he has communicated the sum of the abyss and the divine knowledge to all posterity, but which he has demonstrated himself to have been not only an inspired divine, but also a deep philosopher, obtaining his wisdom from God and heavenly things and not from man. All right, that's what he's saying about Hermes / Thoth, right? His transcendent learning caused Hermes to be identified with many of the early sages. He was many of the early sages, see? And prophets. That's why you got to dodge the hijack a lot. In his ancient mythology, Brian writes, I have mentioned that Cadmus was the same as the Egyptian Thoth, and it is manifest from his being Hermes, and from the invention of letters being attributed to him. In the chapter on the theory of Pythagorean mathematics will be found the table of the original Cadmean letters. Investigators believe that it was Hermes who was known to the Jews as Enoch. Okay, he was who? Hermes, who is Thoth, right? Is what? Enoch. He is Enoch as well, okay? We're going to learn this over and over, called by Kenealy the second messenger of God. Hermes was accepted into the mythology of the Greeks, later becoming the Mercury of the Latins. He is Mercury. He was revered through the form of the planet Mercury, because this body is nearest to the sun. Hermes, of all creatures, was nearest to God and became known as the messenger of the gods. The messenger of the gods. Okay, look, just like an angel. Who is Thoth really? Who is Enoch really? Who is Hermes? Why does it start looking like a fallen angel?
Even though Enoch was rendered to be Hermes, Thoth, among the Egyptians, and Mercury was Enoch's appellation among the Greeks, Enoch was also known as Hermes among the Greeks. The Greeks, interestingly enough, identified their Hermes Mercury with Thoth, Hermes of Egypt, believing he built the pyramids of Egypt. There you go again. Credit for building the pyramids of Egypt, and that's after the 16th, 17th, 18th dynasty. Adding to Enoch's alternative reputation, the mystical Hebrews, according to Timothy Freak and Peter Gandhi, right, the mystical Hebrews, who co-wrote the Hermetica, the lost wisdoms of the pharaohs, referred to Enoch as Idris. The Phoenicians knew Enoch as Thoth, which is very close to Egyptian Thoth or Thoth, while the Arabians knew Enoch as Idris, right? Very similar again, Idris, and we're gonna read later Iblis. So if you're not too familiar with Enoch, right, in the Hebrew Bible, right, he's one of the he's seventh from Adam in line, one of the biblical pre-flood patriarchs, and it says here, Hebrew Hanak, Arabic and Quranic literature, Idris, right? We're relating it to Idris again here. Is a figure in biblical literature in the seventh generation from Adam. He was considered the author of the book of Enoch, and also called Enoch the scribe of judgment. Again, scribe, just like Mercury, just like Thoth. In addition to an appearance in the book of Genesis of the Hebrew Bible, Enoch is subject of many Jewish, Christian, and Muslim writings, okay? Enoch was the son of Jared, the father of Methuselah, and the great-grandfather of Noah, yes, the flood Noah. At 65 years old, he begot Methuselah. Regem and Gaidad are also mentioned as his sons according to Enoch. The Bible says that Enoch lived 365 years before he was taken by God. Okay, so when it's going to explain here, when they say taken, the text reads that Enoch walked with God, not taken. So he walked with God and he was no more, for God took him. So, which some Christians interpret as Enoch entering heaven alive. So in the story of Enoch, he doesn't die, right? God takes him when he turns 365, he goes up. And right there he gets to go to heaven and he becomes like an angel, right? After that he's called Metatron, and we're going to read about that later in the rabbi literature. As it says here, Metatron, one who metes out or marks off a place, a divider, and a fixer of boundaries, a measurer. Although several other suggestions exist, or Metatron is an archangel in Judaism, and known in Judaism as a recording angel, or the chancellor of heaven, a scribe, right, recorder, which makes Adramelech his infernal counterpart. We're going to learn about Adramelech later. The name Metatron is not mentioned in the Hebrew Bible, nor is mentioned in the early Enoch literature. How the name originated is a matter of debate. Although Metatron is mentioned in a few brief passages in the Talmud, he appears primarily in mystical Kabbalistic texts within the rabbinic literature. Okay, you heard that? In that tradition, he is the highest of the angels and serves as the celestial scribe or recording angel scribe. According to Jewish Apocrypha, Metatron is the name Enoch received after his transformation into an angel, right? After God took him or walked with, after he walked with God, you see? The book of Genesis 5:24 is often cited as evidence of Enoch's bodily ascension into heaven. And Enoch walked with God, and he was not, for God took him. There you go.
All right, guys. So I hope you guys are paying attention. So I don't know if you knew this part about Enoch and Kabbalistic teachings, Judaic, the Hermetic part of Judaism, right? Enoch became an angel. Enoch, he didn't die, you know, when he supposedly walked with God. That the story continues for them, and he became Metatron. It sounds like a Transformers name, right? What if it is? Either way, he had an infernal counterpart. They're saying Adramelech. But I want you to see, he became an angel. So Enoch is associated with being an angel. And what do angels do? Some angels fall, right? Some angels fall from grace, right? Some angels mess up. So who are we really talking about? That's what I'm saying. And remember, they took the books of Enoch out of the Prokfra. We don't know about this version of the Kabbalistic, and there's more. We're gonna see more. I'm gonna show you guys more correlation. Remember, Thoth is Hermes, that's Enoch. Remember, Thoth and these people are messengers, just like angels. The influencing messengers, huh? Metatron, Enoch became an angel, right? So his infernal counterpart, they're saying, is Adramelech. This is all in future videos, right? But I'm just going, there's a lot to get into. That's what I'm saying. So just, right? It's an ancient Semitic god mentioned briefly by the name of Book of Kings, right? He is described as god of Sepharim. Either way, you got the peacock, right? We're gonna get into the peacock soon, like right now almost. So look at that. I just want to show you that correlation before we even started talking about the peacock. Remember that. I'm gonna show you. Remember Adramelech? Remember, you got the peacock feathers. How does that come in? What's up with the peacock? Let's go back. So Metatron, right? Enoch became an angel, known as Metatron. So what happened to Enoch after that? What really happened to him after that? What did he do? Did he mess up? Or who are we talking about?
So we continue here, just some more correlation with different epithets of Thoth, right? Among the Greeks and Romans, it says the invention of letters, again, was generally attributed to the Phoenicians. For the Greeks, this was natural, as they received the greater part of their alphabet directly from Cadmus, a native of Phoenicia, and would therefore be likely to think, yet the honor of invention belonged to that country. Yet it is clear that some of the most learned of the Greeks regarded Cadmus in his true light, not as the inventor, but merely as the introducer of letters. Plato expressly says that Thoth, the Egyptian, or Thoth, right, was the first to divide letters into vowels and consonants, mutes and liquids. So again, just to remind you, the scribe, right? Thoth is known as the scribe. Hermes as well. Hermes Trismegistus, Mercury as well. The record keeper, Metatron, you just heard. Enoch was also known as the scribe and record keeper. So you see, writing comes from Thoth. Okay, so let's continue. It says an individual of this same name, Thoth or Thoth, is also mentioned by Sanconiathon, the historian, as the inventor of letters, but it is claimed by him as Phoenicians living in the 12th and 13th generation after the deluge. And this might be likely because we know our chronology is messed up. Just study the findings of Anatomy Flamenco. I think that's the name of it. New chronology. Just Google new chronology. It says to reconcile these conflicting accounts, Jackson in his chronological antiquities holds that letters were invented by Thoth or Thoth, the Phoenician, a son of Mizraim, about 5 centuries after the deluge, but were introduced into Egypt 400 years afterwards by a second Thoth, whom he supposed to have been identical with the celebrated Hermes Trismegistus of the Greeks, the inventor, according to Diodorus, of grammar, music, letter, and writing, like I just said. Hermes as well. Says here, the Emerald Tablet. The Phoenician tradition relates to us that the Emerald Tablet of Enoch, Thothis, Hermes, was found by a Phoenician priest, an initiate of the Great White Fraternity, on the dead body of Hermes in the land of Cabirium. You hearing this? It was written by Enoch himself, or by his son Methuselah, or by one of his faithful adepts. You see what there's relating the tablet to Enoch. Now, we're saying that Enoch is Thoth. We're saying that Enoch is Idris, which is Hermes. So, okay, so look at all this correlation. And so it says, it was written by Enoch himself, or his son Methuselah, or by one of his faithful adepts, in Canaanite Phoenician letters. And if we see the Emerald Tablet of Thoth, it does look like Canaanite Phoenician letters, Paleo-Hebrew actually. On a piece of emerald stone with the purest of gold, it contained the process of alchemy, which focused on a spiritual enlightenment. There you go again, alchemy. Through a change in the physiology of the body based on transmutation of the sexual force. So you see, again, just to remind you what the origins of Christianity, what teachings of Christianity, where they come from these Hermetic Hellenistic teachings of Hermes, of this Emerald Tablet, which was very popular during the Reformation and the Renaissance times we read earlier, right? Now, since we're referencing the Phoenicians, right, we're going to continue with the Phoenicians here, and we're going to get into the Phoenix now. So it says here, Professor George Rawlinson, in his Story of Phoenicia, tells us that Phoenicia derived its name from the forest of date or phoenix palms, which grew there in great luxuriance. So far, so good. But whence did the phoenix palm derive its name? Horapollo says, a palm branch was the symbol of the phoenix, a palm branch. Yes, but what or who was the phoenix? Sanchomaton, or Sanchomaton, the Phoenician writer, states that Phoenix was the first Phoenician. Phoenix then was a man. All right, so they're saying Phoenix was a man then, right? They're referencing a person, right? The Phoenix. Now, the word Phoenix is the Greek form of the Egyptian term Pa-Hanok, the house of Enoch. In Hebrew, Enoch also is Hanok. Thus, the mystery of that ancient race is solved. They were the sons and descendants of Enoch and Noah and his 3 sons, who after the flood started their westward march. Their descendants have kept it up since, settled first north of the Persian Gulf in the bushlands of Mesopotamia, where they found a dusky race in occupation of the land, the ancient Sumerians, and from thence towards the Mediterranean. Alright, so they're saying that the Egyptians, or these people, right, the Sumerians or Mesopotamia area, are the descendants of Enoch and Noah. Well, it makes sense because we know that most on that side was most of the sons of Ham, right? They are descendants of Noah and Enoch. So is it far-fetched? No. Let's continue here. It says here, the house of...
So we have a way better understanding of that 7 years later, right? Phoenician seafarer, people coming out of the Holy Land, most importantly. The true Holy Land. A lot of Israelites and the Phoenicians, so-called Phoenicians, Danites, from the tribe of Simeon and things like that. A lot of the seafaring nations, so-called Phoenicians, right? But the essence of the word is what I'm showing you, the history of why they say, oh, phonetics, letters, and all that. You describe is the original scribe right here. Tamba, Hermes, Thoth, Enoch, Pahanik, Phinok.
Of, or the father of the house of, the individual designated by the proper name. Hence, the Egyptian name Grecianized as Phoenix was apparently derived down from Pa-Hanok or Fahanok or Pa-Enoch, the name of the father of the house of Enoch. The Phoenix cycle, therefore, is the cycle of Pa-Hanok, the cycle of the house of Enoch. The initial period again, the life of Enoch, Pa-Hanok, is a great year, or a year of years, 365 or 365 and 1/4 years. The Greeks gave the name Phoenix to the palm tree branch, which as a hieroglyphic in Egyptian denoted the year 365 or 365 and 1/4 days. Thus, Horopolo refers to the phoenix, the bird, as signifying in Egyptian a soul continuing a long time here, or a man returning home after a long time from a foreign land. So you see how they related the phoenix to Enoch and why. Remember, as it says in Genesis 5, Enoch walked with God. He didn't die. He walked with God when he was 365 years, right? Just like the great year of the palm tree here, the hieroglyphic, the Egyptian hieroglyphic, which is 365. And it's of a soul continuing a long time, since all these people, the patriarchs, especially Enoch, because he didn't die, right? They lived a long time, and Enoch actually didn't die, so his soul did continue.
So remember earlier also, Hermes triggered mysteries associated with changing the calendar to 365 days a year. And he's talking about Thoth and Enoch, right?
For a long time, right? And a man returning home after a long time from a foreign land. So, he did go up to heaven, right? And he came back. So, let's continue. In ancient Egypt, the Pa prefix to a proper name designates the father of the house of, or the house of, that person. The Phoenix, or PH, or Anix, Pahanok, is the Grecianized form of the Egyptian title for the house of Hanok or Enoch. The legend of the Phoenix is nothing more than the ancient traditions concerning the life of the biblical hero Enoch. According to the biblical narrative, Enoch was taken to heaven after 365 years. In ancient Egypt, this was considered a great year. Hence, the date palm tree Phoenix dactylifera hieroglyphic was used to represent the year. This might also explain the Jewish and Egyptian traditions concerning the phoenix and the palm tree, as mentioned above, and we're going to start seeing that, how that starts showing up in these Hermetic teachings and drawings and all that, and rabbinic literature. the palm tree and the phoenix, a bird on top of it. All right, so let's continue. It says, according to the biblical narrative, Enoch in his 365th year walked with God, and he was taken to heaven. According to the Hebrew 11:5, Enoch was translated because he pleased God. According to biblical chronology, it was the 987th year from Adam, almost 1,000 years, when this translation of Enoch, Phoenix, occurred. This 987th year, rounded, may be the basis for the legend of the 1,000-year Phoenix cycle. Okay, you hear that? So this almost happened when he walked with God when Adam was almost 1,000 years old, so 987 years old. But he was already dead because he died at 930. We remember, right? Greek legends of the phoenix. The modern usage of the term phoenix comes from the Greek association with the date palm. In ancient Egypt, the Bennu bird and the date palm were given the same name. In many cases, were considered synonymous. Some historians speculate the Greeks associated the purple color of the murex shellfish, made famous by the Phoenicians, with the similar purple color of the date palm fruit. Hence, they believed the term phoenix was applied to the Bennu bird, date palm idea of renewal, found in ancient Egyptian traditions. This association was understood in later medieval thought, as shown by Juan de Orozco's Sacra Symbola Agrigento 1601 on the right. On the picture right here, as you can see. In this Latin book of emblems, he shows the phoenix nesting in a palm tree. As already mentioned, this same idea is found in various translations of Job 29, 18, 19, where the palm tree and the phoenix were used interchangeably. So again, we're going to start seeing this again, like I said. And I believe this drawing also can be found in the Hieroglyphica. These are Hermetic drawings as well, later on. Same image you see here, the Greeks used. And the Bennu bird, again, another bird being associated to this figure, Enoch, which / Thoth, remember, / Hermes. So again, Thoth, another bird. So let's continue. It says here, the Bennu is an ancient Egyptian deity linked with the sun, creation, and rebirth. Right? Rebirth. It may have been the inspiration for the phoenix in Greek mythology. It says here, roles. According to Egyptian mythology, the Bennu was a self-created being. Said to have played a role in the creation of the world. It was said to be the Ba of Ra. Okay? And enabled the creative actions of Atum. It was said to have flown over the waters of Noon that existed before creation, landed on a rock and issuing a call that determined the nature of creation. It was a symbol of rebirth and was therefore associated with Osiris. Again, we're going to get into the whole how Thoth is related to Osiris, right? With the Trinity, Osiris, Isis, and Horus, right? And how he was, the whole rebirth, how he was put back together with Thoth's help. Isis, used Thoth's help. So this is another correlation here. The Bennu bird, we're relating to Enoch, the phoenix, right? Who is / Thoth. All right, let's follow along. And it says here, some of the titles of the Bennu bird were He Who Came into Being by Himself and Lord of Jubilees. The latter epithet referred to the belief that the Bennu periodically renewed itself like the sun. Its name is related to the Egyptian verb WBNSS, meaning to rise in brilliance, Waban, or to shine, right? Rise in brilliance, to shine. Who else is referred to as the shining ones? Right? All these gods, these stars, these falling angels, morning star, the shining one. Okay, let's go. Now this Bennu bird, right? It's like a type of stork, right? You know the stories about the stork, right? Bringing the babies, bringing the new life, right? You can see here what a stork scientific name here. One of them is, it says Mycteria ibis, right? So it's the same thing as Thoth. Thoth was the head of Ibis, like a type of stork. Bennu bird, phoenix, Enoch, Thoth / Thoth, Idris / Hermes, right? Same people. Now let's not forget who Iblis is, right? Iblis, right? Almost sounds like Iblis, Iblis, right? The shining one. We just saw the Bennu bird, the shining one. Iblis is the devil in Islam, right? The shining one, Lucifer. Rabbinic tradition believed the phoenix or shoal is what was referenced in Job 29:18-19, where it states the following. This is the verse we just mentioned before. Then I said, I shall die in my nest, and I shall multiply my days as the sand, shoal. My root was spread out by the waters, and the dew lay all night upon my branch. Job 29:18-19. The English word sand in verse 18 is the Hebrew word shoal. This association of the phoenix with shoal is further confirmed by the LXC and TN, the lexicon and Tanakh translations, I believe, of Job 29:18-19. Notice in the verses below the association of the phoenix with the palm tree as in ancient Egypt. And I said, my age shall continue as the stem of a palm tree. I shall live a long while. My root was spread out by the water, and the dew would lodge on my crop. My glory was fresh in me, and my bow prospered in his hand. I thought I would end my days with my family and be as long lived as the phoenix. My roots reach in water and dew lying on my branches. Tanakh, Job 29:18-19. You see, that was the three different versions right there. Alright, so it is the phoenix, as you can see, rabbinic literature, and they follow that. They state this a lot. As it says here, it seems the Jewish legend of the phoenix involved a mythical bird, the shoal. This bird, because it did not partake of the forbidden fruit, was taken to heaven to live for 1,000 years. The bird was taken to heaven. The bird walked with God. Okay, so let's continue. Rabbi Shlomo Yitzhaki, or Rashi, as he was commonly called, had this to say concerning the phoenix. It is a bird whose name is Shoal, and the death has no power on it. And death has no power on it, because it did not taste the fruit from the tree of knowledge. At the end of 1,000 years, it renews itself and returns to his youth. So you see where the 1,000 years of the phoenix comes from, this reference, right? Because it didn't eat of the forbidden fruit, all right? According to rabbi literature, right? Rabbi scholars, right? And just to finish up here, it says Jewish legends of the phoenix. Jewish tradition from the Bereshit Rabbah 19:5 states the following concerning their legend of the phoenix. Okay, Jewish literature, right? It says Eve gave the cattle, beasts, and birds to eat of it the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge. So she didn't just give it to Adam; she gave it to all the animals too, as it says here. All obeyed her and ate thereof, except a certain bird named Shoal, as it is written, Then I said, I shall die with my nest, and I shall multiply my days as the shoal. And that's very similar to the verse in Job 29:18-19. Says here, Horapolinis in his Hieroglyphica 1595. Now we're going to get into what this Hieroglyphica was, right? This book, this Hermetic book, this translation of the Egyptian hieroglyphics for these Greek Hellenistic Hermetic followers, right? And it says here, states the following concerning the year. When they would represent a year, they delineate Isis, example, a woman. When they would represent a year otherwise, they delineate a palm tree branch. Because of all others, this tree alone at each renovation of the moon produces one additional branch, so that in the 12 branches the year is completed. Wow. On the surface, it does not appear obvious why the Egyptians associate the Bennu bird and the palm tree with the phoenix. We know both Jewish and Greek thought realized this association, but they do not give a reason for it. The symbolism of a bird's renewal or rebirth and flight into heaven is a common theme regardless of the tradition. Chinese, Indian, and Native American legends of the phoenix. In China, the legend centers around the Feng or Heng Huan. This mythical bird comes to earth to help in the development of mankind and then returns to heaven, like an angel. We'll get into that later. In India, the bird was called the Veena, and the Native Americans called it the Thunderbird. And again, we're going to get into also as well later one of the epithets of Thoth, and as we are getting close to relating all these gods, the mythical gods of the ancient past, one of them was Thor, right? And he's related to thunder as well. So let's continue. It says Egyptian legends of the phoenix. Most traditions concerning the phoenix appear to originate in the legends of the ancient Egypt. It was in Egypt where the Bennu bird, a heron or stork-like bird. Again, earlier we saw that the EBs is the scientific name for a type of stork, right? So what is the difference? EBs again was Thoth, right? And we're relating the phoenix to Enoch, or the house of Enoch, what it meant in the Egyptian phoenix, the Phoenician word, where they got it from, and that is Enoch, right? And slash Thoth. So again, let's continue. It says, and the palm tree are first associated with the phoenix legend. Interestingly, a palm tree or palm shoot is the hieroglyph for 365-day year in ancient Egypt. Korapolenis in his Hieroglyphica 1595 again states the following concerning the year. When they would represent a year, the daily isolate. Okay, so we already read this right before, so that's from the Hieroglyphic. As you can see right here and towards the right, the palm tree, the hieroglyph, the symbol used for the year in ancient Egypt. You can see what it looks like. So again, we're going to start seeing all these images again. We're going to go into the Hieroglyphica, and we're going to start seeing how it all relates to alchemy and these teachings that they were transferring from Egypt to Greece, right, and from there to Rome, and continuing to create the religions that we see today. For example, as it says here, symbols and logos, the double-headed phoenix of Hermes. Again, Hermes slash Thoth, right? The story of the phoenix comes from the ancient Egypt during the origins of the legend of Hermes. The phoenix is said to rise from the flames and ashes of its own burning death. The phoenix symbolizes transformation of consciousness that comes from dying and being reborn, much like the Christian concept of resurrection or the Eastern idea of reincarnation. You hear that? Where we start hearing about the idea of resurrection. The double-headed symbol for Hermetic tradition offers the additional Eastern concept of duality and paradox of human cognition. As 33-degree Freemasonic author Manly P. Hall said in his book, The Phoenix, an illustrated review of occultism and philosophy. Among the ancients, a fabulous bird called the phoenix is described by early writers. In size and shape, it resembles the eagle, but with certain differences. The body of the phoenix is one covered with glossy purple feathers, again purple, and the plumes in its tail are alternately blue and red. The head of the bird is light in color, and about its neck is a circlet of golden plumage. At the back of its back, the phoenix has a crest of feathers of brilliant colors. The phoenix is said lives for 500 years, and at its death, its body opens and the newborn phoenix emerges. Because of this symbolism, the phoenix is generally regarded as representing immortality and resurrection. There you go again. The phoenix is one sign of the secret orders of the ancient world. Okay? The phoenix, again, is one sign of the secret orders of the ancient world and of the initiate of those orders. For it was common to refer to one who had been accepted into the temples as a man twice born or reborn. Wisdom confers a new life, and those who become wise are born again. Again, the symbol of the self-born, who is the androgynous phoenix in the esoteric symbol. The double-headed phoenix is the prototype of an androgynous man, for according to the secret teachings, there will. 33rd degree Freemason Mary P. Hall. Again, you can see the drawing right from this book. You can see the cross, the crucifixion. You can see Jesus with the phoenix, the resurrection, right? This is their books, their drawings. Take a look where we start seeing again the Hermetic teachings influencing Christianity. As it says here, Horus the Brave, the offspring of the sun, all glorious, whom the sun has chosen, and the valiant Ares Mars has endowed. His goodness remains forever, whom among loves, whom fills with good the temple of the phoenix. The phoenix is one of the most sacred symbols of the brotherhood we know of as the Order of the Quest. It symbolizes the morning star, Who is the son of the sun? Son of the sun? The sun, right? The sun, the second coming, the sun, the morning star. Who was the shining one? The Bennu bird, right? The Bennu bird is a type of beast, right? Who is the beast? Thoth. And it sounds like Iblis, another Satan in Muslim world. Morning star, we have the phoenix here, symbolizes the morning star, as it says here. Continuing, the Father, in which we celebrate through the rising of this most glorious firebird from the flames into immortality and reincarnation. The phoenix is the sun and the Messiah that has risen to become the soul of the sun god Ra. You see this? The sun and the Messiah. Wow, this is sounding very similar to something we know as Christianity, right? The beginning and what they follow, right? The Son, the Trinity, the Messiah that it rises after 3 days of being dead, risen, reincarnated, immortality. It says, we then find the phoenix with the Gnostics and then subsequently adopted as a symbol in early Christianity that we now find today in the eagle of St. John, which is really the phoenix, right? It says here again, the eagle of St. John, look it up, which is really the phoenix. The picture to the right depicts Christ in the Phoenix mosaic in the church of SS Cosma e Damiano in Rome. The phoenix is the bright morning star in the Bible in Isaiah 14:12. Again, the phoenix is the bright morning star in the Bible in Isaiah 14:12. How you have fallen from heaven, O morning star, son of the dawn. You have been cast down to the earth, you who once laid low the nations. Again, as a reminder, I mean, we're just talking about Hermes, right? Slash Thoth, slash Enoch, slash the Phoenix, right? So again, many Christian writers, right? We read earlier, considered Hermes Trismegistus to be a wise pagan prophet who foresaw the coming of Christianity. They believed in the Prisca Theologia, the doctrine that a single true theology exists, which threads through all religions, okay? And it says here, continuing, in order to demonstrate the verity of the Prisca Theologia, Christians appropriated the Hermetic teachings for their own purposes. By this account, Hermes Trismegistus was either a contemporary of Moses or the third in line of men named Hermes, Enoch, Noah, and the Egyptian priest king who is known to us as Hermes Trismegistus, on account of being the greatest priest, philosopher, and king. Now, speaking of Christians appropriating Hermetic teachings for their own, and also this resurrection theme, right? It says here, the peacock as a symbol, right? Another bird we're going to get into right now again. So it says here, the peacock was a symbol of immortality because the ancients believed that the peacock had flesh that did not decay after death. The Greek philosopher and mathematician Pythagoras wrote that the soul of Homer moved into a peacock, perhaps reflecting on the importance of the centuries-old popularity of the Greek poet. While continuing to keep its association with wealth, the bird, which replaces its feathers every year, also became a symbol of renewal and resurrection in early Christian and Byzantine culture. Peacock imagery appears in early Christian tomb paintings and mosaics, especially concerning the resurrection. Says here, the peacock has also been subject of other various myths and legends, including those of religious significance. And this is going to corroborate with what we just read and some other things we read before. It says, in Christian mythology, it is believed that the peacock, who declined to eat the forbidden fruit in the Garden of Eden, was rewarded for its abstinence, whereby its flesh would never decay after death. Wow, this sounds just like the story of the rabbi literature about the phoenix, right? The shoal. It says that because it didn't eat of the forbidden fruit, it got to live for 1,000 years in heaven. Look at the similarity between the phoenix and the peacock right here in this Christian mythology. It didn't eat the forbidden fruit, so it actually, whereby its flesh would never decay after death. Right, it says here. So let's continue. It is through Christian and Byzantine art that the peacock then became associated as a symbol of resurrection and paradise. Naturally, though, the peacock is also known to shed and replaces his feathers every year. and as such added to the legend of the peacock as a symbol of rebirth or renewal for Christ. For who? Christos. For who? For Jesus. Krishna. Jesus Krishna. Now let's take a look at it towards the middle here. It says, now it just so happens that one of the old spellings of phoenix is phoenix or phoenix in Greek transliterations. Like the name Lucifer, phoenix means shining one. And if we add phoenix in its Greek value, we get phoenix, so let's say a 666 according to them. So remember the Bennu bird, or the phoenix, Egyptian phoenix, the Bennu bird, right, means the shining one. Do you guys remember that? All right, corroboration right here. Continuing, it says, it depended on what area of the world the pagan lived as to what type of bird was called the phoenix. Now listen to this. To the Egyptian, it was the heron. To the Babylonians, Assyrians, and Hindus, it was the peacock. So the phoenix and the peacock, again, same. To the North American Indian, it was the eagle. Okay, so if you've been following the eagle, you've been seeing that the eagle has been conquering and enslaving everybody. Wherever it goes, it conquers. Follow the eagle. Now we're going to see that it's relating to the phoenix. And again, phoenix slash Enoch slash Thoth, eagle. Okay, so another bird coming into the picture. To the Central and South Americans, he was the Quetzal. Now we're going to get to this being related to Quetzalcoatl, okay? The Quetzal, the flying serpent, later on. It says here, of all the birds, the peacock most resembles the traditional description of the phoenix. Okay, again, of all the birds, the peacock, right, most resembles the traditional description of the phoenix, the bird we've been talking about before. The phoenix is the legendary bird of resurrection that is sacrificed in the fires of life and then rises from the flames out of its own ashes. As a reflection of the phoenix, the peacock was often associated with immortality and rebirth, and considered sacred by many cultures and religions, including the Greek, Egyptian, Chinese, Christian, and Hindu. In Greek mythology, when Argus, the guard assigned to watch over the goddess Hera, fell asleep, his 100 eyes, listen to this, his eyes, right? His 100 eyes were given to the peacock, Hera's favorite bird. Chinese mythology states that the peacock's plumage is a blending of 5 colors that create the sweet harmony of sound. In Egypt, the bird was linked to the worship of the sun god Amun-Ra and associated with the all-seeing eye of Horus. The all-seeing eye of Horus, yes, the one you see in the Illuminati triangle, right? That everybody calls the Illuminati symbol, the all-seeing eye. This is where it comes from. It comes from the eye, well, what looks like an eye on the peacock's feather. There's so many references to that. We're going to continue to read and encounter that over our studies here. So we're going to continue. Right, it says, to the Hindus, the peacock was associated with Indra, the god of thunder, who became a peacock endowed with 100 eyes that enabled him to watch out for the demon Ravana. You see this? So thunder, again, Thor. We're going to see this later, thunder or again. Christianity assigns the peacock as a symbol of death and resurrection of Jesus Christ. Again, we continue. In China, Japan, and India, the phoenix is the peacock. Again, the phoenix is the peacock. You see? And the symbol of the sun also Ra, Thoth, symbol of the sun. Right? In Bali, the peacock is a symbol of the entire sky. The pagan believed that when he died, his spirit, soul, would become immortal and take possession of one of the stars in heaven, from whence he originally came. It is significant that the peacock throne made at Delhi, India, in 1628 is supported by 12 pillars, one for each of the 12 signs of the zodiac. It is eye-opening to discover the peacock, sunbird, a symbol of Lucifer. There you go again, referring the peacock to Lucifer, a god behind all false gods, pictured on a Roman Catholic church window. Where? In a Roman Catholic church window. We're going to see this throughout this video. Encircled by the zodiac. In the church of Saint Maurice at Reims, France, we will find a woman, probably the Virgin Mary, pictured in a sun halo and crowned with 7 stars. In one hand she holds a peacock, around which stretches a circular band having on it the 12 signs of the zodiac. Another shocking observation regarding the Roman Catholic Church is her exaltation of her Pope when in procession, as he is carried on his portable throne. During this procession, 2 grooms carry large fans of peacock feathers in such a way that the seated Pope seems to have 2 wings on his shoulders, which are constantly in motion, and they make him appear as if he is flying. In ancient Rome and Greece, heaven was considered filled with eyes, the eyes representing the stars, the stars representing the homes of the dead. The god Argus was said to have hundreds of eyes. Again, these eyes of heaven were represented by the eyes found on the peacock feather. Now, in reference to Argus, again, now, if we go back, right, we're just talking about Thoth, right, / Hermes, right, or the different epithets, right? What was an epithet? Descriptive name for the same person, just another descriptive name for the same person. So an epithet of Thoth would be Argeiphontes. It says here, Hermes' epithet, Argeiphontes, meaning Argus, slayer, recalls his slaying of the 100-eyed giant Argus Panoptes, who was watching over the heifer nymph Lo in the sanctuary of Queen Hera herself in Argus. Hermes placed a charm on Argus' eye with the caduceus to cause the giant to sleep. After this he slew the giant. Argus' eye were then put into the tail of the peacock, a symbol of the goddess Hera, was put into the tail of the peacock. You see? More corroboration. This symbolism was adopted by early Christianity, and thus many early Christian paintings and mosaics show peacock. The peacock is still used in Easter season, especially in the East. The eye in the peacock's tail feathers symbolize the all-seeing God, and in some interpretations of the church, a peacock drinking from a vase is used as a symbol of Christian believer drinking from the waters of eternal life. You hear this? It says, because of this belief that the peacock's flesh did not decay after death, the peacock became a symbol of Christ. And as such, the early Christian paintings and mosaics use peacock imagery. When the peacock displays its tail, it looks like hundreds of eyes are watching us. The all-seeing eye again. Because of this, the peacock has been associated with the all-seeing eye of God, who sees all actions in all people, meaning that nothing escapes the universal justice. The peacock also came to symbolize the all-seeing Catholic Church. Okay, you see what it's symbolizing? The all-seeing Catholic Church. As you can see here, some of the images of some of the peacocks as you can see on the walls or these churches, right? It says peacocks were common decorative motifs on old churches and buildings. It says on the bottom there in red. And on the top here it says the eyes of the peacock feathers also symbolize the beatific vision, the direct perception and knowledge of God as he truly is, enjoyed by angels, Christ, and the saints in heaven, which was another reason it was decorative motive on medieval tomb sculptures. Okay, the peacock is a destroyer of serpents, and the bestiaries tell us it could swallow the poisonous venom without harm. It then used the poisons it swallowed to create its colorful plumage. So the peacock can eat poison, and then it says that that's why it has those colors on its tail, that it basically expels it and creates those colorful plumage that it has. For this reason, its blood was believed to dispel evil spirits, and its feathers and meat to cure snake bite and sickness. St. Augustine affirms this belief of the antiseptic qualities of the peacock flesh in the city of God, says there. In Hinduism, the Ramayana relates that when the god Indra transforms himself into an animal, again the god Indra, he becomes a peacock. In India, the peacock was believed to have 1,000 eyes in its feathers and had power to kill snakes. Again, killing snakes. This sacred bird that symbolized the heavenly host is known to have been kept in Babylon for religious purposes. Aristotle mentions the peacock bird, and a reference in a play by Aristophanes may imply that a Persian ambassador brought a gift of peacocks. Alexander the Great imposed heavy penalties on those who killed Indian peacocks. The birds were depicted on Greek coins. They were sacred to Hera, and a myth relates how the goddess set the 100-eyed Argus to guard her husband's mistress, Lo, after Zeus sent Hermes to charm and kill Argus. Hera used the giant's eye to ornament the peacock's tail. Okay, there you go again, the eye. In Java, the peacock was associated with the devil. Again, peacocks associated with the devil, Lucifer, and the morning star, and the shining one, as we read earlier. In Mosul, in northern Iraq, there is a sect of Yazidis, and we're going to get into the Yazidis. You'll see how they worship a peacock that fell from heaven, who hold that the devil is not evil, and call him the peacock angel. Okay, like I just said. The worshippers of Satan could have chosen no better animal to represent the heavenly host as the proud ruler of the year and God behind all gods, as says there. So let's continue. Queen of Heaven and the peacock, Phoenix connection, it says here. So the Queen of Heaven, right? June, Queen of Heaven, to the Romans, had a peacock as her sacred bird, and we'll get into that later as well with June. The peacock, or phoenix, has long been connected with the zodiac. Okay, again, reference to the zodiac, just like in the church window we read about earlier. The Yazidis, again, the open devil worshippers, says here, we mentioned earlier, to this day, have 7 stone images of peacocks, which they say represent the 7 planets, and which they call Satan, which is merely the Arabic spelling for Tatan or Satan. Again, being linked to the stars, right? Her tail, her eyes are the stars spread over the sky, it says the peacock's tail. And over here it says that it represents the 7 planets, okay, the 7 wandering stars. 7, again, a reference with Enoch and Thoth, 7.
And then you got Tatan, Tate, Tot, Tate, and Sat, it's Set, the son of Adam and Eve, was associated with Thoth as well. You know, it gets deeper, guys. That's why I wanted to go over this. We're gonna get, more into it in other videos, what I'm trying to say. But when it comes to the Yazidis, what we're about to talk about, is very interesting because they literally got a peacock angel god, falling angel.
Now let's bring Islam back into the story here. So it says here, peacocks in Islam. There are mixed tales told about peacocks in popular Islam. According to one story, God created a peacock which sat on a tree and prayed for 70,000 years using prayer beads. Then God put a mirror in front of the peacock, who was so pleased at its own beauty that it prostrated itself to God 5 times. So the tradition of 5 prayers a day arose among the Muslims. You hearing this? Where they got the 5 prayers per day? A rather less engaging popular story is told in Al-Qisas, circa 1100. The peacock is seduced by the promise of Satan that if he would help the latter enter paradise, he would teach him 3 words that would save him from illness, old age, and death. You see, so Satan is promising and tempting the peacock, it says here, right, according to the story. So the peacock enlists the aid of the serpent and helps Satan enter paradise. So the peacock all of a sudden needs the help of the serpent, right? First we were talking about him destroying the serpent. Now he's actually looking for the serpent for knowledge, right? For wisdom, for help, how to get Satan in, right? Where he later seduces Eve, it says, after he let him in. The peacock, which until then had been the beautiful bird of paradise with the most beautiful voice, is cast out of heaven along with the serpent and Satan and loses his voice. So it's like separating the serpent and Satan here, right? You see this? All right, so let's continue. So as according to Charles Godfrey Leland, it says, to paradise, the Arabs say, Satan could never find a way until the peacock let him in. Again, Charles Godfrey Leland. So readers familiar with the Genesis account, it says here, of the expulsion from Eden will be fascinated by the contrast of details in this Islamic version Iblis, remember Iblis, right? Satan for the Muslims. Very similar and sounds very much so like Iblis, Thoth, right? The Egyptian god, the Iblis. It says here, dwells beyond the gates of paradise. Through cunning and deceit, he plays upon the vanity of the peacock and serpent and gains entrance. Again, Satan uses the peacock and the serpent. He's not the serpent, it's separated here. And gains entrance, eluding the angel who guards the gate with his flaming sword. Promising her youth and health, Iblis tricks Eve into eating the fruit of the weed tree. Once she and Adam have eaten, God's wrath drives them from paradise, condemning Eve to painful childbirth, the peacock to loss of his melodious voice, the serpent to loss of her legs, and forcing Iblis to be cast back into the torments of all eternity. But expelled through the gates of repentance and grace, the human pair are reminded these gates are also entrances back into paradise. So you see how the peacock has a very strong story here in correlation to what we're studying, as you know, something to do with Satan. You know, he messed up, he let Satan in, he helped Iblis get in. So just like the story of that we know about Satan not wanting to bow down to God's new creation, the human Adam, right? Because he thought he was better than him, he was more powerful, he was more beautiful, he was more divine, right? That he was created out of fire. So, and the last part that we just read, Iblis was cast out because he tried to sneak in. He tricked the peacock and the serpent, right? So here, Satan grew very jealous of Adam, causing Michael to order Satan to bow down. But Satan refused. Satan refused to pay homage before a creature made out of dust, and a mammal at that. The Quran noted Iblis' refusal to bow to Adam in several of its scriptures. Again, right there. Noting that Satan, a being of fire, would not worship a mortal made of clay. Satan was then banished from heaven, but was provided respite from the fires of hell by God until Judgment Day so that he could lead as many humans astray as possible. Iblis was noted as one of the disobedient ones. Okay, Iblis, the Ibis, Thoth. Indeed, suggestion others followed Iblis out of heaven to plot their poorly planned revenge against the descendants of Adam. So Iblis took with him some of the other angels, right? Some of the other disobedient ones. It says here, according to the Quran, God created the first Satan, Iblis, a king to a jinn, out of fire. The primary characteristic of the devil, besides hubris, so fire can mean light, right? Out of light. And besides hubris, right? We're going to read about what hubris means. Is that he has no power other than the power to cast evil suggestions into the hearts of men and women. The Quran says that Satan was among the angels whom God ordered to bow down to Adam after his creation. It says in 1850, and mention when we said to the angels, prostrate to Adam, and they prostrated, except for Iblis. He was of the jinn and departed from the command of his Lord. Then will you take him and his descendants as allies other than me, while they are enemies to you? Wretched it is for the wrongdoers as an exchange, says there. Continuing, it was after Satan's disobedience of God that the title of Shaitan was given to him. Alright, so after he disobeyed was when he was called Shaitan or Satan.
So that wasn't the name, you guys understand? So in the Quran, they're saying it was Iblis who didn't want to do it. Hey, Iblis is the Ibis. That's Thoth. We're talking about angel. What angel are we talking about? We're talking about the main one here. We're talking about the story of the main one that fell and brought everybody else along. Were we talking about Thoth? Who's Thoth? Remember, Enoch became an angel too, Metatron. So what angel are we talking about here? Why is Enoch Thoth? Idris, Iblis, Ibis.
Which can be roughly translated as enemy, rebel, evil, or devil. Shaitan then claims that if the punishment for his act of disobedience is to be delayed until the day of judgment, then he will divert many of Adam's own descendants from the straight path during his, block right there, but rest of his respite. God accepts the claims of Iblis, right? Iblis or Thoth, Iblis, and guarantees recompense to Iblis and his followers in the form of hellfire in order to test mankind and jinn alike. So God allowed these fallen angels to bring you into disorder. Allah allowed Iblis, as I just said, to roam the earth to attempt to convert others away from his path. And he's been doing a good job. He was sent to earth along with Adam and Eve, eventually luring them into eating the fruit from the forbidden tree.
Yep.
The devil in Islamic theology, says here. According to the Oxford Dictionary of Islam, shaitan in the singular and plural shayateen are used in the Quran often interchangeably with Iblis, okay, Iblis, who is considered to be a particular shaitan, He's a type of shaitan, he's not the shaitan, okay, Iblis, Thoth. In Islamic theology, Iblis is a being created from the fire who was allowed to mingle with angels in the heavens until he rejected the command of God to bow before Adam. So he was invited to heaven. He was allowed to mingle with the angels. He wasn't an angel. He was made out of fire. It was different. Alright? When God created Adam, the first human, he said to the angels, and mention, O Muhammad, it says there, when your Lord said to the angels, indeed, I will make upon the earth a successive authority. They said, will you place upon it one who causes corruption therein and sheds blood, while we declare your praise and sanctify you? Allah said, indeed, I know that which you do not know. All the angels prostrate, but Iblis does not. Iblis justified his decision to saying Iblis did not bow down. And says he justified his decision because he claims to be better than a human. Allah said, what prevented you from prostrating when I commanded you? Satan said, or Iblis, I am better than him. You created me from fire and created him from clay. Iblis requests a reprieve until the day of resurrection to try to mislead the people in any way he can. God reprieves Iblis, but he also warns that Iblis would have no authority over his ibad or servants. So it says he's not even going to have, he can try, but he will never be able to have no authority over his descendants, right? The Hebrews. As for my servant, no authority shall thou have over them, his servants, right? The Most High servants. Who is the Most High servants? It says here, consequently, God expelled Satan from heaven, with the latter promising to lure mankind into disbelief and evil as an act of revenge directed towards Adam, as Iblis told Allah, right? He was gonna, mislead his descendants. It says here also, some scholars call Satan the peacock of angels, referring his foolish hubris. We're gonna again read what hubris is, and just want to remind you, we've went from the peacock all of a sudden to Iblis, right, and Satan, but we're returning again back to the peacock, right? What does it say here? Some scholars call Satan the peacock of angels. On the other hand, other scholars believe that there are no such things as heavenly jinn or fiery angels, and thus Satan was not an angel. He was a jinn, whom God elevated to heaven as a reward for his worship and righteousness, just like Thoth, was chosen amongst the children of men, of the sons of men. This is also used to explain why Satan managed to refuse God's order, as angels obey God's orders without questioning or complaining. So he had his, almost like a human has the free will, right? As for the angels, they prostrated before Adam to show their homage and obedience to God. However, Satan, adamant in his view that man is inferior and unlike angels, was given the ability to choose, made a choice of not obeying God. This caused him to be expelled by God, a fact that Satan blamed on humanity. Hassan of Basra, an eminent Muslim theologian who lived in the 7th century AD, was quoted as saying, Iblis was not an angel, even for the time of an eye wink. He is the origin of jinn, as Adam is of mankind. Continuing, it says, in Islam, the devil again is called Shaitan and refers to all evil forces under the leadership of the arch-devil known as Iblis or the Iblis / Thoth. The primary characteristic of Iblis is hubris. Hubris. Take away the H, Ibris, prophet from Islam. Not only did he deem himself a superior creation to Adam, he also demonstrated arrogance by challenging God's judgment and commanding him to prostrate. His primary activity is to incite humans and jinn to commit evil through deception. So not only humans, he convinces jinn, right, his followers, his other fallen angels, which is referred to as whispering into the hearts. I guess we get the snake symbology, like the snakes, right, whispering, being evil, sneaky. The Quran mentions that Satans are the assistants of those who disbelieve and commit immorality. So the Quran is making Satans plural, right? Satans. And it says they're the assistants of those who disbelieve and commit immorality. So it seems to be a type of people based on what they do, or a type of, not people, but just entities and based on what they do. Again, just to make it clear, it says Shaitan is the equivalent of Satan in Islam, while Shaitan from the root Satan is an adjective meaning astray or distant, sometimes translated as the devil. So astray, right? He went astray because he didn't want to bow, or he became distant. He distanced himself from the others who prostrated. Sometimes translated as devil. That can be applied to both man. Okay, it can be applied to a man and jinn. Man and jinn. Okay, those can be classified into fallen angels or unbelievers among the jinn and pagan deities. Okay, putting all this together, right? So let's go back. An adjective meaning astray or distant, sometimes translated as devil, that can be applied to both man and jinn. All right, those can be classified into fallen angels. All right, these Satans are fallen angels, just more than one. Among unbelievers among the jinn and pagan deities. Okay, Iblis, here we go again. Iblis is the personal name of the devil who is mentioned in the Quranic account of Genesis. According to the Quran, Iblis, the Arabic name used, disobeyed an order from God to bow to Adam, and as a result, Iblis was forced out of heaven. However, he was given respite from further punishment until the day of judgment. Shaitan can also refer to devilish temptations inside the mind, described as whisperings. Okay. Down below, the original Hebrew term Satan is a noun from a verb meaning primarily to obstruct or oppose. Right? He opposed, he didn't want to bow down. As it is found in Numbers 22:22, 1 Samuel 29:4, Psalms 109:6. Ha-Satan is traditionally translated as the accuser or the adversary. The definite article ha, the, is used to show that this is a title bestowed on a being versus the name of a being. You see, so these are titles, this is an action, this is something that people are doing, disobedience. Thus, this being would be referred to as the Satan. Now, let's learn about hubris, right? What Shaitan and this Iblis was doing, or what their act they were doing, or what they were being described to follow, this hubris, right? It also says hybris with a Y. So take away that H. What do you get? Just the Ibris, all right? Ibris? Ibris isn't Ibris or Idris, right? Idris, Iblis, Ibris. Very similar, these words, right? Now let's continue. Describes a personality quality of extreme or foolish pride or dangerous overconfidence. So you see what it's saying that Shaitan is, right? Or Iblis, what it means, right? It says describes a personality quality of extreme or foolish pride or dangerous overconfidence. In its ancient Greek context, it typically describes behavior that defies the norms of behavior or challenges the gods, in which in turn brings about the downfall or nemesis of the perpetrator of hubris. All right, so it's an act. right? It's like an act, verb. It's like an adjective as well, describing what they're doing, like they're defying, they're going against the whole rules, they're just being in disorder, right? The adjective, it says the adjectival form of the noun hubris is hubristic. Hubris is usually perceived as a characteristic of an individual rather than a group. Okay, although the group the offender belongs to may unintentionally suffer consequences from the wrongful act, hubris often indicates a loss of contact with reality. A loss of contact with reality. Okay, hubris. All right.
So can a man that's exalted by the Most High and gets to dwell amongst angels and almost literally become an angel, he walked with God, can he lose touch with reality or contact with reality and overestimation of his own competence, accomplishments, or capabilities? Do you think he can get a little bit of hubris in him? This is what I'm trying to show you right here, guys. Because way back 7-8 years ago, this is what the message I was trying to relay. Right, so this egotistical, this whole vibe happened to a so-called angel, right? Couldn't that happen to an exalted so-called man or half man? Half man, like remember how they say the gods, right? Like Hercules and they are half god, half man, right? Yeah.
And an overestimation of one's own competence, accomplishments, or capabilities. Okay, you hear that? Contrary to common expectations, hubris is not necessarily associated with high self-esteem, but with highly fluctuating or variable self-esteem, and a gap between inflated self-perception and a more modest reality. Alright? C.S. Lewis wrote in Mere Christianity that pride is the anti-God state, the position in which the ego and the self are directly opposed to God. Unchastity, anger, greed, drunkenness, and all that are mere flea bites in comparison. It was through pride that the devil became the devil. Pride leads to every other vice. It is the complete anti-God state of mind. Okay, so this is hubris. Alright, so now we're gonna get into, we're gonna continue with these Shaitan or Iblis or this peacock, right? The peacock angel. And we're gonna get into the Jasidis. Again, we've heard about them before, but we're gonna find out now exactly who they are in case you guys don't know. Alright, so the Jasidis, right? They worship this peacock angel, right? This falling peacock angel that fell. This was a falling angel. They admit it. So we're gonna read their story right now. So it says, since the late 16th century, some Muslims have accused Jasidis of devil worship due to the similarity between the Quranic story of Iblis and the account of Tawus Melek, refusal to bow to Adam, whereas Muslims revere Iblis for refusing to submit to God and bow to Adam, believing that his defiance caused him to fall from God's grace. Jasidis revere Tawus Melek for his independence and believe that God's command to Tawus Melek was a test to see if he understood his own majestic and sublime nature. Accusations of devil worship fueled centuries of violent persecution, which have led Jasidi communities to concentrate in remote mountainous regions of northwestern Iraq. The Jasidi taboo against the Arabic word shaitan and on words containing the consonants sh and t have been used to suggest a connection between this Tawus Melek and Iblis. Okay, you hearing this? Although no evidence exists to suggest Jasidi worships Tawu Melek as the same figure. So, but there is a connection, right, to Tawu Melek and Iblis. They did the exact same thing. They didn't bow to Adam, and we have Iblis already being referred to as the peacock angel. So, and this is a peacock angel. Let's continue. So we got to Melek Thoth, right? Thoth. So I know you've been following along and what we've been linking up all these characters to be, right? So look at these two words, Melech, Thoth, right? Thoth, Melech. You're gonna see later on what Melech means. Melech, it's like an angel, right? Melech is the etymology of angel is Malak, Melech. Okay, so
We went over that earlier, right? Malek, messenger, angel, right? Also, this is where you get Moloch, the deity Moloch, right? It's all related to this too. Future video on this.
let's continue. It says Melech Thoth, also spelled Malik Tos, Malik, right? Translated in English as peacock angel. Peacock angel, the peacock. We're still talking about the peacock, right? Who was the peacock? The phoenix, right? Who was the phoenix? Pahanok, Enoch. Enoch slash Thoth, Enoch slash Idris, Enoch slash Hermes, Malik Thoth, same. Is one of the central figures of the Jasidi religion. In Jasidi creation stories, God created the world and entrusted it to the care of the 7 holy beings, often known as angels or Hef-Sir, the 7 mysteries, preeminent, which is Tammuz Melech, the peacock angel. Again, the 7, and I told you 7 associated to Enoch, associated to Thoth. A lot, and here you go again. Like many aspects of the secretive Jasidi religion, Tammuz Melech is subject to varied and ambiguous interpretations. The Jasidi Book of Revelation, the Keteba Jawa, a text believed by some to have been written by non-Jasidis in the early 20th century, but based on Jasidi oral tradition, even though a 19th century translation of the text exists, is purported to contain the words of Tammuz Melech. It states that he allocates responsibilities, blessings, and misfortunes upon humanity as he sees fit, and that it's not for the race of Adam to question his choices. And the peacock angel, right? What did Allah or God allow Shaitan or Iblis to do? To go deceive the descendants, right? So, of course, we cannot question what he is doing because it is being allowed by the Most High. So does this make sense? Yes, it does. Tawuk Melech, Thoth, influencing another religion. Here we go again. Peacock, another bird, right? Or continuing with the peacock. So it says here, Malak Thoth refused to submit to Adam, right? It says the fundamental belief of Jasidism narrates that this supreme being, Jazda, sent 7 archangels to take care of the earth and put his favorite Malak Tus, also called the angel peacock, right? His favorite was Malak Tus. Just like they say Lucifer was the Most High's favorite and most beautiful, and the most intelligent and wise, right? Who was created the first from the divine illumination itself, from the light, right? Divine light illumination. Since Jazda is an inactive force, the task of saving the earth and its creatures fell to these archangels. But when this God called upon the 7 archangels to bring him dust from the earth to create the first human being, Adam, and ordered Malak to protect him at all costs, he replied in anger, "How can I submit to another being?" he said. "I am of your enlightenment, while Adam is made of dust." Malak Thoth's refusal to put himself at the service of human beings provoked divine fury and condemned him to hell. Continuing with the Jasidi story, it says the following.
So, guys, literally, Malak Thoth, or the angel Thoth, right? Thoth, the angel Thoth. All right.
Angel identified by Christians and Muslims as the devil, Lucifer, or Satan, managed to quench hell with tears accumulated for 7,000 years, garnering the respect of the Jasidis, who, according to the most accepted theory, do not venerate Malak Thoth for love towards him, but with the aim of reaching Jazda's forgiveness someday and then remembering those who helped him achieve this purpose. So this is their reasoning, right? Thus, the peacock angel, which in primitive Christianity was a symbol of immortality because it is considered that its flesh is enduring more time without decomposing. Again, we've read this earlier, right? Became with its act of disobedience in the alter ego of God, inseparable from Him, and protagonist of the 5 daily prayers. All right, remember the 5 daily prayers? Its direct link with the devil derives from the other name that receives this angel, Shaitan, which is the Arabic word to designate Satan, which has caused the Yazidis to erroneously be labeled as worshippers of the devil, as they understand it, Muslims and Christians. However, the word Thoth is most likely derived from Greek and relates to the words Zeus and Theos. Okay, hear that? Zeus and Theos, alluding to the meaning of God. In this way, Melech Thoth would be translated as the angel of God. Okay, all right, you hear all this? So let's see what angel means. The word angel in English is a blend of Old English angel with a hard in Old French angeli, Latin angelus, messenger, which in turn was borrowed from Greek angelos. Angelos itself may be an Oriental loan, Persian mounted courier, right, or like messenger. The word's earliest form is Mycenaean, a kettle. So it says the angelos is the default Septuagint's translation of the biblical Hebrew term malak, denoting simply messenger, without specifying its nature. In the Latin Vulgate, the meaning becomes bifurcated when malak or angelos is supposed to denote a human messenger. So as it says here, you see malak tus, right? Malak, angel. So again, we're just going back right to Thoth, right? Thoth was considered one of the messengers, right? He was the intermediary between the gods, right? Ra, right? That was his assistant. Remember, his secretary. He settled disputes between the gods. He was the messenger, right? Hermes was also considered the messenger, and also Mercury was considered the messenger of the gods as well. So we're just going right back to Thoth again, over and over.
Yeah, so some people still have a hard time to let go of their false doctrines. Yeah, we ain't done. So we did like what, a 5-hour video, actually almost 6-hour review. This was just a review, so we can get into deeper things. I don't care what people who I've never saw in my life before, in my live chat in the last 8 years, have to say. Coming in 5-10 minutes left in the video of almost a 6-hour video. I don't care what you guys have to say. Nobody's trying to curse you or whatever, man. So guys, we're gonna get deeper and deeper. And that's why I wanted to do this little review today. We're done for today. That's a lot of info to digest, Hey, you don't have to like go with my vibes or flow with it, but take that info how you want. Eventually, the spirit will make sense of it, right? The Most High will give you the wisdom to discern through it. It takes a lot of wisdom and discernment too. And when you come with messages like, hold on, let me see what he said. This is just an example, right? Let me see. Hold on. You dare curse my 42 of Matt? I don't dare curse. I don't even know what you're talking about. The 42 things of Matt is the Thoth thing, is the books of Thoth. It's the same thing. Yeah, I'm not cursing it. I'm just showing you the background and context behind what you believe in. That's the female attribute of Thoth, Matt. We went over that right in the beginning. So he says, I dare curse. Like, what you gonna do? You're gonna curse me? You're gonna do witchcraft? Like, this is what I'm exposing. What do you, man? Chill out. Don't come with your evil spirit over here. Don't come with your Malek Taos vibe. Don't come with your Iblis vibe. Don't come with that hijack vibe right at the end. I appreciate everybody who came through today. Thank you for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We're gonna go ahead and end it again, and I hope you understand at least. You know, this is for the adepts, kinda. This is kind of for the deep wave surfers, you know. So it ain't for everybody, honestly. But if you enjoyed it and understand, and it's just gonna get deeper. I'm gonna do a couple more videos stuff. I just wanted to go over it. Let me just show you this real quick. I got this. Like I didn't even read this book. The Arabic Hermes. You see that? From pagan sage to prophet of science. All right, it's talking about the Sacians and the Sabians. These are the pure Arabs who became your Africans. This is what they had before their so-called Islam. Islam is created by Catholics. You see the origin of Christianity, it's all the same people. It's all the same stuff. Yeah, we're gonna get deeper. Yeah, I got a lot of stuff here. Yeah. All right. But we ended. That's a lot of info. We're gonna remind you of the Pan-African Hermetic stuff too, how that's Rosicrucian. And all the other false doctrines. I don't care how mad you get. I dare you curse my mad 30 dang. Man, Babylon, Babble, man. Go babble somewhere else, man. I love you guys too, man. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. Laverne, thank you. Much love, much love. Yeah, let me see. See what I got here. Let me see what this sounds like. Book the rent with it. Book the rent with it. I'm out, guys. Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Thank you for tuning in. Remember, don't fall for these doctrines. Know the background of what you believe in and what you practice or what the origin. Know the origin of things. That's what I'm just trying to show you guys. All right, it gets deeper and deeper. Much love and respect, mi gente. Pura vida, mi gente. Wow.
It's not a game, it's a rich thing.
Wow.